With washboard abs that bring tears to your eyes and a massive frame that dwarfs giants his height, would get any kid drafted to the NBA at age 11. Yet he is totally lost. He used to be a slender mage and the elven lady's favorite. Who exactly has he become? Fast forward and soldiers are being absolutely pulverized by the monster horde. Even the legendary hero steps in only to get instantly smacked down. Then boom, the boss is flattened with a single punch. Every witness has the exact same thought. This guy is clearly the world's strongest brawler, but they are dead wrong because this monster is actually a mage. Those massive cannons aren't just for punching or attracting elven beauties, though the ladies definitely aren't complaining in this life. These arms exist to channel ultimate spells. A peak physical form houses the strongest magic in the world, but why would such a powerhouse find anything impossible? Well, this man was once the terrifying Demon King himself. 10-circle magic master, he was the only mage in history to ever reach such a godlike peak. Now he is trapped in a body that can bench press a mountain. We need to see how he pulls off the impossible. We open in the Antares Empire's throne room. Hero Alex von Helene is here, declaring the Demon King's reign ends today. You have the swordsman, the brawler, the saint, and the mage. It is your classic stereotypical RPG party. They are all boasting about slaughtering his comrades and screaming that his execution is finally at hand. But here is the truth that Orc King was a peaceful guy. The troll leader was just a simple hunter-gatherer. That dark elf was just a gorgeous tanned elf. Honestly, I would volunteer to be her personal servant any day. Good grief, our boy is fuming. They have wiped out his entire team and his favorite girl. Fine, he will be the monster they fear. These heroes genuinely think genocide is the only way to save the world. In their eyes, anyone not human or enslaved was a creature of darkness. And so the final battle begins. But hero Alex von Helen, poor guy. He could not even survive the impact of the very first spell. He hit the wall like a wet noodle. Total loser vibes. Now it is a duel against the legendary battle-hardened Fist King. This man was pure muscle and grit, the only one capable of actually trading hits with our protagonist. Our boy Lepenhart was cornered. His empire was ash and his people were dead. Time was running out. With his comrades fallen and his kingdom gone, he activated a forbidden ancient artifact called the Eye of Spacetime. Even as a 10-circle mage, he did not fully grasp its power, but he had absolutely nothing left to lose. He dared Fist King Tessin to stop him. Tessin landed a massive punch on the relic and everything vanished into white. When he woke up and checked the mirror, he was shocked. The world's strongest mage was now inside the Fist King's body. Does his magic still work? And more importantly, where on earth is he right now? Before he could process the change, a massive giant barged in, shouting for him to start morning training immediately. He hesitated for a split second before his head was palmed like a basketball, and he was hauled outside. That is when it clicked. This monster is Gerald Crom, the legendary Fist King of the previous generation. Thus began the training from hell. Honestly, it was pure torture. That is how he got those godly tear-inducing abs. Amidst the agony, he could only help but wonder where was his beautiful elf queen in this new timeline. Gerald thought the boy was acting soft, but in the unbreakable gym, pain is the only way to forge a legend. Training is finally over, and he is soaking in high-grade potions. He is regenerating at an insane speed. Now it makes sense. This is how the former Fist King built such a terrifyingly durable and sturdy physique. He is definitely in the past. But wait, if he is here, does his younger self exist somewhere else right now? Or worse, did Tessin the Fist King take over his old mage body? That would be a literal nightmare. Lepenhart's dream is to end all slavery. Can he actually achieve that using these massive heavy fists? If Tessin is in his old magic-sensitive body, things will be difficult. He needs answers, and he needs them now. Days turned into weeks. Lepenhart tried to escape constantly, but Gerald caught him every single time. The old man is everywhere. The only way out is to survive this hellish training and graduate from the gym. Then the breakthrough finally happened. He finally awakened that legendary glowing Fist King aura. Later, he unleashed a level 3 Calamity Horn, literally punching a massive hole right through a mountain. Meanwhile, he is secretly practicing magic. Just like his muscles, his mana affinity needs some serious grinding. Poor dude. He has the knowledge of a god-tier mage, but this beefy body just will not cooperate. Doubts cloud his mind about mastering magic in this state. Calculating spells feels like his brain is running on low battery. Suddenly, a non-human presence enters his senses. A massive green paw emerges, followed by an orc brandishing a blade. Zoran locks eyes with the beast. The orc growls a warning. Keep your mouth shut or face certain death. Judging by the green skin's size, Lepenhart estimates he is only 3 or 4 years old. A mere child. He likely fled a battlefield. His willingness to talk proves that orcs aren't just mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. Conflict isn't their first choice. Tessin asks if hunters are trailing him. The confused orc child demands to know how a human speaks his tongue. Tessin claims past orc acquaintances. Bowing, the orc whispers, "The gods favor us. Yes, enemies are on my heels. Tezeran offers sanctuary, but only if the young warrior places his absolute trust in him. A human so fluent is a brother, the orc replies, sensing Tezeran's soul is surprisingly pure. Tezeran notes his refined royal dialect. This green kid clearly carries the blood of orcish nobility, and agrees. Chanting ancient words, he tears open a shimmering portal, promising safety within its magical embrace. Stunned, the orc questions his mage status. Tyrion scoffs. Obviously. Is it not clear? Looking at those massive muscles, the orc finds it impossible to believe. It is absurd, yet he remains deeply thankful. Moments after the orc vanishes inside, Tess detects the heavy footsteps of approaching pursuers. Bounty hunters arrive complaining about their meager silver rewards. They demand if Tessin has seen their green quarry. One offers a fake gold coin for the truth. His partner chuckles, knowing they will never actually pay a cent. Just tricking this mountain meathead, Tyrion keeps his cool, simply stating he has seen absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a hunter spots the trail. Orc footprints. The beast definitely came through this passage. Tazin curses his oversight, but firmly declares that his domain is strictly off-limits to uninvited guests. A soldier glares, spitting out a threat. Have you lost your mind, or do you just crave death? Ron stands his ground, arms crossed defiantly. The hunters whisper nervously about his insanely shredded physique. Danger looms as a purple magic circle ignites below him. He recalls his master's grim warning. His fists were world-class killing tools. Ironically, using a physical weapon was actually an act of pure mercy. Holding a weapon technically limited his power. Grabbing a heavy club, he tells the men not to panic. At least this won't kill you instantly. The hunters charge in a panic while Ta prepares for impact. Instantly, they are tossed around like ragdolls. One lone soldier persists, but Tessin is already yawning from boredom. Mid-thought, he takes a direct hit to the ribs. Instead of breaking bone, the hunter's sword simply bends. Tessin delivers a crushing hammer blow, in return questioning the logic of his own invincible physique. Is he even human anymore? The fools are utterly flattened in seconds. Throughout the carnage, Tesserin remains eerily composed. See, you survived the club. A trembling soldier stammers, begging to know who this monster truly is. Tesserin silences him with a slap. You clearly have too much energy if you're still asking questions. Soon the battered hunters scramble away, shouting apologies as they make their hasty retreat. Weapon in hand, Zarin reflects on how quickly he is acclimating to this chaotic academy lifestyle. The orc reappears, overflowing with gratitude. He vows to never forget this life-saving favor until his dying breath. Lepenhart warns that a proud warrior shouldn't bow his head so easily. The orc declares Tessin his mentor, pledging his sword forever. In orcish culture, a mentor is a sacred legend. When the orc asks his name, Tess hesitates, nearly revealing a name he has outgrown. My name is Lepenhart Walled Antares. Well, I suppose calling him Tess was just a habit, right? Lepenhart it is. The orc nods, solemnly etching that legendary name into his memory forever. He wonders what his future holds. With humans conquering the globe, where can a young orc find peace? The orc believes the continent is vast enough to hide a free life far from the shackles of slavery. Lepenhart points toward the mountains of Racket, a 2-week trek located deep within the treacherous land of challenges. Rumors speak of the legendary Blue Bear tribe thriving within those distant peaks. That's all the orc needed. With a quick thanks, he bolts away instantly. Lepenhart forgot his name. The orc halts, declaring, I'm Tacid, son of Croa, last axe-bearer. Tacid, the legendary knight who died by his side. Talk about a massive plot twist. He becomes the Blue Bear leader. How is that possible if he met Tessin before? That jerk would never help an orc. Fate is taking a seriously weird turn here. What a bizarre link. Memories of the Empire Tacid and his old comrades flood back. Smirking on his throne, he dreams of a grand reunion with all his old friends. 6 months later, Gerard prepares for a massive leap. Brace yourself, kid, he roars. Energy explodes. You'd think he'd be braver by now, but nope, still a total scaredy cat. He's terrified. Yet he triggers Spiral Guard perfectly. You've finally mastered it, Gerard cheers. Seems like yesterday he was calling himself Lepenhart and plotting a desperate mountain escape. That was 6 years ago, old man. Why bring up ancient history now? Gerard scoffs. 10 years of hellish training, and he's only just showing real progress. One question remains, why is he so short? I'm 1.9 meters, Lepenhart screams. Everyone here is 2 meters plus, Gerard barks. Stop skipping your growth-breathing exercises. Lepenhart remembers the original Tessin was a massive 2.3-meter giant. He's a shorty now. No wonder he hates using that specific oversized technique. He's still huge, though. At the waterfall, Gerard orders, show me your true power. Tessin centers his aura, leaps sky high, and invokes the legendary Horn of Calamity. A 4-layered impact strikes. The river shatters like glass as the entire world trembles. Mountains crumble as boulders rain down in a chaotic storm of destruction. Gerard grins. No more beatdowns needed to leave. Tessin is speechless. The time is here. Time to conquer the world. After years of blood and sweat, Lepenhart is finally free. Hero or villain, it doesn't matter. Just live life by your own rules. This freedom is the hard-earned prize for surviving 10 years of absolute hell. Things get emotional. Gerard recalls advice from the legendary Third King of Fists 60 years ago. Rule 1. Get filthy rich, but stay honest. Wait, how does that even work? A non-stealing villain. If you're going rogue, at least have some class, Gerard retorts. Keep your dignity intact. Lepenhart is now officially more confused than ever. Dignified villains. Total nonsense. Moving on, Rule 2, always protect those who've been wronged. If you choose the path of good, make sure it's a life worth respecting. What if the villain is strong? Weak doesn't mean innocent, plus you're a monster anyway. Everyone is weaker than you now, so that logic is completely useless. Final rule. Never let our indomitable legacy perish. Find a worthy disciple to carry the torch. Standing next to Gerard, Lepenhart still looks like a total shrimp. I'll remember, master. Gerard tosses him a pack. Finding talent is rare, don't waste forever searching. But when you find that diamond in the rough, never let them escape. Inside are some clothes and spare change. Our hero's face immediately drops in disappointment. Only 30 silver coins. Isn't this old man literally the wealthiest guy in the kingdom? Gerard shrugs. Tradition, I only got 25 when I started out. Cheer up, there's a secret treasure on the map. Stop by if you're close, geared up and ready. Lepenhart wonders, is it really this easy to just walk away? 10 years of mountain hell, and he's forgotten what real freedom even feels like. Suddenly, a massive aura surges. Gerard's voice booms. Don't let this goodbye slow you down. Go forth and honor the absolute peak of martial arts. Show the world your power. Just like that, our hero charges down the mountain, ready to take on the world. Scene change to a cramped house in the city. A worried subordinate warns his boss that this gamble is way too risky. But the elder refuses to stay silent while others cower. A knight demands to know the old man's business. The elder calmly states they need to be paid for the food and their stay. The knight dismissively tosses a single gold coin. You peasants have zero honor. This is more than you deserve, so take it and get out. The knight expects the man to be impressed by the shiny gold. Instead, the elder looks him dead in the eye and says it's not nearly enough. The knight's blood boils as he glares back. Do you take me for a fool? I know the market prices, you greedy old man. A heavy fist slams into the elder's face. The knight sneers, calling him a scammer who's got way too much guts. But deep down, the elder sees the truth. These so-called knights are nothing but common bandits in fancy armor. They stole his home, ate his food, and offered peanuts in return. Suddenly, Stefan asks Edward, what the hell is going on? The arrogant noble just scoffs at the scene. This place is crawling with miserable, ungrateful wretches. This is why you never show mercy to commoners. They forget their place and don't know when to quit. New chapter. Remember when Lepenhart was just a skinny little weakling? He used to be nothing but skin and bones. But he had a beautiful blonde elf by his side back then. She once praised him, saying he was as graceful as a masterwork blade. Now staring in the mirror, he feels like some kind of cursed golem. At least he's finally got some decent height on him. Cyrus should be about 70 years old now. In human terms, that's only 17 since elves live practically forever. This is the southern city of Crom in the Vasily region. His friend is set to be auctioned off by next year. Right now, she's likely rotting away in a slave house within the chain region. He considers just storming the place, wrecking the auction and dragging her back home, but that would mess up the timeline and his own future far too much. It's smarter to earn the gold and stay off the radar. The problem, elven slaves are insanely expensive. And our boy is currently sitting on less than 30 silver coins. Most of that's already gone for rent. But he's not worried. He's got the body, the skills, and memories of the future. Plus, he knows the exact location of a hidden ruin nearby. Back to Stefan, who's pressuring Todd to find the relics. Todd is an exploration mage they hired to track down the loot. Stefan peers out the window, doubting if they're even in the right area. Todd tells him to relax. This is the same spot the legendary swordsman, Claude von Leota, once explored. Back to Leopard. It's been 3 days since he left Crom. This new body is incredible. He can march for hours without hunger or exhaustion. His stamina is practically infinite. Plus, he's got his past life cheat skill, Artificial Phantasmagoria. It allows him to recall every single memory with perfect, crystal-clear detail. He remembers a mage named Todd blabbering about the ruins of House Allen in his previous life. Back then, he and Cyrus found a hidden stash Todd's team completely missed. They made over 2,000 gold coins from that haul. That's the ticket. From the mountain peak, he spots the familiar village of cattle. It looks exactly the same as he remembers. Down in the village square, an elder is panicking over their next move. The Valley of Death is a place no sane person would ever enter, but those noble bastards are demanding a guide. If they refuse, the consequences will be deadly. A man mentions their boss was already badly injured trying to find it. Another villager loses his cool, cursing the disgusting nobility. Amidst the shouting, one man grabs his bow and steps forward. He's the best climber in the village, so he's their only hope. His family is in tears while he silently begs for a savior. "I really don't want to die. Someone please get me out of this." The other men pat him on the back, calling him a winner. "You'll make it back, hero." And then out of nowhere, Lepenhart's face appears at the window. "I'll go." The archer nearly has a heart attack and draws his bow in fear. Our hero stays perfectly calm. "I'm just a traveler who happened to overhear your little problem by accident." He steps inside and the villagers ask if he actually knows the way. He gives them a confident nod. They think he's lost his mind. If he really knew the Valley of Death, he'd be running the other way. But Lepenhart's already conquered that place, so he's not sweating it. He's just glad he could save that poor guy's life. The locals call it the Valley of Death for a reason, but the truth is far more exciting. It's a forgotten dungeon left over from the legendary Silver Era. 50 years ago, a legendary knight mastered his aura at 45, a youthful feat back then. But alas, fame blinded him to his own mortality. He ventured into the Valley of Death alone and perished. With him, the fabled demonic sword of Alton vanished into those ancient ruins. Since that tragic day, the story has been whispered like a grand myth. Now our protagonist is stuck traveling with Stefan's flamboyant crew. Raylia is already laying the charm on thick, praising Stefan's elegant writing style. Stefan basks in the flattery, claiming Raylia's sweet words are his greatest joy. Lepenhart watches this circus from the sidelines, realizing these idiots are actually enjoying themselves. Also in the party is the redhead Scylla. He notes her youthful beauty, but secretly doubts if she can actually handle high-level healing spells. Honestly, forget that. Our hero is still struggling to accept his new hulking masculine physique. It is incredibly bizarre. He is just waiting for a chance to grill Todd, who is a massive fanboy of Lepenhart during his prodigy mage days. However, he senses a weird tension between Scylla and Todd. He wonders if Todd has a crush, then immediately dismisses the thought. The Todd he knew was never that type. Suddenly, Todd approaches, thanking him for the brave decision to act as their guide. Apparently, the rest of the village was paralyzed by fear. Lepenhart simply replies that their terror was perfectly rational. Then Edward chimes in with his typical arrogance, claiming that fear is for the weak and foolish. He boasts they are under the protection of the kingdom's finest knights. Lepenhart is already resisting the urge to crush his skull. It is painfully obvious that this guy's ego is much larger than his actual combat strength. Suddenly, an eerie noise echoes through the woods and the trees shudder. Harpies descend from the sky like a nightmare in motion. The monsters dive with lethal intent, while the group frantically scrambles to hold their positions. It is a total ambush. Raylia scoffs at the beasts, calling them bold for attacking a man as blessed as Stefan. Simultaneously, Todd summons a roaring fire chain that incinerates the airborne monsters in a spectacular display of magic. Meanwhile, the lovely Scylla takes her role seriously, casting heals and buffs to keep the team in fighting shape. Lepenhart stands back and evaluates their performance. He begrudgingly admits that they aren't completely incompetent. Their swordplay is decent from a mage's perspective, but as real warriors, they are honestly quite pathetic. No wonder Gerard was always so proud of his unique techniques. However, as expected, there is a catch. A rogue harpy breaks formation to attack the orcs, only to be vaporized by a single massive punch to the face. It seems nobody in the party is actually worried about protecting the luggage carriers. According to Todd, this is the exact spot where the last guy died. But their current leader is Stefan of the Alton bloodline. The common soldiers, however, are struggling. They are being brutally torn apart by the Harpies' relentless talons. Lepenhart notices that while Stefan isn't a villain, he clearly feels no obligation to protect those fighting beside him. And perhaps, that specific brand of indifference is what truly defines a bad person. Just then, Scylla urges everyone toward the trees for cover. Lepenhart thinks, at least one person in this group has a soul. The Harpies unleash another wave of strikes. Lepenhart doesn't even bother to dodge their pathetic claws. He stands still until a strike lands on his eye. He wonders if his tear ducts even work after that hellish training. Once the chaos dies down, Stefan only bothers to check if the mages and priests are still safe. Soldier confirms they are fine, and it hits our hero. They don't give a damn about him or the others. Stefan raises his arm in a heroic pose, declaring a glorious victory and ordering the group to rest. Lepenhart seizes the opportunity to talk to Todd, thanking him for the impressive display of fire magic. He plays it up, claiming Todd's intervention saved everyone's lives. He mentions Todd's background at the Delia Magic Tower and claims to have a friend there named Lepenhart. Todd recognizes the name, but is skeptical that a giant like him could be friends with such a sweet kid. Todd describes Lepenhart as a gentle soul, and our protagonist immediately realizes this guy is a total weirdo. Todd gets suspicious, asking why he is so curious about the boy's training and physical condition. Todd begins rambling about the boy's gemstone eyes and silk-soft skin with a very disturbing expression. The man is literally drooling. Lepenhart realizes There is absolutely nothing wholesome about Todd's obsession. Thankfully, Scylla interrupts the awkward moment to ask if our hero was injured in the skirmish, tells her he is fine, and suggests she heal the orcs instead. The orcs simply grunt that they are perfectly okay. She shouldn't waste mana on trash. A soldier scoffs, mocking her for saving monsters. They'd recover eventually. Lepenhart notes, these orcs are treated worse than mangy strays. He's seen dogs with better lives. Suddenly, Stefan barks. Hey guide, let's move it. Lepenhart is fuming inside but wears a fake smile. Hours later, the soldiers look wrecked. For 7-0, they faced wolf packs, 20 ogres, and a literal ocean of monsters. They wonder why this mountain is so deadly. Simple Lepenhart is taking the efficient straight line. He might look like a grunt, but as a mage, efficiency is his only religion. No way he's taking the long road just to make life easier for these idiots. Stefan is totally wiped, muttering that he finally understands why Sir Claw died here. Suddenly, his expression shifts. The dungeon, he asks if this is Fulton. Todd nods. The ancient ruins of Fulton. The group halts before a massive weathered stone gate. Todd clears the entrance, declaring it safe. Stefan rallies the troops to get ready. The moment is here. They're going in. Lepenhart offers to wait, but Stefan dismisses him. Your job's done, scram. Our hero protests, I'll die in this monster-infested forest. Stefan just shrugs. We'll send help later. Lepenhart's blood is absolutely boiling now. Unbelievable. If they hadn't found the place, they would have just left him to rot. Stefan gives a grand speech about knightly honor and the legendary legacy they'll reclaim. They charge in like heroes, while Lepenhart just whispers, yeah, good luck with that. The door slams shut. Now his plan begins. These ruins were once a military base. It looks like ancient rubble, but the technology of that era was terrifyingly advanced. That's the real treasure. Walking the halls, Lepenhart feels a wave of pure nostalgia. In his previous life, he and Saris had conquered these very same corridors. The stunning girl used to hear fairies through the walls, clues to hidden gates, and yep, she always found the jackpot. Suddenly, a glowing mosaic lights up the screen. What kind of madness did they find in there? Man, his old life was legendary. He studies the wall carvings, decoding the reversed water and earth symbols. He struggles to translate. This current brain definitely isn't what it used to be. Finally, the mechanism clicks. He tosses his coat aside that cost 10 silver coins. Now, shirtless and absolutely shredded, he prepares to test this body's true limits. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams echo. The sounds are coming from the other side. But wait, the treasure is right here. Why bother going back for them? He remembers when Cirrus used her magic to find the safe path out. But these fools triggered every trap. A soldier is already dead, throat pierced through. Stefan screams for Sir Thomas, but the man is already gone. Something glints in the dark. A demon steps through the stone wall, and it's not alone. There are 3 of them. Stefan realizes instantly that no human can survive this. Meanwhile, Sen is frantically casting healing magic over the mangled soldiers. They're all praising their savior. Let's be honest, they basically think he's a goddess. Stefan mutters about the trap that wrecked them, thanking Todd for the save. But the real danger is ahead. Upstairs, soldiers are being tossed around like rag dolls. Panic erupts. But Scylla stands firm, flooding the room with radiant holy blessings. Brandishes a cursed scepter, filling everyone with sudden courage and energy. Resolve flows through the group. Todd watches, baffled by the sheer amount of power. Hyped up on divine juice, they rush in. Even Todd is feeling the rush. He's pulling weird faces and tossing swords around like he's at a circus. Relia charges in with guts, except she's immediately drop-kicked, gutted, and launched like a ragdoll into the wall. Hitting out, she whispers her final wish. I hope I actually helped Master Stefan. Surprisingly, Stefan isn't a total coward. He praises her effort and promises protection. Talk about a massive ego. Everyone's amazed by the great warrior, Stefan. He tells them to focus. This is exactly where Sir Claude died. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the room and debris rains from the ceiling. Things just got way more intense. A new demonic beast emerges from the flames, a burning nightmare. It charges, sending soldiers flying like bowling pins. Panic sets in. The entire group turns tail and starts running for their lives. Stefan doesn't blink. He growls, I'm not dying here, and swears he won't let this monster ruin them. He carries the pride of House Alton and the legendary title of Resolute. He charges and fires a powerful blade strike. It looks like a hit, but then wham! The demon slaps his face. Stefan spins through the air and hits the dirt like trash. Lights out. Lee Sen is there, hands glowing with holy magic, shouting for Stefan to wake up. Actually, wait. Scylla blasts the boss demon with holy power, whacking him with a massive staff. The only problem, the beast didn't die. It slowly turns and locks eyes with him. Now Scylla is literally shaking in his boots. The demon charges. Poor Scylla just squeezes his eyes shut, praying for a miracle or a quick escape. Suddenly, the demon gets blasted back, flying through the air. Scylla peeks through one eye. Enter the Absolute unit. He's here to save the waifu, or in this case, the pretty boy priest. A hero's work. Lepenhart just stands there like a boss, casually wondering if that monster died from just a single punch. In his past life, he would have needed a massive magic circle for a result like that. Now he understands why Tesseron clocked him. Looking back, he sees the knights have been completely wrecked. But then, from the same dark hole, a massive swarm of undead starts pouring into the room. Scylla and Todd are frozen in shock, whispering, "Who in the world is this guy?" Lepenhart walks forward, elf in his arms, casually punching monsters aside. Yeah, his weird obsession is officially public. Later, Stefan wakes up feeling broken. Edward, not Gerard, mind you, is there asking if he's okay. Seeing the pile of dead monsters, Stefan is stunned and demands to know what happened here. He must have heard the news because he's now staring at the giant who wiped everything out. He walks to Lepenhart and apologizes, saying he didn't recognize such a noble warrior. He asks for a name. Our hero almost says Lepenhart, but realizes Todd would know that name instantly. Instead, he goes with Lepen. Edward is suspicious. He's never heard of a famous knight with that name. Stefan asks which noble house he represents. Lepen says none. Now Stefan is getting angry again. It made sense if he was a rich noble with endless resources and training. But if he's just a random commoner, this is humiliating. Stefan mutters, "I see how it is. You just showed up at the end and took the credit. At least my skill helped some." Lepenhart brushes him off, suggesting that Punch clearly scrambled his tiny brain. "At least now you've seen how useless you are." Stefan explodes, screaming about the honor of House Alton. Edward panics, begging Stefan to calm down. "Seriously, don't pick a fight with this guy." He tries to play peacemaker, saying Lepen is just a commoner who doesn't know noble etiquette. Stefan finally calms down, but then asks who trained him. Lepenhart just gives a casual shrug. No way is he admitting he trained under Gerard. That man is a living legend in this region. Stefan rumbles that it's impossible to be this powerful without a real master or proper training. Lepenhart shuts him down, telling him to stop the interrogation and go check on the dying people. Edward observes silently. He notices how naturally this guy bosses around everyone in the room. He carries himself like high royalty. He's definitely used to commanding entire armies. Lepenhart continues, pointing out the wounded, telling Stefan to get his act together and work. Edward watched in stunned silence. This guy wasn't just bold. He completely ignored status and hierarchy. He smelled of ancient power. Suddenly Scylla approached, cracking his neck with a terrifying twist to stare. "Wait, Lepen, how tall are you?" Lepenhart replied, 6'3". Scylla's eyes sparkled like diamonds. "Back off, Scylla, he only likes elves." Still starstruck, Scylla asked, "How do I get built like you?" Lepenhart let out a heavy sigh. "I just lifted heavy things. That is all." The kid kept beaming, convinced that a true knight never reveals his legendary secret training methods. Lepenhart knew the truth. This boy was an orphan raised by a strict religious order after losing everything. With a face like a porcelain doll, he definitely suffered at the hands of cruel bullies. Perhaps that's why he craved a rugged physique. He yearned for the raw strength he lacked. The problem, he stayed small. No muscle developed and his voice remained far too delicate and feminine. Curiously, the harder he trained, the more his hidden energy flared. He just stood there, staring and muttering, "He's so tall and handsome." Meanwhile, our hero was already trying to vanish into the shifting shadows. Awkwardly, Lepenhart promised to talk later, but the kid clung to him like an obsessed fan. He announced he was scouting the exit. Naturally, Stefan jumped up, insisting on coming along for the ride. He asked for permission. Lepenhart shrugged, "Do whatever." As they walked, Stefan's blood began to boil. He couldn't stomach being saved by such an arrogant prick. The humiliation was eating him alive. When the next demons appeared, he planned to strike. He wanted to see Lepenhart begging on his knees. That was the plan until a swift chop to the neck sent him to sleep. Lepenhart muttered, "Sleep well." Suddenly shadows moved. Monsters lunged from behind their maws, wide and hungry for fresh blood. Lepenhart casually slapped them away. He strolled to a door, hunting for gold coins and hidden treasures. Then he hit the jackpot, a rare and useful magic sack. It makes anything 10 times lighter. He also knew the legendary sapphire backflow dagger was hidden nearby. Later, Stefan groaned awake, clutching his head and asking what the hell just happened to him. Our hero shrugged. "Some thugs jumped you. Don't sweat it, I'll protect you next time." Still, dizzy Stefan mutters a weak thanks. Lepenhart grinned. "Count on me, buddy. I'll probably knock you out again anyway." Bam! He was back on the floor with 3 lumps. He stood up, rubbing his head in confusion. His guard was up. How did he keep getting dropped? As they moved out, Scylla whispered, "Are you a secret member of the royal family?" "Nah, just a normal guy," he replied. But Scylla wasn't buying that lie for a single second. This man was a powerhouse with the tongue of a noble. He looked down on everyone. No commoner carries themselves with that kind of overwhelming aura and divine authority. Lepenhart realized he was acting too regal for a 22-year-old. Better dial back the arrogance a little. They reached a massive gate. I expected an exit, but fate had much darker plans. Instead, they marched straight into the lair of the terrifying boss monster known as Gra. Lepenhart froze in confusion. This monster wasn't in his memories. What was this thing doing here? Stefan flinched, terrified he'd get another mysterious and painful smack to the back of his skull. "Focus," the beast roared, shaking the earth. Lepenhart immediately yelled for a full retreat. "We're outmatched." But then a soldier pointed at the demon's hand at the legendary blade it held. It was the Blade of Alton, the lost heirloom belonging to Stefan's own noble bloodline. Edward hissed, "Leave it. That thing will tear us apart. It's way too dangerous." They needed to regroup and return with an army if they wanted to survive this boss. Stefan's pride flared up. "Never, I'd rather die in this hole than run away like a coward." He raised his steel, commanding his men to draw their weapons. "Charge," he roared heroically. Lepenhart just watched from the sidelines, thinking, this guy is a complete and total moron. It seemed these Silver Age dungeons were far more unstable and independent than he first imagined. This creature was swallowed by a glitch in the dungeon's broken system. It became a guardian, a parasite that literally eats the dungeon to survive. Once fused with the labyrinth, a monster's power level skyrockets past all logic. This apex predator is likely the same beast that slaughtered everyone years ago. Stefan's still hyping up the squad, claiming the chained beast is an easy kill. Lepenhart scoffs at Edward, warning him that they're all walking into a graveyard. The noble just snorts, calling him a vagabond who knows nothing of true honor. He claims some things are worth dying for before charging in with steel high. Our hero just watches, wondering why he's even bothering to help these suicidal knights. Alcillan is off to the side, desperately praying for a goddess's miracle. The buffed-up soldiers charge only for the first one to be sent flying instantly. Lepenhart just sighs as the creature's blade turns the squad into human pinballs. He's already realized that Stefan is the type who only understands a beating. While Stefan is a lost cause, Edward might actually have a functioning brain left. Maybe after taking a few hits, the message would finally sink into his head. Lepenhart, it was like watching a pathetic bee trying to sting a giant. Zillan finally gets serious, spinning holy flames around the skeletal demon's massive frame. He strikes a legendary pose, shouting "Sacred Flame" like a true shonen protagonist. The elf girl strikes from above, and even Stefan pulls off a decent move. He was actually skilled leagues above Edward, and trailing only behind Stefan himself. Watching Todd spam spells, he wondered if they actually had a chance of winning. The chains shatter. The beast begins chanting in a cursed forgotten tongue. Phase 2 has officially begun. A massive shockwave sends the entire party flying back. One soldier gets instant isekai'd, while Stefan somehow manages to keep his cool. The man has guts, taking a brutal blow to the stomach that sends him tumbling. Edward screams his name, but a bloody Stefan just grits his teeth and stands. Elsa unleashes a whirlwind of kicks, diving straight into the demon's hellish maw. She takes a direct hit, getting scorched by a devastating blast of fire. From the back, Zillan watches in horror as the flames roar toward the group. Our absolute Chad saves the girl, apologizing for being distracted by the chaos. Now the stage is set for a true one-on-one against the dungeon's apex. His aura flares as he wonders what 10 years of hellish training really earned. As a mere mage, he'd never gamble his life on such a suicidal mission. But as a fighter, he only feels alive when victory is a coin flip. He charges forward, certain his master is watching this legendary duel from above. He detonates a focused explosion, narrowly dodging the monster's lethal, lightning-fast counterstrike. A shallow cut opens on his shoulder, proving only magic can wound this titan. He teleports behind the beast, but a savage reverse kick sends him through stone. Zillan panics, but Lepenhart casually strolls out of the smoke, popping his neck. The fanboy is speechless. This man's physical toughness is beyond human comprehension. If I hadn't hesitated, that opening would have been mine for the taking. This has become a pure battle of reflexes, just like his old duels. The clash shakes the earth while Stefan stands frozen by their overwhelming power levels. How can a commoner manifest an aura that even high-ranking nobles can't reach? He watches the god-tier exchange, his mind unable to process such monstrous strength. Who is this mysterious powerhouse? Our boy was throwing down with that beast like a pro heavyweight champion. Slipping past another strike, he scoffed. Your patterns are basic and boring. This is total child's play. He connected with a devastating punch, nearly tearing the monster's massive arm right from its socket. Here is the catch. Dungeon guardians refuse to drop dead no matter how brutal the beating. The dungeon constantly pumps them with mana. As the beast sparked another blast, Lepenhart vanished once more. Snatching its limb, he delivered a savage face kick, followed by a relentless, bone-crushing storm of fists. Amidst the chaotic brawl, the soldiers stood frozen in place, their collective jaws hitting the floor. Lepenhart felt the eyes on him. He considered blowing the horn of calamity to end this instantly, but the risk of the entire dungeon caving in and burying everyone remained far too high. Todd bellowed from the rear. Lepen, grab a blade. We'll bless it so you can finish this. Our guy roared back, I can't channel aura into steel, you idiot. I only know how to punch. That was that. Suddenly, Zillan shouted, asking if his physique could actually withstand some serious pressure. It's built like a fortress, Lepenhart confirmed. Zillan grinned. Perfect. Then prepare for Finance's divine blessing. Gritting his teeth, he seized the boss's arms and launched the monster straight into the rafters. That crafty kid applied a metal-hardening enchantment directly onto Lepenhart's living flesh. Talk about unconventional. Behind that innocent baby-faced look hid a mind for absolutely ruthless and bizarre tactical genius. Now, reinforced like living steel, Lepenhart charged, slamming a knee into the boss before unleashing fury. Against all odds, the beast clung to life until a pink laser beam finally ended its miserable existence. Praise the heavens. Our hero looked stoic while Scylla went full fanboy eyes sparkling as he cheered like a rock star. The seal flickered out. The dungeon was conquered. Stefan approached, demanding, "Are you truly Lepen?" He demanded to know why Lepenhart masked his power. Did he view them all as pathetic fools? Stefan acknowledged his strength, but claimed he'd pay for insulting the sacred honor of the knighthood. "You mocked our struggle," Stefan accused. Lepenhart simply blinked. "When did I ever laugh at you?" The harsh truth. He didn't even care enough about them to find their misery amusing. He walked off in silence, but Stefan, desperate for humiliation, lunged forward with a wild sword strike. Our hero simply leaned down for a blade, leaving the idiot to slash thin air and faceplant. Stefan turned beet red, looking utterly pathetic after being unintentionally outmaneuvered so easily like a fool. Lepenhart just handed over the blade, telling him to take the loot and be done with it. Wasn't this his goal? Edward chimed in, praising the boy's selfless victory as a mark of greatness. Little did they know, Lepenhart realized that blade was garbage compared to the legendary relics of old. Plus, he was a brawler. Swords were basically useless to him anyway. He walked away as Stefan's blood boiled. Meanwhile, in Kuril village, Salam was busy mending a child. Heading out, our hero spotted Scylla donating his entire reward to the village's struggling poor. During the trek back, a bitter Stefan demanded Edward tell him who that monster really was. Edward sighed, composedly, having expected that exact question from the frustrated and defeated knight. That boy was a magnet for trouble. Stefan grumbled, unable to accept someone could outclass him. Seriously, has reality still not smacked some sense into this delusional guy yet? To our protagonist scaling the peaks, determined to finally track down Cyrus the bronze elf. She was stuck in his mind. The only problem, a few persistent pests were tailing him. Scylla approached, speaking of goddesses, before declaring he'd chosen the pilgrim's path over the order. "And if possible, I wish to journey alongside the mightiest warrior I have ever known." Lepenhart groaned internally. He knew that obsessive sparkle and those blushing cheeks all too well. This felt like déjà vu. In every single life, there's always one persistent stalker following him. At least he's a priest. You can't exactly complain about having a top-tier healer as a sidekick. Cyrus might be vulnerable, so bringing him along was wise. Just tell him, "Follow us if you want." Scylla is already hovering nearby, asking, "What's the secret to getting those shredded god-tier abs? Should I focus on my core?" Our hero shrugs. "Just punch rocks. Eat rocks. Become the rock." Meanwhile, in a grand mansion, a dark inquiry begins. "Did you finish training that thing yet?" A servant trembles before his young master Verret, pleading that they've exhausted every brutal method possible. Verret roars. "Elves exist to serve. They should surrender their bodies and hearts to their master." No wonder she was a bargain. And yes, that cheap elf is definitely our girl, Cyrus. He insisted her skin was natural. But Verret snapped, demanding a decent replacement regardless of cost. That defiant brat had to go. She was an eyesore from the distant lands of Elvenheim. That's the third time Cyrus was returned. But look who's arriving for the ultimate rescue mission. Our main man. They've reached Chatten, the massive trade hub dominating the continent's frozen north. Prosperity flows here like golden rivers. Every street is a chaotic, thriving pulse of merchant life. Their current destination, the heart of commerce itself, the bustling capital city of Jeplin. Streets were overflowing. Scylla marveled at the scale, but Lepenhart knew merchants built this entire empire. From the very first brick, this city was fueled by pure greed and cold, hard cash. Scylla lagged behind, whining. "Slow down. Stop flexing those long legs and wait for me." The classic cliché, a wealthy prick bullying the poor. A greedy pig named Trick was screaming insults. "I'll teach you your place, beggar." Cue the dramatic music as the humiliation begins in public. After the beatdown, he tossed 30 gold coins, one per strike. Honestly, some nobles are much worse. Most lords just break your bones for free. At least this trashy merchant pays for the damage. 10 years of training for silver, yet this guy gets gold for a 10-second beatdown. Unfair. I'd say that's a total win. Look at that brat's smug smile. Scylla is fuming, but Lepenhart just shrugs. Welcome to reality. In this city, coin is king. Our little fanboy is stunned. He's seen the world, but this level of materialism is next level. He asks what the mission is. Lepenhart's answer is simple. "I'm here to make a purchase." With a legendary sharp jawline, he drops the bomb. "I've come here to buy an elf." Scylla panics, instantly clutching himself. "You creep, you're just like every other depraved man out there." Lepenhart sighs. "Listen, it's not what your dirty mind is thinking. Just let me explain, kid." But explanation or not, the boy is already storming off in a fit of righteous fury. He grumbles that Lepenhart lacks any masculine grace. Meanwhile, back at Trick's lavish estate, Trick is ranting about leeches. If money is power, why don't those lazy beggars just earn more? An elf slave nods submissively. You're absolutely right, master. Your wisdom is truly beyond compare. They're pampering the fat merchant when Verret suddenly appears. It's a reunion of two toxic souls. I heard you bought a high-tier elf recently, Trick sneers. So where is she hiding? Verret trembles with rage. Why him I returned that useless brat weeks ago for being too stubborn. The fat merchant cackles. You couldn't even break a slave elf. How pathetic and weak of you. No wonder real players thrive while you struggle with basics. You're just an incompetent merchant. What a burn, Verret stammers that she was cheap because she'd been returned a dozen times. Trick smells opportunity. If I tame that slave, I'll prove once and for all who's the alpha. Elsewhere, Lepenhart stares down at Sillin. Mind telling me what exactly you're doing on the pavement? Sillin is grinding out reps, desperate for gains. Our hero just thinks, man, this kid is pathetic. Don't kill yourself, kid. You'll be a walking muscle cramp by sunset if you keep this up. Sillin scoffs, I'm built different. This won't slow down our journey even by a single second. Suddenly, he's fully recovered and looking adorable. I can just burn off the fatigue with magic. Why does the artist sketch Sillin with more detail than the elves? Finally, it clicks. That guy's muscles won't grow because healing magic acts like a time rewind on his cells. Using holy power on torn muscles just resets them to their weak, untrained state from before. This kid is truly the biggest idiot ever. Imagine suffering through hellish training only to magically undo it. He's been wasting time for 5 years. He asks if that long hair is a nuisance, but Sillin says it grows back instantly when cut. Lepenhart doesn't waste time. With artifact gold in hand, they're heading straight to the slave market. The market is packed, but the undisputed stars are the high-priced and highly coveted elves. Their looks perfectly match human fantasies, making them far more valuable than any other race. A top-tier killer elf can fetch a price of over 800 gold coins. Women cost 400 kids 30, while gladiators and orc babies are cheaper than street food. But male elves, nobody wants them. They usually end their own lives before the deal is done. Those guys have too much pride to live in cages. Death is their only path to freedom. These elves live 4 times longer than humans, basically giving you a servant for an entire lifetime. Logically, the cost-benefit is great. But Leopard warns that you still have to be smart. There's a story about a merchant who bought an elf baby and died while bottle-feeding it. The kid never matured. Ironically, this cruel market is named Elvenheim, just like the elves' sacred land. Sillin cutely observes that the slaves look healthy, assuming they're being treated with great care. But Leopard knows better. A cage is a cage, and none of them are truly smiling. Sillin wonders if they're happier here, safe from hunger and war, living peacefully among humans. Lepa sighs. That's just the classic human delusion used to justify a dark reality. Strength alone can't change hearts. People don't respect kindness. They only bow to the weight of fear. In this life, he'll build a diverse empire far from the shadow of the former Demon King. Oh boy, the irony. Isn't that exactly what you were trying to do, you magnificent bastard? Suddenly, a merchant appears from the shadows. The elite killer elves have finally arrived on stage. They enter with practiced seduction, promising to obey every whim of their future master. While Sillin hides her eyes in a shy panic, our protagonist is searching only for Cirrus. He's disappointed. Seeing the descendants of noble spirit fairies reduced to this circus act is pathetic. Cutting through the fluff, he demands to see a dark-skinned killer elf instead. The merchant smirks at his unique taste. It's a rare request, but he's got something special. Walking the halls, our boy spots elves forced into bizarre dances for the amusement of the rich. With 500 years to live, they can dance by that fountain forever, the merchant boasts. He rambles about their skills and harvests, but Lepenhart tells him to shut up and keep moving. Startled by the cold tone, the poor guide stammers an apology and leads them deeper inside. He stops at cell 148. Inside, these slaves are training for combat all day long. Honestly, if these elves revolted, they'd take over this entire city in a single afternoon. There she is, the man points. Lepenhart's eyes well up. She's fighting for her life with paper. Girl, that's not a sword. Suddenly his mind drifts back to a memory from his past life. We see Lepenhart teaching her the delicate art of potion making, warning her about the risks. Boom. A massive explosion rocks the room. Clearly, he wasn't exactly a master teacher back then. He's repeating yesterday's mistakes. As he blushes, she strokes his hair, calling her old master adorable. Embarrassed, he asks when she'll stop calling him Lord and use his real name. She refuses. To her, he is her only master. Why? Well, that remains a mystery for now. The flashback fades as the castle falls under attack. 4 legendary warriors stand behind our hero. One warrior bids him farewell. Lepenhart asks why they all look like they're at a funeral, refuse to fall, even as the entire continent united to crush him. Facing the world's absolute might, they fear the coming post-war silence. One strike could erase their nation. Their very existence was deemed an unpardonable sin. Can Lepen handle them? He urges them to flee while he holds Garrick. He offers Alport a final apology. He gave everything yet ultimately failed them. The dwarf disagrees. This wasn't just support, it was the hand of fate. Prophecy foretold an elf companion, an orc guide, and a hero crossing Taimon, who were destined for him. He was the savior meant to rewrite destiny. Lepen is baffled. He wrecked their temple, yet they worship him as God. With Alport's blessing, they part. Cyrus vows she will wait for him forever. Lepen remains grim. In this world, fate is never a promise you keep. He urges her to move on if he falls. She refuses, eternally loyal. She silences him with a kiss. A romantic spark amidst a brutal war. How sweet. But back in reality, the poor girl is a walking skeleton. The vendor is ashamed. She's an untamable defective product returned 3 times. She has the skills, but her fierce personality makes her completely worthless. Now she's just a living punching bag used to train the other slaves. The merchant sneers, asking if our hero still wants this broken mess. Lepen agrees instantly. The merchant assumes a weird fetish. 300 gold sold. Scylla finds it cheap. The guy agrees. She's just a defective, broken reject. Desperate to sell, the deal closes. Cyrus meets her new master. Emaciated and drained, her health is gone. Lepen sees her life was hell. He offers his coat. The dealer suggests a priest, but Lepen declines. Cylon will heal her. He names her Cyrus. She accepts with cold indifference. He senses her hesitation. You didn't like the name, did you? She shrugs. She is now Sir Cyrus, and she'll burn that name into her soul. He wraps her tight. You are Cyrus Valencia, a slave with a surname. Is that your name? No, he says. It's the name you were meant for. He's Lepenhart, and this is Cylon the priest. She nods in silent understanding. Later, the vendor panics. Did someone really buy slave number 148? A chubby noble is furious. He suspects Dan Verrett beat him to her. The merchant denies it. It was just some random youth no one knew. He paid in cold cash. No names, no records, just a clean exit. It's rare for an unknown to drop that much gold so suddenly. The vendor calls her defective. Describe him. The guy was a literal mountain, tall, broad, and absolutely jacked. You couldn't possibly miss a man like that. Meanwhile, our rascal has already gifted Cyrus a brand new outfit. It's temporary, he says. They'll find better gear once they hit the streets. Is she hungry? She tells him to do whatever he wants with her. He asks her to trust him. She fears abandonment. A classic awkward misunderstanding. Cyrus is baffled. New clothes and respect. This guy's playing a weird game. Travel companion, Cyrus thinks she finally figured out his specific fetish. He's a pervert, obsessed with adventure, roleplay, and fantasy story tropes. She imagines he'll drag her to a cave for some hero roleplay. If he wants a night, fine. I'll call you Lord Lepenhart then. Next we see her cheeks full, devouring lobster like a beast. That glutton, I've never even tasted lobster. One bite is all I ask. Lepen explains that Liani's Grace is the most legendary restaurant in all of Jeplin. They worship the goddess of abundance, so naturally the portions are absolutely humongous. Scylla quips that if it's the goddess of abundance, the food should probably be free of charge. Lepen fires back, noting that Scylla's own team rakes in serious cash just for healing people. The fanboy stammers a defense, but Lepen exposes his massive gold earnings. Suddenly they notice Cyrus is absolutely demolishing her meal. She instantly freezes, trying to act sophisticated, while Lepen worries the food isn't to her ladylike taste. In his memories, this was their favorite spot for every single celebration they ever had. Things are different now. Before she was his savior. This time, he's simply her master and buyer. Her gaze has changed, but that's fine. Soon enough, she'll realize the true depth of his intentions. This bond is enough for now. At a nearby armory, the smith boasts his gear is truly one of a kind. Lepen generously offers Cyrus any weapon her heart desires. Now this is getting interesting. She grabs a small blade, but he asks if she prefers a scimitar. She's fuming. How did this jerk know her secret preference? Scylla assumes it's just her natural warrior instinct, the mark of a true fighter's soul. One look is all it takes to read a soul. Meanwhile, Scylla is over the moon with his new mythical dagger. Lepen wonders why a priest needs a deadly blade. Suddenly, he senses a pair of cold eyes watching their every move. A group of suspicious men in black robes approach, demanding a private moment for a little chat. Things were going too smoothly. Lepen asks what they want. Their leader sneers, claiming a friend wants that elf for himself. Lepen coldly asks, and the thug offers a card, promising a king's ransom if he hands the elf over immediately. With that kind of gold, he could easily purchase a top-tier elf of the highest caliber. It's the chance of a lifetime. Naturally, Lepen isn't interested. The man warns him he doesn't understand the situation. He claims a reward is better than nothing. But Lepen glares him down, warning that he won't say it again. He isn't selling. The thug turns away, muttering, "Fine, have it your way then. You're quite attached to that elf." They vanish, leaving Lepen annoyed. Who do these losers think they are threatening him? Back at Trick's mansion, the boss is losing his mind. How could they return without the elf? The soldier explains that the eccentric brat refused every offer no matter how much gold was thrown at him. The portly villain suggests a simpler plan: just beat him up and seize the elf by force. The servant agrees but urges patience. There were too many witnesses around to stage a kidnapping just yet. They'll snatch her later and pay the boy hush money, claiming the elf died in a tragic accident. Greedy scoundrel loves the plan. He orders them to bring a man named Lantis for the job. Back at home, Lepin is still swimming in gold. He planned to spend 2,000, yet he's richer than expected. Still, it's peanuts compared to his grand vision. He's planning to rebuild an entire fallen empire. Time to invest. He recalls that the Croins region is about to be devastated by a massive food shortage. Despite their vast lands and the goddess of agriculture's blessing, they are completely unprepared for the coming disaster. Thousands will perish from starvation. Soon the unthinkable will become a horrifying daily reality in that cursed land. Buying up all the grain right now is the ultimate power move for a future tycoon. Three major merchant guilds rule the city: Rolfine, Charon, and Tavin. Rolfine belongs to the scum who kidnapped Cirrus. Out of the remaining choices, the Tavin group seems like the most promising partner for his scheme. Their crest is a mind symbol. The man scratching his head is their eccentric leader, the famous Cybolt Tovin. He's stressed. The Rolfine merchants are slashing wheat prices in half, absolutely crushing the local market competition. Suddenly, the door swings open. A boy announces that a mysterious investor has arrived to save the day. Cybolt tries to decline, but stops cold when he hears the investment is 1,500 gold coins. Lepin stands tall, with arms crossed, declaring every single coin will be spent on purchasing grain. His master plan: resell the stock to the Crovan region during next year's critical harvest season. Cybolt is baffled. He explains that Crovan is legendary for its productivity. Why would they need grain? Pitching grain to these guys felt as absurd as hawking soap to stinky orcs. Absolute madness. Lepenhart notes, the orc horde actually smells great since they've embraced hygiene. Cybolt looks baffled, but our hero tells him to drop the questions and just deal with it. If this gamble fails, the gold vanishes from his pocket alone. Why stress over his own loss? However, the boss argues that such a reckless investment is simply impossible to approve. He needs a rethink, or it's just lighting cash on fire. Lepenhart rises, declaring, if my gold isn't welcome here, we'll find another partner. The merchant panics, begging him to stay. He admits the Tovin Merchant Guild is currently treading dangerous financial waters. In reality, that massive pile of gold is their only ticket to survival. Ultimately, he caves and accepts. Lepenhart recalls this guy's stubbornness from his past life. He firmly warns that he'll control every copper of his own fortune. They must finalize the contracts immediately. If even one coin goes missing, there will be hell to pay. Agreement reached. Now Lepenhart calls in a favor. He needs their vast spy network to dig up dirt on a specific mage in the Magic Tower. No prizes for guessing. He's tracking down the real Lepenhart, the man now known as Tessin. Outside, Cirrus trains with her blade alongside Selin. She recalls the High Elves' oath as the sacred guardians of the Great Woods. Every elf is destined for eternity, under the divine grace of the World Tree Elvenheim. Beasts were their kin, while the ancient boughs offered an endless harvest of nature's bounty. Despite humans hunting them like cattle, the glorious Aelia Empire is fated to rise once more. As an heir to the great fairies, she swore to remember until her entire world was consumed by fire. Another captive whispered she was beautiful enough to fetch a high price on the auction block. She was told to master submissiveness to find a kind master. Instead, she received only brutal lashings and scraps. The other slaves mocked her. They thought her royal blood was a curse that only invited more suffering. Resistance had a heavy price. Yet Cirrus clung to the image of her elders, who always walked with steel in hand. Gripping a sword brought her peace. With every swing, she feels the pride of her fallen parents. Sadly, as the years bleed together, those precious memories begin to wither away. Only her mother's final whisper remains. Never let them break your noble spirit. Selin applauds her skills, begging to know her secret. She simply shrugs and tells him to practice harder. Selin feigns frustration, grumbling that every warrior gives that same boring advice. He shadowboxes clumsily, claiming he's a natural. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes through the hall. They've been found at last. A shadowy figure demands the elf step forward. It's that wretched woman again, claiming it's time to meet her true owner. Talk about bad timing. Selin stands tall, hands on his hips, demanding to know who invited these losers. The thugs sneer, telling them to surrender quietly so they can clean up the mess. As a thug lunges wildly, Cirrus blurs into motion. Her blade bites deep into the lead attacker's throat. They swarm her, but she's a whirlwind of death. One spin, two stabs, three bodies hit the floor. The survivors tremble in fear. How can a mere slave possess such terrifying godlike martial prowess? Selin starts chanting support magic, but a projectile nearly takes his head off. The villains sneer that killing a nameless pilgrim won't cause any stir. Selin fumes, but Cirrus signals him to stay cool. He steps forward with chilling composure, assuring Selin she's got this. The soldier's ego takes a hit from her sheer audacity. "Unleash Talcata," they shout. Looks like they brought their own secret weapon to this fight. A slave duel. The massive orc grunts in a gravelly tone. Talcata works. Talcata claims the elf. "This is your destiny," he rumbles. Cirrus instantly senses the immense power radiating from him. The boss orders Talcata to capture her unharmed. Cirrus attempts to parry, but a savage hooking blow smashes into her shoulder. She barely rolls with the impact. This beast isn't just a brute, he's blindingly fast and dangerously powerful. While counterattacking, she deeply regrets, leaving her primary scimitar behind in the room. He evades her, prompting Cirrus to unleash a graceful acrobatic kick. The leader screams for Talcata to end this farce. Talcata's getting cranky. If he doesn't wrap this up, he'll miss dinner. He roars and charges once more. As they collide, he brings down a mountain-shattering strike, but Cirrus dives straight into the danger zone. The orc's face says it all. He's cooked. Cyrus ducks under the blade, locking eyes with the panicked monster. The moment his sword whiffs, she flashes a wicked grin and aims straight for his neck. Lucky for the orc, his armor holds. He can't believe this girl charged him like a total lunatic. Suddenly, Scylla yells to Cyrus, "Watch out, block those daggers." The mage starts his buff, but a soldier hurls a knife. Naturally, Cyrus leaps in to save him, but that distraction ruins the spell. Too slow, losers. The whole squad gets absolutely flattened. Wait. Scylla says it only works on undead. Run for it, this just buys us some time. Cyrus grabs him, kicks a sword away, and pulls off a crazy parkour move up the wall. The guards are screaming for blood, but then a new challenger appears, mocking their pathetic struggle. He's shocked Talcata failed to catch her, and now the true old monster of the battlefield arrives. This veteran has 70 years of combat experience. In a literal blink, he vanishes into thin air. The soldiers stand frozen. The sheer overwhelming gap of an aura user is absolutely terrifying to behold. The old man chuckles to himself. "It's been ages since I played a good game of hide-and-seek." Scylla panics in the rush. "We have to go back. Our weapons are still in that room." Cyrus warns him about more enemies, but Scylla knows a dagger won't cut it for this escape. They storm back in, snatch their gear, and use a stealth spell to mask their footsteps. But Lantis, the legendary swordmaster, is already prowling the hallways like a hungry predator. His aura senses everything within 30 meters. He smashes the door, stunned that a priestess has such power. A lackey asks if he lost them. Lantis snaps, "Shut up. Search every single inch of this city." Amidst the chaos, Cyrus wonders if they should disappear into the crowded streets to hide. But Scylla shakes his head. "That's a death trap. It'll only make things worse." Once the alarm sounds, the entire city will turn into a hostile zone against them. While sprinting, Cyrus realizes why so many pilgrims end up meeting their maker so early. And going back to that woman? Absolutely not. Seriously, man, what did she do to him? "I'm not going back with this weak body. We need to find Lene, and we need her now." He prays for the goddess to guide them. Hilariously, this destiny spell was actually made for couples. Is it coincidence or fate? Under goddess Philinance, love becomes a path you literally follow. Even Scylla is sweating a bit. Using a romance spell for an escape awkward. It's working though. They start praising each other's insane skills like two old masters in disguise. Reach an open field. Scylla brags about his magic, but the mood shifts instantly. That bastard Lantis is already standing there blocking their path with a menacing grin. Cyrus warns him to stay back. This guy is definitely on a whole different level. Lantis thanks them for the warm-up, but warns them that running isn't an option anymore. Cyrus charges like a beast. Turning your back on a monster like this would be suicide. It looks like a direct hit, but Lantis teleports away, impressed by the slave elf's raw talent. Suddenly behind her, Cyrus is left wondering what kind of monster they've encountered. Scylla goes full power, stacking 6 different buffs onto his dagger. Time to show him who's boss. Lantis is baffled. A priest at bishop level, who the heck uses that many buffs on a knife? Scylla brags, "Don't let the looks fool you. I'm a certified legend from the Vasselli region." Cyrus goes in swinging with everything she's got, but Lantis looks like he's just bored. Suddenly, her blade shatters. Scylla's victory celebration is cut short as the sword strikes home. Bastard is an aura. User Lantis is even annoyed he had to use his real power. Scylla realizes this is insane. A powerhouse like this has no business being in this dump. With that kind of aura, he could be a king anywhere. Why is he here? Using a swordmaster to catch slaves, that's like using a dragon's breath to cook soup. Scylla eavesdrops and realizes the truth. This man is Lantis, once a legendary knight of the Empire. Born to nobility, he mastered aura before turning 40. But Lantis harbored a dark, unspoken secret. His depravity began with elven slaves, and spread to the capital, eventually targeting nobles and ending his glory. Scylla finally understands where this vile monster has been hiding all along. It was pathetic seeing an aura user fall so low. He truly was as disgusting as the rumors. Lantis just shrugs, claiming a man has to survive even when times get desperate. He had vanished to this dump after being kicked out of the Tycoon kingdom. Nearby soldiers realize that hiring such a powerhouse is a massive advantage for any merchant group. Lantis enjoys a life of luxury and freedom while burning through their endless supply of gold. Suddenly, Lantis targets Scylan, swearing to seal his holy magic before the priest can speak. Scylan is brutally struck down, yet he still begs Lantis to spare the innocent elf. While others fear Trick's rage, Lantis casually suggests they just find a priest to heal her. His gaze turns predatory as he notes that Scylan has quite a handsome face. The situation turns dire. Lantis grins, looking forward to a very twisted and unique experience. A massive hand reaches out, but a blade flashes. It's not our hero yet, it's Scylan standing firm. Despite the seal, he rises, refusing to let these monsters have their way any longer. Lantis is baffled. How can a man with severed tendons move like a beautiful living zombie? He decides they will simply have to hack off all 4 limbs to keep him down. Suddenly, an explosion erupts. Lepenhart arrives with total swagger, ready to make them pay for Cyrus. He strides forward with lethal grace, tossing his coat aside like a true boss. Lantis trembles, trying to gauge this kid. A mountain of overwhelming aura surrounds his entire body. A panicked soldier identifies him as the man who originally bought the elf. Lantis snaps, realizing this is no ordinary brat. His survival instincts are screaming at full volume. He realizes the kid is an aura user. But how can someone so young possess such power? He looks 30 at most. Lantis draws his blade, excited to finally face a real challenge. Lepenhart sneers, mocking the old man for pretending to have any shred of knightly honor. He calls him a filthy pervert. Lantis lunges in a rage, and Lepenhart meets him head-on. As the sword swings, Lepenhart starts punching the raw steel with his bare fists. The watching knight is speechless. Our hero's presence swells, making him look 5 meters tall. It is a total clash of titans. Lantis writhes in pain while the soldiers watch in terror. One soldier warns the other that interfering now would only lead to a meaningless death. Scylan begins healing Cyrus, who wonders if Lepenhart has truly mastered mana at his age. Lantis struggles, realizing his opponent isn't just a mana user, he is a master of combat. Nothing makes sense. Was he a teenage prodigy, or just a 40-year-old with a baby face? Lepenhart lands another heavy blow, disgusted that such a creep possesses such refined sword skills. From now on, he will punch anyone who claims the sword path builds a good character. Lantis crashes into a pillar, reeling from how his slashes are being parried by bare knuckles. He gasps, asking if the boy is a disciple of Gerard, the legendary king of fists. Lepenhart stays silent while the villain wonders why a master would risk everything for a slave. Lepenhart scoffs at the term. He declares that those they call slaves have hearts and souls too. Strikes again as Lantis dodges, dismissing the hero's words as nothing but idealistic nonsense. Lepenhart recalls how this prejudice was just as deep-rooted in his previous life. Humans watched other races suffer and bleed, yet felt their pain mattered less than their own. Lantis counters, claiming that humans were born to be the rightful masters of the world. Lepenhart coldly retorts that he only thinks that because humans happen to be winning right now. Imagine the irony if he wore the shackles instead of holding the whip. Humanity cheered as orcs fell into bondage, then toasted to the dwarves' chains. Elves were next, yet the humans only cared because they held the leash. Lantis sneers, asking if he's gone insane for treating slaves like equals. Lepen's fist craters the earth as he roars. Cyrus is no slave. Lantis dodges. Mid-roar, Lepen realizes this rotten world order is begging for a violent collapse. Mankind's arrogance blinded them. Their twisted status quo was a ticking time bomb. If the cycle persists, the hunters will inevitably become the hunted, locked in cages. Evolution wasn't coming fast enough, so he decided to force the world's hand. Success. A devastating haymaker sends Lantis flying, turning the wall into mere rubble. Lantis crashes through the building while Lepen declares Cyrus is officially off limits. He's rewriting destiny for her. Cyrus doubts his sanity, but her mother's wisdom sparks a smile. Buried under debris, the once proud Lantis pathetically whimpers for a scrap of mercy. Lepen stares down, questioning why a bottom-feeding creep deserves even an ounce of pity. He swears to repent, and for a second his desperate face actually looks honest. Lantis begs for trust, promising a holy life, but Lepen is sick of their logic. You truly think a cheap apology washes away a lifetime of blood and agony? Real redemption requires leaving this world, not clinging to it. Lantis knows it's over. By staining his hands with filth, Lepen shrugs, his hands are already soaked in crimson. Ethics don't bother him now. Suddenly, he nods, choosing to believe the hollow words. His knuckles crack. Since you want forgiveness so badly, let's settle the bill. Boom. One final strike ends it. Scum like him don't get to use the word forgiveness. Phew, I almost lost it thinking he'd let that snake slide. That was too close. Good riddance. Lepen checks the duo, but dang it, I misgendered Scylan again. My bad. Scylan confirms the mending is complete. Meanwhile, a recovered Cyrus gazes at Lepenhart with concern. Our hero is low-key crying inside because she finally addressed him with actual words. The cowards try to bolt, but Lepen warns another step means a one-way ticket to hell. Paralyzed by fear, the goon spins around, suddenly eager to be the most helpful guy alive. Straight to the point, Lepen demands to know which puppet master is pulling the strings. He hesitates, but the cold steel of Lepen's blade suggests silence will be very painful. Who talks mercy while unsheathing a sword? Cut to a bunch of thugs begging to talk. Truth spills out, it's that slimeball Trick from the notorious Roll Merchant group. He's hiding in a Zeppelin mansion. Just head south down Triumph Street to find him. Lepen remembers. This monster tormented Cyrus for 10 years in his past life. In the previous timeline, death cheated Lepen of revenge. The target died peacefully in bed. A soldier warns that Trick's wealth is a pillar of the empire. Attacking is suicide. Lepen's gaze turns icy. He knows Trick's black heart better than anyone in this world. He strolls away casually, reminding everyone he's technically keeping his no-killing promise for now. Stay warm, boys, he jests. The healed thugs are left confused by this bizarre turn. Verrett's estate, the boss demands the elf's location, but his henchman is clueless. The delivery is late. Why the fuss? Apparently the elves were gifts from Lord Lantis. Suddenly the quiet night is shattered by a frantic ruckus echoing from the gates. That sound? Just guards getting their skulls repositioned by some high-velocity justice. Lepen orders a quick heal for the grunts, while Sillin kindly wipes their traumatizing memories. It's a clean sweep, no physical scars, no mental trauma, and zero evidence of entry. Lepen admits having him nearby is actually quite useful. Alone, he would have slit throats in silence. But suddenly, an orc blocks the path. Talcata declares no human passes. Our polyglot protagonist retorts that a true warrior should recognize the truth. That trash isn't worth guarding. Why unsheath steel for such a pathetic coward? Talcata stands firm. A warrior follows orders. Betraying his duty means losing his precious honor forever. Is being a slave your duty? Lepen mocks. That man is no master. Talcata simply shrugs. Forced or not, a task is absolute. Lepen just gives a knowing smirk. Orcs are so stubborn. Sillin gapes at his linguistic skills, but Cyrus steps forward to handle this personally. He doubts her, but she promises victory. Her new weapon is on another level. Talcata senses the frail elf has evolved. Lepen tells Sillin to stay sharp and watch closely. If things go south, unleash that hidden power of yours immediately. He strolls past. The orc is stunned. My prey is ahead, Lepen says. Don't dishonor yourself by attacking behind. The logic hits home. The orc nods impressed and actually steps aside for him. That stench. Lepen knows it well. It is that illicit drug the corrupt nobles crave. He kicks the door open. His face darkens. The curtains are completely soaked in fresh blood. Two creeps spin around, screaming. Who is this intruder, guards? Get this lunatic out of here right now. Lepen has seen hell, but this depravity, even he finds it hard to believe. Narcotics spill everywhere as the villain stands. Who do you think you are barging in? Our hero stares at the ground. He sees the broken bodies of innocent elven girls. His face twists into a terrifying, joyful mask. Trick frantically shrieks for Talcata, and the guard's silence follows. Panic sets in. How much are you a rival merchant? Name your price. Nothing else matters. Just give me a number, and I will double it instantly. You have always been scum. I failed to stop you before, but this life, it ends here. A brutal gut punch lands. The coward is already puking up his expensive dinner. The tubby fool whines about fairness. Lepen yanks his hair. You are the one who hurt Cyrus. Pure savagery. He plunges his hand in, and literally tears the man apart from within. Blood sprays everywhere, coating Verrett. He screams in terror, calling our hero a complete psychopath. He used his bare hands. To monsters who treat slaves like objects, this probably feels unfair. Shaking like a leaf, the fool stammers. You killed him. You are just a murderer. He actually claims he was honest. No shame at all for his mountain of sins. Cyrus and Sillin witness the carnage. Staring at the corpse, Cyrus whispers, that was truly savage. Lepen growls that the survivor deserves worse. Sillin agrees. The young elf marvels at his cold composure. Our main character shrugs. Years of adventuring have made him numb to such bloody sights. He grins, noting Cyrus crushed Talcata. The orc admitted he was completely outclassed by her power. Lepen activates his perception. That dying orc, there is still a slim chance to save him. Verrett screams, recognizing her. She was that worthless slave. He threw back like trash. Cyrus stays cold. Was it you? Did you murder that girl lying on the floor? He scoffs, but her blade is out. Your life is worthless, but it is the price. To die for a slave, nonsense. Too late, he is already bleeding. No more words, just the cold sting of steel. She dances with her blade. Lepen watches. Her fury is a bottomless, burning ocean of resentment. Moonlight bathes the forest camp. Talcata counts the survivors. 17 elves and 9 orcs remain. These are the mansion's survivors. Cyrus offers her thanks, but he simply waves it away. With his blade shattered, he pledges loyalty. Scylla notes the uneven genders, and the reason is sickeningly clear. You would never find a male elf kept as a common slave. The elves huddled together, whispering in their ancient tongue. Cyrus realizes she completely misread Lepen's true nature. Our hero finally returns panting with a clumsy apology. Scylla narrows her eyes at the mysterious scroll he's clutching. He reveals it's the official master slave ledger. Snatching such a high-stakes document was no walk in the park. Scylla's jaw drops at his success, but Lepen just shrugs. Simple, he quips. You just bribed the right guy. His loyal tag-along can only sigh at such reckless behavior. What a total loose cannon. Reflecting on 50 years of life, he realizes he's acting much bolder this time around. His wilder instincts are definitely in the driver's seat. Scylla asks his plan, but he only offers a cryptic smirk. Stepping before the crowd, he makes a bold declaration. No one here will live in chains any longer. He grants them total freedom, but the lifelong captives just stare back, completely lost in confusion. The very concept of liberty is a foreign language to them. Their spirits are truly broken. They complain that his new orders are too complex. Lepen's heart sinks at their lack of hope. Seeing them struggle with freedom is painful. Scylla wonders if he's becoming a traitor, but he shuts that down instantly. He'd never sell them. Scylla begs him not to retire from adventuring just to sit still. He points out they bear the new seals now. Trick's ownership has been wiped clean forever. It's a clever loophole to ensure these souls finally have a safe sanctuary to call their own. Without a home to go, to freedom feels more like a curse than a gift to them. Casting them out now would be cruel. First, he must rewrite their very mindset from the ground up. At Cybolt's trading post, the merchant is baffled. Why is his shop suddenly overflowing with Trick's former slaves? Lepen plays it cool, asking Cybolt to hide them and keep them safe for the time being. Tomorrow's headlines will explain everything, but for now, Cybolt is left completely in the dark. They must be hidden perfectly, or Cybolt becomes the prime suspect. The merchant is too terrified to even ask. Lepen tosses 100 gold coins on the table. Cybolt's eyes bulge. Did this kid just rob the Duke? He suggests a hidden facility outside Jeplin City. It's the perfect spot where no prying eyes will look. Lepen has one strict condition. There will be absolutely zero mistreatment of these people under his watch. Cybolt worries about the costs, but Lepen clarifies the gold is for one thing only: their education. The merchant is floored. Training them for labor is one thing, but school, this is unheard of. He wants them reading, writing, and debating philosophy. He's turning these laborers into scholars. Cybolt scratches his head in disbelief. Slaves learning history, the world has truly gone mad. Lepen just smiles. It's actually a brilliant move if you look at the bigger picture. High-skilled workers are more valuable, but Cybolt stubbornly believes these people are incapable of such complex learning. I'm the one with the gold, Lepen shuts him down. Just hire the teachers and keep your mouth shut. Efficiency doesn't concern him yet. Despite the weirdness, the merchant can't say no to that much gold. Finding scholars willing to teach non-humans is the real challenge. Most snobs wouldn't lower themselves to it. Lepen is 2 steps ahead. Even the most prestigious scholars can't ignore the sweet scent of cold, hard cash. Cybolt calls it pure madness. Hiring dropouts to teach slaves, it's a recipe for disaster in his eyes. It's a constant uphill battle with this merchant. Lepen clarifies he only needs them to learn the basics, just the fundamentals. Finally, Cybolt grumbles and agrees, though he's certain this experiment will fail miserably. Believe it or not, this revolutionary idea of education has been whispered about in the shadows before. In the past, nobles crushed the idea instantly. They were terrified of what an educated lower class could do. The elite cling to their human superiority, but Lepen plans to flip that arrogance right back on them. Once these people master logic and literacy, the nobles' favorite excuse for oppression will crumble into dust. These laws were designed to keep other races ignorant and prevent any chance of a grand rebellion rising up. Modern humanity has conveniently forgotten that their peace is built on a foundation of forced ignorance and fear. Just wait until Cybolt sees the results. The sheer potential of these students will leave him absolutely speechless. If the merchant is half as greedy as he looks, he'll start educating his own workers for profit. Once this fire starts, it'll spread across the entire continent like a glorious, unstoppable virus of enlightenment. Those greedy merchants only speak the language of gold. To win, Lepenhart must rewrite the very reputation he failed to fix in his past life. Oh, you devious little genius, Scylla laughs, poking fun at our protagonist's terrifyingly sharp brain. You're a real rascal, aren't you? Back at the inn, the atmosphere takes a hilariously pathetic turn as the legendary hero shamelessly begs Scylla for a few spare coins. He'd poured every last cent into Cybolt. Now broke Scylla offers to sell her new clothes, but Lepenhart refuses to let her sacrifice them. Suddenly, a soft laugh escapes her lips. He freezes, realizing it's the first genuine smile he's seen since rescuing her from those chains. Peace didn't last long. By the next sunrise, the entire city of Jeplin had descended into absolute screaming chaos. The news spread like wildfire. Trick the merchant kingpin and Verret the Karen family heir had both been brutally slaughtered overnight. The killer was a ghost. Every survivor found their memories scrambled into a hazy mess, leaving them clueless about the midnight massacre. 2 weeks later, our resident fanboy is busy praying for Finance's divine protection as the party prepares to dive into the dungeon. A pillar of celestial light erupts amidst the skeletons. Cirrus charges in like a whirlwind, while Lepenhart tanks every blow, taking 0 damage. Wiping his brow, he realizes his newly formed mana dew is performing far better than he'd anticipated for this stage. The synergy was undeniable. Scylla and Cirrus were moving in perfect harmony, their combat styles blending into a seamless dance of death. Scylla watched him unsettled. How could a boy so young possess the cold, seasoned instincts of a veteran who'd survived 1,000 wars? At this rate, he'll surpass Street Ellen herself. But one question haunts Scylla. Why was this monster of a kid unheard of in history? Did he die before his time, he wonders? Lepenhart just shrugs, noting the Elysian Ruins house far deadlier beasts than the Fulton Wastes. They had reached their destination, the treacherous peaks of the Elysian Mountains, a place where the air itself tastes like ancient power. This was the key. To reclaim his lost magical throne, Lepenhart had to find it. Standing before a massive door, he whispers, "Found you." Scylla pales, warning him that the seal is top-tier high magic. "We can't just kick this down. We need a grand mage for this." Our boy just smirks. "Give me a few seconds. I'll whip up a little something," he says, as if casting high-tier spells was easy. "A few seconds? What are you talking about?" Scylla sputters, but Lepenhart just tells him to stay cool and watch the show. "In my past life, I was a warlock," he drops nonchalantly. The revelation hits the poor priest like a physical blow to the head. A martial arts master, an awakened aura user, a genius tactician, and now a warlock. The world's balance was officially broken. "Life is so unfair," Scylla groans, looking at his own noodle arms. "He's a priest who can't even grow an ounce of muscle." "So why the delay?" Scylla asks. Lepenhart explains that even with his knowledge, gathering this much mana into his young body takes time. It's a delicate process. Channeling the energies of the universe isn't exactly a walk in the park for a physical-type body. He begins chanting in a forgotten tongue, invoking the names of ancient elders. With a sudden groan of stone, the impossible door creaks open. It was the precision of a 10-circle archmage. Scylla immediately pleads, "Please drop the warlock act. You're scaring me, man." 13 minutes of intense chanting just to open a single door. Talk about a high-effort break-in for our former magic emperor. Lepenhart grits his teeth. The door is open, that's what matters. He'd come all this way for one legendary item, the Voice of Elysian. This artifact was the reason he'd reached the 10-circle peak before. But as they step inside, his face pales. The pedestal is empty. Nothing but a dusty old staff remained. On the trek back, Lepenhart is a shell of a man reeling from the impossibility of it all. Scylla tries to state the obvious. "Look, man, someone clearly beat us to the punch. It's a ruin, not your private locker. After all, ancient treasures are first come, first served. There's no reserved sign on the secrets of the mountain right." But Lepenhart knows Zoo. This ruin wasn't meant to be. Scylla tries to cheer him up, holding a strange piece of wood. "Hey, at least we found this weird stick. It looks pretty fancy." Cyrus recognizes it instantly, her eyes widening as she whispers its elvish name. Suddenly, the wood erupts with a terrifying green energy. It's the demonic bow of Nan, a phantom weapon that amplifies the user's focus into pure destructive force. This is no ordinary treasure. Carved from the world tree itself, its power is staggering. A single test shot completely disintegrates a massive tree into splinters. "Who in their right mind would leave this behind?" he screams. "Who was powerful enough to steal his prize and discard a legendary bow?" Scylla is floored. He never imagined that piece of wood was actually a world-class relic. Cyrus can only stare in absolute awe. The young girl tilts her head, wondering why anyone would abandon such a masterpiece. "And how did you know it was an artifact?" He couldn't exactly say she told him in his past life, so he just plays it cool. "Oh, you know, I just heard rumors and stuff." Seeing his gloomy face, Scylla pats his back. "Don't beat yourself up. The continent is crawling with ruins. We'll find another one." But deep down, Lepenhart is crushed. The Voice of Elysian was unique, the only shortcut to reclaiming his god-tier magic in this lifetime. Eventually, the weary party reaches Guihallen village. At least for tonight, the boys can forget their troubles over a massive steaming feast. Our tough chef serves up a feast, praying they don't eat the kitchen's entire inventory. Compliments fly everywhere as she beams, praising their cook's legendary skills. Sadly, some entitled jerks recently stopped by just to trash-talk the menu. Sin investigates the culprits, learning they were noble knights, passing through last week. They were ruins hunting, so Lepin immediately drops cash for the juicy details. Viscount Kelburn's squad was bizarre, with every member seemingly outclassing the boss. One particular knight was decked out in blinding head-to-toe gold. His radiant gear screamed high level, yet he remained a total gentleman throughout. Lipa recognizes that shiny fashion disaster instantly. Meanwhile, Captain Us receives a grand welcome. Us credits Kelburn for the win, while the Viscount plays the doting mentor. The Golden Kingdom Knights are basically celebrities around here thanks to your fame. Witnessing your combat was a dream. Hus just shrugs it off like nothing. He claims his 1/3 share of loot. Surely our hero is already tracking them. Back at the meeting, they discuss the division of these ancient relics. The elder agrees, easily honored just to breathe the same air as a knight. This greedy old man knows connections are worth way more than mere gold. Check out this split-screen art. The artist is really flexing that visual metaphor. Us asks about the rare metals. Kelburn is already forging them into epic gear. Seems like he has an army of master dwarves on speed dial. Suddenly, the old man laughs and summons his daughters. We know where this is going. He pushes his daughters toward us, hoping to strengthen their bond regardless of marriage. Us is a total Sigma, completely immune to these romantic traps. He vows never to look at another woman. Kelburn literally recoils from the rejection. Did he just offend him? Mentioning a brother makes us shatter his glass in rage, blood dripping everywhere. Terrifying. He apologizes, but a guard bursts in screaming about a demon from the loot. It is a terrifying centaur monster with elbow blades yeeting soldiers into the stratosphere. Us realizes it was a hidden summoning trap mixed in with the artifacts. Furious that such a slip-up happened, Us grits his teeth in pure anger. A mysterious figure with a massive shield and sword approaches the carnage. This kid is giving off serious guts vibes. Is it just me? Mages are spamming fireballs and ice blasts in a desperate attempt to stop it. Pure chaos reigns as the demonic beast refuses to stay down. Russ thinks the monster is trapped and wants to wait for the captain, but the discount Guts ignores orders, charging in alone like a total maniac. He leaps with pure willpower, but I bet he is about to get wrecked. He scores a hit, but the monster just swats him away like a fly. As he staggers up, a massive fire spell slams into the creature's chest. Sun orders Lot to ignore the idiot and secure the defensive line. Russ coldly disowns Russ, claiming he would never share blood with someone so unclean. Was Russ's mom some kind of demi-human or just a commoner? That is a Steven, a beast only Aura Masters can hope to take down. Russ drops his sword and strikes a pose, summoning Eldra like a budget Power Ranger. The legendary gold armor manifests. Now we know how Lepenhart recognized this guy. And of course, the actual fight gets cut right when it is getting good. We return to our protagonist, and the little lady who explains that Usus is one of the continent's most formidable magic swordsmen. Rumors claim he rivals Aura users in power. Ah, so he is not one. I thought he was a total beast, but here he is starving for strength. Lepin, however, is completely unfazed. He simply remarks that Cyrus looks adorable in that little pajama set. Sillin then notes that despite using magic swordsmanship, they are actually dealing with someone on the level of an Aura user. Lepin says it is hard to judge. The Eldred armor was the most devastating weapon of its era. The catch, mastering the sheer power it bestowed, was nearly impossible. That relic was forged from the true gold of Eldril, a legendary material infinitely more durable than mithril. Both the armor and the blade were hailed as the ultimate masterpieces of the Silver Age. Owning that gear allows one to cast infinite spells with a mere thought. Yet true combat prowess still depends entirely on the wielder. Suddenly, Usus declares he will become one with the feather that rides the gale. As the beast lunges, he strikes with a divine vertical/awakening Eldred's power. He aims for the head. Boom, an 8-circle explosion. Back in bed, our main character notes that House Tens has invested centuries into researching Eldred's hidden potential. They know a powerful tool does not make one invincible. Sillin observes that he seems to deeply respect this magic swordsman right. Usually Aura users are quite arrogant. Lepin explains that House Tens has mastered armor techniques that transcend ordinary swordsmanship. Back on the battlefield, the Golden Knight is mid-fight, preparing a massive spiritual assault. Honestly, every knight has about 15 magic bubbles around them. Let's just say he unleashed a devastating attack. While the beast falls, Lepin explains, not every swordsman can awaken the power of Aura. However, the golden armor is always inherited by the most vital member of that generation. A legendary knight is always present. This is why House Tens is so terrifying. They are guaranteed a warrior in every era who rivals an Aura Master. He closes in for another lethal strike now. Invoking the blessing of the Ice Goddess, he carves a massive crater into the monster's chest as the crowd erupts in cheers. As he stands victoriously in his swag armor, Lepin lies in bed, wondering if he could actually take that guy down. Sillin asks if our boy intends to wage war on House Tens. Lepin says no, but he must reclaim the lost artifacts. Sillin is way too honest for this. Sillin says he helped our hero before because it was the righteous path, liberating slaves from their agonizing suffering. House Tens explored the ruins legitimately and claimed the artifacts fairly. There was no crime in their actions. If he were to seize them now, it would be nothing more than common thievery. Lepin realizes he must convince these kids somehow. He decides to drop a bombshell. They are actually companions of a legend. Apparently, he brings up his connection to Master Gerard, claiming he must retrieve the treasures the master hid in the dungeons, including that armor. Sillin starts thinking it actually makes sense. Our boy argues it is the only way he could know every secret path of the ruins. He feels a pang of guilt for deceiving Scylla, but he has no choice. He desperately needs those artifacts for his journey. The boy, though tricked, still finds the whole situation quite peculiar. Despite the item's value, Lepen never seemed like a thief, leading Scylla to believe he truly needs them for a greater purpose. That kid is too sharp to be fooled easily. Lepen just doubles down, insisting the need is absolute. Back with Eustace, a high-ranking officer approaches with praise, calling the display of power absolutely incredible. The monster stood no chance against the Golden Knight, but Eustace just coldly tells them to clean the mess and get lost. He then glares at Russ with pure disdain, saying a warrior who only knows a single vertical slash is utterly worthless. He tells him to stop shaming the name of the House of the Sword of Tens. Wait, a protagonist who only does vertical slashes. Doesn't that sound like that one story about the lazy noble? You know, the one where the guy just does downward swings and becomes an absolute monster? Same energy, dude. Russ insists he still belongs to the house and the sword he wields. The next dawn there, he is again practicing his downward slashes. At least the guy has iron determination. In the morning, the others demand to know why he acted so stupidly during yesterday's raid. He continues his training, simply answering that his goal was to slay the demon. They call him a complete idiot. No one asked for his help. He should have just stayed back and waited for the captain. Russ turns around with fire in his eyes. I am of House Tens. If you have a problem, challenge me to a duel. I accept. I expected a real fight, but they just called him a bastard and scurried away like cowards. Meet Russ. He's powerful, yet he's mastered only one move, a single vertical slash and a breathing art. Wait, that's technically two. Regardless, any grandmaster witnessing that strike would call it a work of art. But outside of that lone technique, the poor guy literally has nothing else in his arsenal. Though the Tens may have lost their way as a noble knight lineage, even their guards are elite. Oddly, Russ's father claimed he had nothing to teach. Truth is the vassals forbade training an illegitimate child. The father secretly whispered that this move was a hidden fragment of the ultimate sword path. These motions were the key to awakening Aura, a legendary power lost to their bloodline for ages. I see. Despite the household's cold shoulder, his father gifted him the secret of the downward strike. Since that day, Russ has been on an absolute grind. Talk about legendary main character focus right. The irony, House Tens, once home to the world's strongest warriors, now has a useless kid doing nothing. The world mocks him as pathetic, claiming his very existence drags the family name through the dirt. In the window, Use sneers, mocking that a basic attack will never reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It's a tragic state, especially since the other fragments of the sword's path have vanished into history. He calls his brother an idiot, yet watches him intently. Talk about a classic edgy rival trope. You pretend to hate him when he's near, but you're secretly rooting for him, aren't you, Yusunder? Russ is out there screaming and exhausted while you're whispering from afar that the kid's a genius. Seriously, I can't tell if he loves him, hates him, or thinks he's a total failure. I'm lost. Meanwhile, Lepenhart is lurking in the shadows of the forest, deciding it's time for a stealthy infiltration. He's fuming because that greedy Viscount lives in a fortress that's practically a small mountain. No surprise there. The man is a tycoon who hoards all the mineral wealth in the territory. The weary guards were just finishing their shift when bam, Lepenhart strikes their necks, sending them to dreamland. As two knights stroll down the hall discussing armor, they have absolutely no idea they're being watched. Lepenhart is clinging to the ceiling like a human gecko, wondering how his life came to this. Still, he slips from pillar to pillar, realizing he actually has a natural gifted talent for thievery. Spotting the sentries ahead, he identifies the elite guards of House Tens by their superior steel plating. He delivers a brutal elbow to one's gut, and drops the other instantly with a cold rear-naked choke. After hog-teeing the losers, he approaches the door, instantly detecting high-tech heat and motion sensors. Disabling it is a nightmare, but he reasons every magical barrier needs a core to stay powered. He finds a peculiar stone on the floor, etched with glowing runes that reveal its true purpose. He shatters it, the barrier dissolves, and he steps into the hall, surrounded by stolen artifacts and harps. The collection is a mess. The items are mislabeled as if the thief had no idea what treasures they held. He blurs through the corridors, knocking out everyone in his path while struggling not to accidentally kill them. When mages launch a massive fireball, our hero grabs a guard and uses him as a human shield. The mage screams monster, but Lepenhart knew the guard's uniform was enchanted with fire resistance. A volley of arrows rains down, but they bounce off Lepenhart's body, like harmless drops of water. Suddenly, liquid-like chains wrap around him, constricting his movements. Even the legendary Lepenhart is impressed. The enemies realize they can't kill him, so they're settling for total immobilization. These knights are actually competent. Suddenly, the heavy sound of a shield slamming the ground echoes through the grand hall. Russ charges in, shouting about the Sword of Tens. Lepenhart just sighs at the kid's reckless stupidity. But the boy isn't stopping. He's coming in hot with that signature devastating downward slash. Lepenhart recognizes Russ from somewhere. The boy's stance is average, but that overhead strike is surreal. The blade descends with terrifying precision, looking like it would cleave through anything in its path. Lepenhart uses the chains to parry the sword and delivers a rib-shattering counter that sends Russ spinning. Our hero is baffled. How can someone have a god-tier strike but be so trash at actual combat? He's the most bizarrely unbalanced fighter he's ever met, but then a booming voice interrupts the chaos. Man, it's obviously that troublemaker. Eustace causing drama again. Our hero tries to explain, but the Golden Knight won't listen, calling it pathetic for a master to spend their nights robbing houses. Lepin insists he has valid reasons, but the knight basically tells him to save it for his trial. Suddenly, our boy lunges. At the undefeated academy, the golden rule is simple: strike first or lose. They clash. Lepin slides under a blade and aims a heavy punch, but the knight barely evades. The soldiers are lost. Why did the invincible Eustace stop his momentum in the middle of a killing blow? Both sensed a double death scenario. If neither pulled back, they'd both be breathing their last breaths right there. Suddenly, Eustace chants a weird spell, summoning a swarm of living shadows. Too bad for him, Lepin literally has every magic spell memorized. The flick of his cloak, Lepin shatters the darkness. Before the shocked knight can process this, he swings back into action. Once again, he dodges. Lepin weaves through every strike until bam, he connects a solid hit right into the knight's chest plate. Blondie's ego is shattered. How could a normal fist damage his legendary armor? He retaliates with a frantic elemental combo, screaming for the fire and ice goddesses to save him. Lepin realizes he's playing with fire now. Another massive explosion rocks the surrounding stone walls. Emerging from the smoke, he gets serious. This guy just casted a high-level material destruction spell. That's elite-tier sorcery. Eustace is losing his mind, wondering how this random thief counters every single trick. Usually only a master aura user could ever hope to trade blows with a knight like him. He unleashes a purple cloud of decomposition, hoping to rot Lepin right where he stands. Lepin just stomps, using an air shift to clear the path. In a heartbeat, they're face to face again. A direct hit. The bastard blocks with his blade, still doubting if our hero is truly an aura user. The mood shifts. Now he's certain Lepin is hiding incredible power, and he's ready to go all out. While dodging, Lepin grumbles about how annoying magic can be. It's honestly just playing dirty at this point. Back in his old life, he thought only sneaky rogues used tricks, but mages are even worse. Meanwhile, the other guards just watch the fireworks as the building literally starts to blow up. He wonders why our hero is holding back. Lepin is purposely hiding his true strength to protect his school. He can't let anyone link this clumsy heist to his master's prestigious academy, so he stays quiet. Knight is baffled. This guy has the speed and reflexes of a god, but no aura. He figures if he doesn't use his full power now, he'll lose. He commands Eldrad and Eldrin to awaken. Those must be his legendary gear. Suddenly, Lepin's survival instincts scream that he's in deep trouble. The knight charges with terrifying force. Strangely, Lepin just smiles and thanks the guy for being a true challenge. The blow should have killed him, but it hits an invisible wall. Lepin finally unleashed the Spiral Guard. Remember that tricky move his master taught. It took ages to master, but boy did it pay off. Blinding light erupts as a massive explosion swallows the entire battlefield. Boom, the smoke clears and Lepin is gone. The knight is left stammering, unable to believe he escaped. The Spiral Guard worked, but it nearly broke him. Battered and bruised, our boy barely managed to survive. He dives off the roof, plunging into the dark river below. The soldiers rush to their leader while the higher-ups scream about the stolen loot. They need a search party immediately. They can't let him get away. They say no one survives a fall like that, but Eustace knows better. A monster like Lepin isn't dead. Back at the inn, Cyrus bolts upright. She feels something's horribly wrong, and Scylla looks worried. She can't explain this overwhelming dread. Her heart tells her something terrible has happened to Lepin. Morning arrives and the hunt is on. Scylla complains about being carried by a girl like some fragile package. Elsewhere, a shady soldier pays off a street rat informant. The whole town is on lockdown. It's like a scene straight out of Attack on Titan. The mob roared from the rooftops, cornering the intruder. Trapped like a rat, they ordered her to disarm. Suddenly, Cyrus unsheathes a legendary bow. Then boom, a direct hit right to the face. Hu demands answers, but his subordinate apologizes, shocked by how insanely skilled these bandits actually are. Rest easy, he says. I'll take it from here. Cyrus then scoops Scylla into her arms again. Meanwhile, the poor guy is left wondering when Lepin's muscle-bound training hell will finally begin. Suddenly, a voice bellows for the Blade of Wind. That flashy announcer is back Hype Man style. Cyrus sprints off with Scylla. Ahead stands a floating knight, clad in blinding golden armor and steel. A bronze elf recognizes him instantly. Andis sneers, curious why an elf carries such a high-tier blade. Right on cue, the fembuff activates, surging through him with the fierce courage of a lion. Andis realizes this ragtag group is far more dangerous than any common band of forest bandits. The girl blames Lepin for underestimating them. Suddenly, in a flash, Andis and Cyrus are face to face. She blocks the strike but is sent flying. Honestly, how did the situation escalate this fast? After his river plunge, our hero wakes up, bandaged, regretting, holding back his top-tier techniques earlier. Reckless, yes. But the outcome wasn't a total disaster for our stubborn main character. He successfully retrieved the voice of Alzium. Now he just needs to know where on earth is he. A dwarf named Ethos appears asking how he feels before ordering a girl Ta to fetch soup. The narrator strangely emphasizes she's an adult dwarf. Translation: she's legally at a marriageable age. Why that's relevant, who knows? Lepin is just confused because dwarves are usually cold to humans. His suspicions linger until a new face emerges from the shadows of the cave. A priest of Alport named Gelfried welcomes him, declaring that their long-awaited savior has finally awakened. Lepin stares blankly, but the old man recounts a 6-year-old prophecy given to the high priest. One with a body of steel and infinite wisdom would emerge from the dark North Tier's path. He is the one destined to rewrite the future and bring salvation to their entire race. Essentially, a genius badass would float down the river and save them all. Prophecy 101, right? That was the legend told to the dwarves, and Lepin sees the desperate hope in their eyes. Alport is the divine god the dwarves worship, the one who whispers fate through his prophecies. New prophecy appeared exactly when Lepin reincarnated, proving this god is actively moving in this timeline. It seems the deity is willing to bet on him again despite his failure in his past life. A truly generous god. Or perhaps one with a very specific plan for our hero. Lepin asks if they healed him solely for the prophecy. The dwarf won't ever doubt Alport's word. Later, the dwarf girl marvels at his recovery speed. He credits the suit she meticulously crafted. She looks at him with blushing eyes, asking if she should go fetch Gelfried for him. Looks like this dwarf girl has a thing for humans. She clings to his arm as they walk. Unlike orcs, dwarves kept their culture alive despite slavery because their specialized skills are irreplaceable. Among the oppressed, they alone hold the secret crafts that no human master can ever replicate. When knights demand gold, dwarves simply say they listen to the voice of the earth. Easy. These unique abilities granted them a sliver of status, allowing their society to function under the radar. Still, the younger dwarf girls are skeptical about this legendary savior standing before them. He's just a human, they whisper. Lepin ignores the gossip and asks about their current numbers. About 60, the clingy girl replies, noting the strange absence of any adult men in sight. Men are all forced into the mines. Lepin knows this is a cruel human military tactic. By keeping the families separate, humans ensure the men won't rebel, they just slaughter the women. The elder dwarf greets him again, pleased to see the savior is finally back on his feet. Just call me Lepenhart, he insists, finding the whole savior title a bit too heavy. Gelfried admits he doesn't know why Lepin is the chosen one, but those eyes don't see slaves. Lepin agreed that he respected the dwarves, but carrying an entire race's fate was a heavy burden. The old man sighed, admitting he had no idea why Alport chose a human as their savior. Still, he clung to the hope that their god's prophecy would eventually make sense. Exactly how this boy was supposed to save them remained a total mystery even to him. His only job was to assist the boy. Curiously, the savior didn't seem surprised by the title. Lepin just shrugged it off. After all, he'd already played this hero role once before. When he asked why they summoned him, the girl revealed the high priest requested an audience. That meant meeting Father Malin, Alport's chosen oracle and spiritual leader. Lepin couldn't help but grin. Malin was the same tiny dwarf who stood by him when the kingdom fell back then. Gerald watched him intrigued. He didn't expect the boy to accept such a wild story so easily. He'd worried about how to convince a human who couldn't even hear the voice of truth. Yet here he was acting as if he understood the entire divine plan perfectly. Lepin just smirked, remembering how everything had crumbled in his previous life. Following Alport's original path would only lead to the same tragic ending again. Talking to the wise, Malin for a new strategy was his best bet. Soon the great forge loomed. Gerald announced they were headed to the forge, accompanied by the clan's last warrior blood descendant. The small girl stepped forward, introducing herself as the one and only Telstal Hammer. The old dwarf noticed something. Lepin hadn't flinched at the mention of the legendary Great Forge. Must be that voice of truth thing, right? Our boy simply claimed he was used to it. The dwarf was baffled. How could this human know their secrets so intimately? Lepin kept his secrets close, but the moment was ruined when a fool burst in shouting for the savior. The elder asked the boy about his companions, an elf and a young boy. They were quite the striking duo, though my attempt at a joke totally missed the mark. They'd been dragged to Viscount Kelburn's castle. Cut to Eustace demanding to know what the bandits were hiding. He ordered his men to ditch their honor and use the most brutal torture to break them. The guards saluted, while Hyas realized that Elf's magic sword only belonged to high-order captains. Not only that, but the young priest possessed the holy power of a high-ranking bishop. He needed answers fast, but his soldiers were clearly amateurs at the art of interrogation. They stood there clueless, wondering how to extract information without making a mess. Hit too hard and they die. Hit too soft and they stay silent. Then the door swung open. It didn't matter how, they just needed results. Rento suggested a good old bash to the head. 30 minutes later, the guards were red-faced and exhausted, defeated by Scyllin's endless rambling monologue. It wasn't just noise, though. The kid was spilling every single secret they had. He'd already leaked that Lepin trained at Master Gerard's martial academy. He was a total chatterbox. Dylan even bragged about the boy's insane training, asking the guards if they thought it was possible. 6 years of pure suffering, it sounds crazy, right? The guards were actually hooked, begging for more. He kept preaching to the old man, filling the room with massive, never-ending speech bubbles. When his voice started cracking, a guard even offered him water so he could keep talking. One guard actually felt bad, asking if it was okay to betray his teammate like this. Dylan claimed he had nothing to hide. The guard pressed on, mentioning he was the Fist King's successor. If word got out about his involvement in theft, the team's reputation would be completely trashed. Dylan snapped back. If that jerk cared about his reputation, he shouldn't have stolen anything. Now that they knew his life story, they demanded to know where the stolen artifact was hidden. Dylan finally hit a wall. He couldn't give them that info because he honestly didn't have it. They were stuck at the house, and Lepen hadn't returned with the loot yet. The guards didn't buy it. Guards are convinced the crew must have had a fallback plan in case the mission failed. Dylan scoffed, claiming no backup was needed because Lepen is an aura user, a true monster among men. Failure is impossible for him. The guards exchange confused glances, wondering if this bizarre interrogation is even legal. This definitely wasn't the standard procedure they expected. Deep in the woods, Tyler's face is crimson as she watches our hero, who has already slaughtered a boar and fired up the oven. The man is a master of all trades, casually setting up the grill to prepare a feast for two. Hila's voice trembles as she asks if poaching in Kelburn's forbidden territory is truly a wise idea. Lepen dismisses her fears as trivial, his eyes reflecting a deep stoic resolve that leaves her utterly baffled. If he intends to liberate the enslaved races, he can no longer be shackled by the laws of men. Revolution, after all, is the ultimate crime against the established order. He tears into the meat, focused on recovering his strength, while Tilla stares in awe at his inhumanly fast regeneration. With a single sharp movement of his arm to the side, Forrest falls silent before an explosion of raw energy. Lepen stands tall, his muscles surging. He's back at 100%. Back at the fortress, Isus realizes it was no fluke. That boy targeted that specific artifact with deadly intent. That young man holds forbidden secrets. To understand why, we must look back to 1 month ago. A mysterious figure approached Usus the Golden Knight, challenging the heir of House Tens to recognize an ancient seal. One look at the crest and the blood drained from his face. It was the mark of the Silver Sages. The day Usus took his title, his father entrusted him with the darkest secret of their bloodline. The Silver Sages, legendary beings with the power to erase entire nations from the map. They are the keepers of lost magic and ancient tech, appearing only when the world teeters on the brink of ruin. In their hierarchy, even the most powerful kings are considered nothing more than mid-rank subordinates. Usus knelt in submission as he was handed a scroll ordered to plunder the ruins of Elysium for House Tens. He could claim all the gold and steel, save for the one relic the sage truly desired, the voice of Elysium. One failure would mean the absolute annihilation of his entire noble house. Usus is drenched in cold sweat when a sudden knock at the door shatters his terrifying thoughts. Varys and Rento report that the interrogation is finished, though the prisoner's story is almost too strange to believe. At the gates, a surviving guard trembles, his mind haunted by the nightmare he witnessed yesterday. 1 second, everything was calm, and the next, a human hurricane struck, plunging the world into darkness. He woke to see a lone man slaughtering 30 elite soldiers with his bare hands, and now Usus has captured his friends. The guard is paralyzed with fear, knowing that the monster is coming to reclaim what belongs to him. Suddenly, a chill grips his soul. There, standing on the bridge like a god of death, is Lepen. The horn of calamity echoes inside. Usus freezes, wondering why an academy student would possess such terrifying power. Why would the Silver Sages hunt an item belonging to a mere student from the Indomitable Academy? Dylan had already leaked Lepen's claim that the artifact was a divine inheritance left by his own master. Pieces are finally falling into place, leading to a chilling realization for everyone involved. Usus suspects a lie, yet the boy's holy power rivaled that of the legendary Philinance himself. A youth with such overwhelming sacred energy couldn't possibly possess the guile to fake a divine aura. To Isus, the companions were mere bait, but now he realized they were about to be discarded like broken toys. How could he hope to catch the elusive Lepen now that he had vanished into the shadows? Not even the full might of House Tens could recover the voice of Elysium once it was lost. His spiraling thoughts are cut short by a thunderous explosion, rocking the very foundations of the bridge. He looks out to see that familiar oppressive aura our hero has returned to claim his comrades from the lion's den. Flames engulf the battlements, as the knights scream, desperate to defend the pride and power of House Tens. The soldiers roar that today will end differently, but Lepen's gaze is cold as he echoes their sentiment. This time, there will be no mercy. Usus sends his top enforcers Rento and Varys to meet the coming storm. One strike from our hero, and these losers go flying like discarded garbage. He gives a warning: metal armor is useless against a true aura master. Suddenly, the priest starts spamming divine prayers and buffs fly everywhere like crazy. Lepen weaves through, delivers a brutal face punch, then casually decks another guy. The onslaught continues with elemental arrows. Lepin mutters, mages truly are absolute scum. Someday he'll have to wipe these annoying glass cannons off the map for good. An upward swing deflects the magic, scattering them. Mages crumble when they're scratched. Next, target the priest. He gets a friendly backslap, a choke, and a smack. They cry cowardice while he chuckles. It's 50 against 1, yet they complain. Lepin knows the priest meta, you have to knock them out fast. The more pain they feel, the more blessings trigger. Constant hitting is counterproductive. They attack with everything, yet he stands unmoved, with arms crossed like stone. The realization hits them hard. This monster is nothing like the man from yesterday. Commander snaps, screaming at Russ to join in. He's absolutely livid now. This brat usually charges without orders, yet now he's just frozen in place. Russ is actually mesmerized, witnessing a radiant light, guiding the flow of strength. It expands, contracts, and flows in harmony. This is the legendary power aura. Suddenly, the logic behind his impossible movements and power becomes crystal clear. He finally grasps a hidden truth that no teacher could ever truly explain. Only those nearing the pinnacle of martial arts can perceive these divine movements. Witnessing a true master, he can only admire. Then more attacks rain down. Our boy rolls aside, smirking at the newcomer who finally arrived to help. Huss grandly declares that House 10 won't tolerate any more of this rebellion. Lepin scoffs, telling him to stop acting. He felt him lurking long ago. Eustace is stunned. His cover was blown, but Lepin is already analyzing him. His armor mimics aura, but he's clueless about advanced sensory field expansion techniques. You wanted a test, sure, but using your subordinates as fodder, that's harsh. Righteous Knight is a fraud. Beneath that noble exterior lies something shady. Lepin presses him, so explain the delay. Were you busy in the shower? The man fumbles for an excuse, claiming he was just waking from a nap. His blade slides out. Enough, you'll pay for insulting the honor of House 10. And here he goes again with a flashy, over-the-top Power Ranger transformation sequence. A vortex swirls before Lepin. Eustace lunges forward, immediately chanting his long spells. Listen to this guy's incantations. They're so long you could grab a snack. Shadow-piercing eyes, leopard-strength limbs. By the dragon's vision, I command the world. He's still going. May the pure currents of the universe empower my blade. All that for one swing. Lepin just sighs and punches the sword aside. Aura ignites. It's a slugfest now. Even with reinforcement, Lepin feels the damage. Sensing a flicker of doubt, Eustace doubles down with a relentless sword barrage. Thankfully, he shuts up. Lepin counters with his signature spiral defense to survive. While parrying the blows, he closes the distance, ready for a devastating counterattack. Back in the dungeon, our heroines wonder if Lepenhart is finally coming to save them. Dylan tries to act indifferent, wearing her usual mask of ice-cold distance. Secretly, she's blushing. He's always been surprisingly kind despite his chaotic nature. Dylan teases her, suggesting that maybe the hero has a soft spot for elf girls. Cyrus admits she initially suspected a racial thing, or perhaps just a wild craving for adventure. Staring into his eyes, she sees a deeper truth. Sin claims love totally reboots a woman's brain. They start idolizing him as someone special, only to complain about being scammed once the wedding's over. That is the church's gospel, at least. He slams the wall, cursing that idiot Lepin's reckless choices. He should have pulled off a clean heist. Why drag the entire squad into this messy disaster? Cyrus points out that, honestly, he has managed to handle everything quite impressively so far. The redhead snaps that he only agreed to help to stop Lepin, not watch this moronic move. Cyrus observes that he is actually a remarkably level-headed and mature young man. The brat retorts that he is turning 20, making him nearly the same age as Lepin. She is floored. She assumed he was 20 years younger than Lepin, not just 3. Amidst their bickering, Tilla bursts in, introducing herself as the one sent to rescue Lepenhart. Cyrus is baffled, asking if she is a dwarf. Tilla just tells them to save it for later. Stillin notes that for a supposed dwarf, only her pointy ears seem to fit the description. While rushing up the stairs, Cyrus mocks him for only noticing the ears on a real dwarf. What an innocent kid. Suddenly, a soldier appears, screaming about how these cockroaches escaped their cell. In a flash, Cyrus delivers a devastating thick-thighed knee strike directly into the guard's face. Tilla rolls in smoothly, parries the human strike, and yeets him violently across the entire room. Sillin is stunned by her raw power. Tilla shrugs. Dwarf strength is just built different. She chucks a flare outside. The sky explodes, and our hero knows Tilla has successfully cleared the path. At that moment, Yus realizes the whole situation was a trap. Lepin ignites his aura, grinning wickedly. Why would I bother with the front door if not to draw every eye in the building? But the hype grows because Lepin was still holding back. He lunges with a lethal sword strike. Our hero slips the blow and aims for a face shot. The villain blocks, swearing he won't fall. Now Lepin is advancing relentlessly, suffocating the enemy with a barrage of high-speed, heavy punches. His fist craters the earth just as the foe attempts a sneaky shadow strike from behind. Lepin sidesteps the ambush, coming up with a soul-crushing uppercut directly to the gut. Lepin instantly senses something off. The body dissolves into shadows as clones suddenly swarm the battlefield. As a magic prodigy, Lepin knows these flashy illusions are nothing more than child's play. He just needs to track the real energy. Despite his skill, Eustace cannot handle a true aura user. The clones toss their blades skyward and begin reciting a synchronized dramatic villain monologue. In a second, Lepin is face to face with the real one. Found you, he buries a fist in Eustace. Eustace is terrified. Lepin's duel mastery makes this look easy, yet the bastard refuses to quit. He prepares a desperate move, shouting about his house's honor, while Lepin calmly triggers Spiral Guard. Another speech. Spiral Guard. The cycle of perfect defense remains unbroken. You already know the drill, Spiral Guard. My god, is this repetitive loop ever going to end? Eustace screams, demanding to know what cheat code reflects everything. Lepin says normal users cannot do this. It is not just about difficulty. The technique is extremely lethal for the person using it. Most create a uniform barrier, but Spiral Guard spins aura and body into a violent hurricane. Normally it would pulverize a human, but Lepin's body is forged like legendary divine steel. It drains massive amounts of aura, but in exchange it creates an impenetrable absolute defense. Eustace demands to know his patron. Lepin casually points toward his assistant standing nearby. That disrespect pisses him off even more. He instantly commands Eldred to awaken once again. The enemy unleashes a final boss move, Light of Eldril. Even Lepin's expression turns deadly serious. To survive this, he must unleash his strongest trump card, the Horn of Destruction. No more playing around. This time, he is ending it with one final massive strike. Boom! The quad-layer Calamity Horn strike explodes. The fortress trembles as that fist shatters both blade and armor. Eustace is reeling from the sheer impossibility of that skill, yet the stubborn ox refuses to yield. He sees the shockwaves rippling like a stone in a lake. Instead of dissipating, they converge into one devastating point. His pride screams against defeat. But that fist, it plows right through everything in its path. That mountain of muscle is shredded and shirtless. Suddenly, he's sent soaring like a broken ragdoll. Usually hitting the wall is a figure of speech. This time, it's a literal demolition. He stands there an absolute legend. Meanwhile, the soldiers shiver, terrified their captain fell so easily. The mightiest blade of House Tens has finally tasted the dirt. Lepin eyes the blade. Magic items heal, he notes, but this wreck needs 6 months of rest. They scream Bandit as he grabs it. Instead, he returns it, apologizing for the necessary destruction. The realization hits home. Greed wasn't his motive. This man is something else entirely. He considered giving it to Cyrus. Then he remembered her past life blade. That one is true god tier. He's about to bounce when a cold blade stops him. Don't you dare move, a voice snarls. It's Russ declaring, the war isn't over until House Tens falls. Even his comrades think he's insane. He just crushed your brother, they warn. They're ready to ditch him, but Russ keeps marching forward. Lepin watches as the brat prepares the exact same downward slash. How predictable. He seemed like a joke. Until blue energy ignited his steel. Lepin barely avoids the sudden lethal arc. The air itself cuts. There's only one answer. That punk just manifested a legendary aura blade. What did you do, they gasp. Russ just smirks, claiming he's reclaimed the honor of Tens. That azure mana. Lepin remembers it. The sky blue light of Cyrus, the man destined to end his empire. Lepin whispers the name, and Russ freezes. How do you know that name, he demands. Of course, Russ is just a nickname for Cyrus Montens, the name he took as a fledgling knight. Denied respect as a soldier, they mocked him with that petty alias. Russ the Unwanted. Lepin curses his stupidity. He knew he was from Tens, so how did he miss the connection? Now they are golden swordsmen. In 30 years, they will be the legendary stellar swordsmen of history. Their reliance on magic trinkets would be forgotten, replaced by pure, celestial martial prowess. Squad gets awkward. They're dying to know how this stranger knows Russ's private name. Stellar swordsman, him, they scoff. Poor Russ is turning beet red from the sudden attention. Relax, the girl chimes in. He clearly has you confused with some hero. No big deal. None of it adds up, and Russ feels the tension. This kid is nothing like the future monster. Time changes men, but that reckless idiocy is eternal. The brat charges in once more. Lepin triggers Spiral Guard. He dives and parries the strike, and delivers a brutal gut punch. He sticks the landing and reignites his aura. Awakening and defending with aura instantly, that's pure talent. The duel resumes, and now Lepin is the one dancing on the edge of a blade. To make matters worse, the kid's fighting style is completely unreadable. Every style has a logic, a foundation built over centuries. Even Gerard's secret arts follow a path, but Russ, he's a wild beast. It's the chaotic swing and pray method of a madman. Chaos usually creates openings, yet this brat is flawless. There isn't a single gap to exploit. His movements are pure and defy all conventional logic. A once-in-a-century genius has truly appeared. No wonder he became the stellar swordsman. Seeing that talent triggered a dark memory for Lepen. He remembers Cyrus's arrogance, the man who slaughtered Tacit Lepen's loyal friend and subordinate. In that heartbeat, Lepen snaps, "You're Tassin's killer," he roars, striking the blade and snuffing out Russ's aura instantly. Lepen is getting serious, but Russ won't stop. Lepen prepares the strike he's perfected 1,000,000 times. This boy is his fated nemesis. He must end him now to shatter the cursed future forever. A devastating fist buries into his stomach. "It's a pleasure meeting you so soon." Then boom, a massive blast sends the boy soaring. He stands tall amidst the flames, looking like a total boss, but the mood shifts. Russ staggers up, declaring the House of Tens will never crumble. Lepen is shook. That strike was packed with pure concentrated killing intent. This wasn't a sparring match like with Eustace. This man wanted him dead. Yet Russ didn't just survive, he refused to even hit the dirt. He looks like a walking corpse at this point, but his legs simply won't give out. Lepen hesitates. Logic screams to finish him now, but his gut is telling him to hold back. And it's not some soft-hearted excuse about Russ being innocent either. He knows Russ is dangerous enough to hurt his comrades later. Snuffing out this threat now would be the smartest move. However, Tacit possesses a true warrior's spirit and would hate a cheap victory like that. He'd be absolutely livid if his rival was taken out before he could claim his own revenge. So he mutters to himself that Tacit would definitely throw a fit over this. He turns his back, sparing the boy just so Tacit can have his rematch. Cyrus is left completely confused. Lepen tells him to survive and grow stronger. He's only walking away today because of Tacit's future. In their previous lives, these two pushed each other to god-tier levels through endless legendary battles. Tacit became a legendary orc warrior because of Cyrus. Killing him now would basically erase his best friend's destiny. He strolls away, leaving the kid paralyzed in shock. But man, talk about intense. He grits his teeth and lets out a roar exploding with aura before burying his blade in the dirt. Suddenly we're in the woods. What a wild showdown. Now in the forest, the tiny dwarf girl greets him, relieved he's still in one piece. Lepen lets out a sigh of relief, thankful that the squad is safe and sound. Scylla grumbles that they went through hell. He expected adventures, not a one-way ticket to a prison cell. Lepen says sorry, but Scylla tells him to wake up. Remember, Cyrus is an elf and a lady. He starts imagining all kinds of dark scenarios. Lepen rushes over, asking if those thugs laid a finger on her. She tells him to relax. Even though it was a shock, the knights actually showed some manners. He realizes he needs to be way more cautious from now on. Now everyone is dying to know. What was the prize? He pulls out the cube, but Scylla thinks it looks nothing like a martial arts treasure. Lepen plays it cool, acting like he's just as clueless as they are. His master just said to grab it, so whatever, time to bounce. Back at the castle, the reconstruction has begun. Am I right? A guy hauling a heavy beam asks his buddy if the rumors are legit. He confirms he saw it himself. An aura user has finally been born in House Tens. Let's see Big Bro's reaction. Oof, it's already looking toxic. He's fuming, wondering how someone with filthy blood could awaken such power. He blames their father for always playing favorites with Russ. The jealousy is real. The elders praised his armor skills, but deep down, everyone was desperate for a true aura master. Now the family has a legendary knight who could skyrocket their status all by himself. But where does that leave the rest of them? He glares at the regenerating artifacts. He snatches up the sword, vowing that he will always be the true blade of House Tens. Cut to the mountain peak, where Russ is laughing like a madman. He's glowing with pure joy over his awakening. His whole world has flipped upside down. He hasn't reached the top yet, but the path is finally clear. But then Ruin arrives. The jerk sneaks up behind him, mockingly asking why he's so happy. Russ turns around and Hughes demands to see his new aura. Poor innocent Russ happily shows it off. Hughes calls it a magnificent power, but man, I've got a really bad feeling about this guy. Russ is beaming, thinking his brother finally accepts him. Suddenly, a cold blade is driven straight through his gut. Staring at his brother's cold eyes, he can only gasp out a single question: why? The villain starts monologuing while amping up his power to finish the job. He wants Russ dead for good. He coldly states that House Tens only needs one supreme sword, and that sword is him. Somehow, Russ manages to parry the second lethal blow. Nearby people start shouting about the massive explosion. Russ takes the leap of faith, plunging from the cliff into the dark waters below. Eustace knew the trope's fallen heroes always seemed to return for a revenge arc. He had to act. Collapsing to his knees, he put on a tearful performance. He claimed Russ turned traitor, trying to steal the knight's title by force. Soldiers bought it, sneering at Russ's low-born, filthy blood. Power corrupted the bastard they spat. Eustace claimed he jumped into the lake. For Eustace, the plan was flawless. Survival wouldn't save Russ from this trap. Now the entire house was his enemy, and Eldrad would finish the job. The guards hunt for the traitor, while Isef gloats about his saintly reputation. Tragic goodbye to a brother. Meanwhile, we check in with our heroes. Lepen explains he met Tila in a dwarven village after nearly drowning. Scylla is confused. Why would the reclusive dwarves ever rescue a mere human? It was destiny. Tila confirms Lepin is the prophesied savior of their race. Scylla is shocked dwarves have religion, but Lepin notes they even have priests. Tila gives him a sharp jab for being so narrow-minded. Humans always think they're the only ones with sophisticated gods, she scoffs. Scylla asks if Alport is evil, since humans only acknowledge the main 12. Beside them are the elven goddess Eldia and the dwarven goddess Alport. Dylan realizes his bias. He only hated Alport because he was told to. Suddenly, Cyrus spots a body drifting in the water and alerts everyone. It's Russ. Lepin expected this encounter, though he wonders about the timing. Scylla asks if they're friends. Lepin says, "It's a bit complicated. Is this fate or a glitch in the system? Why is he here?" Later, Russ wakes up in the carriage chest, burning with phantom pain. He vividly remembers the betrayal the blade Eustace drove through his heart. He'd spent years seeking Eustace's approval, working himself to the absolute bone. The truth was brutal. His brother never intended to show him mercy. He laughs like a broken man until Lepin asks if he's finally awake. Russ stumbles out, questioning his rescuers. Lepin reminds him of his chest hole. 3 days have passed. Thanks to Scylla, he's alive in this dangerous land. Scylla admits he only survived because his aura protected his vital organs. Russ's soul burns with a new, singular purpose: vengeance against Eustace. Lepin tells him to relax. He doesn't need a parade, just some basic gratitude. They even had to rent a whole separate carriage for his unconscious body. Russ bows in thanks, but Lepin admits his pockets are completely empty. Scylla paid for everything, so he's the one Russ truly owes. Lepin smirks. Having a future legendary swordsman in his debt is pure gold. This favor is a legendary insurance policy. So what's the next move? Does Russ plan on returning to the castle to face the music? By campfire, Russ admits going home is suicide. He's a branded traitor. Lepin knows the original story. Russ was supposed to awaken later and win. He was meant to take the family headship after a fair duel. Eustace cheated fate. Now Russ looks at Lepin with a new determination. Branded as a traitor by House Tens, he has nowhere else to go. He asks to join the party, offering his blade to the man who saved him. He is desperate to settle his heavy debt once and for all. As a family exile, he can only help by becoming a servant. Lepin hates the idea. He tells him to stop. Russ should just take some gold and vanish. They are total strangers, but the kid knows Lepin is the successor of Geared. Lepin remembers the past life where Cyrus was a continent-striding monster. A branded traitor with no titles has a hard time surviving now. He is stuck with this choice. Remember how we left off at that water rescue? Declared his loyalty, wanting to join our main character's party forever. He gives a dramatic speech about following the protagonist until his sword finds purpose. Lepin is panicking. Why is his legendary old master following him like a lost puppy? He is destined to be terrifyingly powerful. Recruitment is great, but other legends like Alex von Howland are still just toddlers. Aside from Tessin, only the Jade Light Mage is left on the board. He wants that bastard nowhere near him since Jade Archite murdered his elf companion. He agrees to a partnership, not loyalty. The guy is stunned. Lepin is only 23. Inside the castle, a subordinate grovels before the powerful Silver Sage. A purple shadow looms, expressing pure disappointment in the failed mission. Was the task too hard, or is this Golden Knight just complete trash? The boy shivers under the insults, forced to swallow his pride and apologize again. Mages can't teleport, but this being projects a terrifying apparition into his private room. It proves the Silver Sage's overwhelming might. He begs for mercy for his family. The mage warns that the Tennis family's future is looking dark and violent. As he begs, his soul literally cracks. Tessin, in the hero's body, feels zero pity. No wonder that fool lost his high position to his brother. Suddenly, a messenger announces that Duke Islander demands his presence. The Duke questions the seal, acknowledging his genius mana awakening at 20. His mastery over a vast library of spells was truly incredible. His prophetic vision made him the ultimate shield for all of humanity. That is how he earned the prestigious title of Silver Sage so young. Basically, he holds power because of his future potential, not just his current skills. Tessin bows in apology, and the Duke decides to skip the heavy punishment. He warns Lord Tesseron to be careful before dismissing him from the room. Did he swap names for everyone, or does the Duke know the truth? We learn the Silver Sages are shadow guardians capable of erasing entire empires. The problem for Tesseron is his current low rank within the Order. The road is long, but the chilling Demon King has been reborn. With an iron body and a genius mind, he is an unstoppable threat. He must be crushed before regaining his power. Losing that artifact was a disaster, yet hope remains. The Demon King's new brain is apparently quite slow. Wow, talk about a self-burn. You are calling yourself a dummy. He needs more power, and finding the voice of illusion is the first step. He will hunt the 4 godly artifacts to finally execute that bastard Lepenhart. While the villain gets lectured, Lepin is napping while catgirls pull his wagon. Reskin is completely baffled by this bizarre group of misfits. It is definitely not normal. They even use lottery drawings to decide on basic chores. It seemed fate always had Lepin losing. Leading the way, he barked, "Hurry, Ruskin, we've got dishes to scrub." Ruskin sighed. Lepin, why are you doing the manual labor? Just let the slaves do it, Lepin replied. Society sees slaves, but I see something far more important. To him, they were brothers in arms. A bond he would honor now and for all eternity. Ruskin began scrubbing, utterly bewildered. This guy is officially out of his mind, he thought. Still, his mind was a mystery best left alone. They say those who reach awakening are always a bit special. He'd vowed to follow until he found his own path. Until then, Lepin's word was his absolute law. What was his master doing inside? Surely he was deep in meditation for a legendary martial awakening. The kid stared at the cube, mesmerized. Mana was replenished. It was time for round 2. He tinkered with the cube until it clicked open. The first amateur stage was officially active. Suddenly a purple realm appeared. He tapped the screen, critiquing the decor. Wait, is that a mini-dwarf on the left? Lepenhart, your tastes are interesting, he mused. The Silver Temple creators truly lived in a blessed era. The magic rhythm dropped. Suddenly, a storm of cards began cascading from the sky like falling stars. Our hero unleashed air projectiles, obliterating targets in what looked like a high-speed mana aim challenge. He blasted away, but the targets kept multiplying. His casting speed simply couldn't keep up with the chaos. Instead of cheering, the girls mocked him. Is that all you've got, you little weakling? They taunted. Stop mocking me. You're supposed to be my fans, he grumbled. Worse yet, plates shattered as they hit the floor. Finally, after pushing his limits, a congratulations banner flashed. He'd actually cleared the stage. Lepin admitted the device seemed to be packed with totally useless gimmicks. The Voice of Illusion artifact was actually an ancient academy. It was how mages leveled up back then. It was perfect. Custom backgrounds, a personal cheer squad, and rhythm-based challenges. It felt like a game world. It seemed like pure fun, but every win secretly boosted his magic mastery to legendary levels. One thing was certain, the Silver Era mages must have absolutely hated studying to invent something like this. It's a tragedy. Only one exists. Now fired up, he wondered if even Tesserin could reach peak magical power. Naturally, he knew he could never truly rival the legend he once was as Lepenhart. Selen called out as they neared their goal. They'd finally reached Straw, the strategic hub of the north. An informant slid him a parchment. It contained every scrap of data he'd paid to uncover. Lepenhart sought his original body. The news was chilling. At 16, he'd supposedly lost his mind entirely. He'd spent his last days claiming he was Tessin, not Lepenhart, before vanishing into the deep woods. All lingering doubts vanished. It was now crystal clear Tessin was definitely inhabiting his old body. He'd hoped for a better truth, but fate was predictable. Tessin became a master mage at 20 and joined the Delia Tower. Then he vanished. It was impressive. Lepin hadn't reached that level of mastery until his late 20s. It wasn't a lack of talent, but because the greedy tower lords refused to let him go. How did that damn Tessin escape them? He needed deeper intel and the Union's most elite shadow agents. Leaving already? Ruskin asked. Lepin nodded firmly. Yes, we depart tomorrow at the first break of dawn. He glanced back at his crew. It was time to reveal their true dangerous destination. Once inside, Selen whispered, I thought Lepin was just a country nobody but those skills. They're actually having fun. Meanwhile, Lepin was deep in thought. Could he really lead these people into the Great Forge? He looked at them, his true allies. Listen up, everyone. There's something we need to discuss. From this moment on, our destination isn't just some dusty ruins of the Silver Era. Wait, aren't we heading to the mountains? Ruskin asked. Lepin nodded. The route stays, but the objective has changed. But before that, he had to reveal his ultimate dream, the true purpose behind his very existence. I refuse to see elves, dwarves, and orcs in chains. I'll make the world see the truth. I see. My goal is a world where slavery is extinct. That is my final destination, my ultimate vow. Ruskin was floored. Whoa, buddy, slow down. You want to just set them all loose in this wild world. Lepin argues they are souls with hearts, not beasts. The term wild is reserved for animals. Ruskin yields to the logic. Seeing that prejudiced knight advocate for equality is definitely bizarre. Selen just beams. That is classic idealistic Lepin for you. Can a red-haired hero truly flip the world? He says yes, despite her disbelief. His ambition dwarfs mere emancipation. Lepin says his gaze is fixed on a much higher peak. He will wage war against the entire world. Selen pledges her blade to his crusade. Between that handsome face and crazy goal, Ruskin is baffled, but he's in. Is he serious? Selen doubts the dream's reality, yet she can't help but believe. At the end of the day, treating sentient beings as property is just plain wrong. Finding a comrade with such a legendary world-spanning vision is a 1 in a million chance. He starts hyping the perks like meeting beautiful demi-human women while spreading forbidden knowledge. Wait, what kind of game is he playing? Lepin's smooth moves are getting suspicious. That knowledge breeds enemies, but Selen will cut down anyone who dares oppose him. Ruskin has already sworn his life. Whatever path the master chooses, he will follow blindly. Spoken like a true thick-headed knight. Our protagonist can't help but be impressed. Zip it, he warns. It is time for the ultimate secret. We are invading the Great Forge, the dwarves' sacred fortress, a divine sanctuary hidden away from the prying eyes of men. Cut to the mountains. A dwarf goes berserk, carving a path through the monster horde. Ruskin roars, charging into the fray. No filthy beast can touch the gods chosen. Lepin watches proudly as ogres and monsters crumble before his party's overwhelming might. It is a total bloodbath. Neck snap and even three-headed hydras are getting absolutely wrecked. One punch, and another monster flies. They are breezing through this death trap like a stroll. This place is a total dump, Sillin remarks. No human could survive these cursed ruins. That is the point. This wasteland is the perfect fortress for the reclusive dwarf tribes. Deletes a harpy with a casual strike. Hush and move. You will see soon enough. Look out, that is a clone griffin. 2 bodies, 1 heart, you must find the real one. Lepin triggers an illusion annihilator, vaporizing the fakes before finishing the beast for good. Ruskan's jaw drops. How is this monster of a man actually a magic-wielding mage? Sillin notes his terrifying growth. Something about his aura is becoming increasingly strange lately. The only downside, his spells still burn out in less than 10 seconds flat. Sillin is swooning over his potential. Still, they have a whole day's hike ahead. We are getting jumped every 10 seconds, Ruskin groans. But Lepin has a secret route, a shortcut. The dwarf is baffled, but Lepin promises a faster way to keep her excited. Next morning they have arrived. He points toward the entrance of the legendary ruin. Ruskin charges in first. Behold, the long-lost Silver Arrow ruin stands before them. How did you find this place? Sillin asks. Oh, I just heard rumors, he says vaguely. Yeah, nobody is buying that. His mysterious act is definitely tanking his reputation points. Ruskan tries to act tough, offering to clear the front, while the mage hides. Too late, Lepin has already found the hidden switch. They are not just walking through, they are taking the scenic route. My master told me about it, he lies effortlessly. That is his plan. When in doubt, just blame the mysterious legendary master. It is the perfect cover. No one ever questions the wisdom of a nameless old master. Sillin narrows her eyes. He is too precise for a story. Still, she follows his lead. Their jaws hit the floor. This place is nothing like the dusty legends they had heard. Lepin spots the ancient Hulkral script. Long time no see, he whispers, then punches the wall. A golden blast erupts, leaving everyone dazed. As smoke fades, the dwarf glows bright red. They found at the Great Forge Hall ancient dwarf statues stood guard everywhere they looked. The legendary temple of Halfert Ruskin was speechless. They had traveled miles in a blink. Sillin gestured to the broken tablet. Lepin, tell me you didn't smash that on purpose. I did. Are you crazy? Lepin just shrugged. It was only some dusty old prophecy. Then a realization hit. He reached the Great Forge with memories from his previous life. Back then, the forge broke with no effect. But now the prophecy hadn't even happened. Suddenly, dwarves swarmed them, intruders. The temple is under attack. They roared in fury. The main character realized his mistake. The prophecy was incomplete. They were still guarding this place. Sweat poured down his face. How could he possibly explain this massive misunderstanding? Ballista's aimed bolts flew. He groaned. Breaking into a dwarf's home unannounced. Definitely bad. Cylon snarled. You bastard. You knew this would happen, and did it anyway, didn't you? He had no defense. These dwarves weren't just annoyed, they were absolutely seeing red. Ruskin drew his blade. Don't threaten humans, Lepin yelled. Drop the killing intent now. He opened his arms, refusing to fight. Bolts slammed into him, but he stood firm. He's a monster. Arrows do nothing, the dwarf screamed. Switch to magic. Kill him. Children of the earth, he cried out. Listen to the voice of truth. We aren't enemies. Dwarves possess an innate lie detection ability. He knew they would sense his sincere heart. A chubby-cheeked dwarf blinked. Wait. You're a human and not an enemy. The hero nodded. Then why are you here? It was embarrassing, but he shouted, I am your prophesied savior. Cylon nearly died of second-hand embarrassment while he yelled about saving the entire dwarf race. He kept going. The Steelhammer clan guided me. I even met the priest Mlin. Ruskin scoffed, like they'd believe that. But suddenly the dwarves' faces lit up. The savior welcomed Cylon was stunned. How did they change their minds in 1 second? The Great Forge was a massive underground city, 30 meters beneath the mountain's core. A 2-kilometer cavern filled with steaming hot springs and radiant glowing rare stones. Our forge district, the dwarf boasted, where the world's greatest master smiths all gather. Ruskin was floored. The sheer craftsmanship required to build this was beyond human comprehension. How could a race build this and still be treated like common slaves elsewhere? Cylon noted the change. Finally, he was starting to realize how wrong their society was. The point went over his head, but he sensed something about this situation was off. Dwarf explained the forge was actually a magnificent ruin from the ancient Silver Age. They simply remodeled it into a home. Lepin noted it was still sacred dwarf territory. How can you be sure? Ruskin asked. He pointed at the doors, built perfectly for dwarves. It was proof, during the Silver Age, dwarves were powerful enough to build entire empires. Slaves by nature, impossible. He kept dropping hints, hoping Ruskin would finally see the truth. Come inside, the dwarf cheered. I'll prepare a feast for our new human guests. Cylon grumbled. He was the only one who didn't have to duck. Basilisk livers served. Ruskin froze. I'm a vegetarian, he lied desperately, trying to avoid the slimy dish. The dwarf laughed. Nonsense. It is wonderful for your health and vitality. It tasted foul, but possessed incredible healing properties. Cylon scarfed it down like a madman. Suddenly, a dwarf woman shouted, Fulbart, escort Lepen to the central hall immediately. At the giant staircase, Lepen asked if they could follow. Fulbart yawned, I'm just lazy. Climb it yourself, moron. Lepen hiked past the statues and finally reached the hall. Another dwarf waited. This time, it was Melon 4. Seriously, is everyone here named Mlin? We dive back into the frantic struggle between the mighty Tesseran and our hero Lepenhart. Lepenhart acknowledges the Fist King's overwhelming strength, but Tesseran bellows, surrender demon, your reign ends today. He vows to shatter every curse and restore all enslaved creatures to their original pure forms. Suddenly, Lepenhart weaves a spell to deceive destiny itself. Then the scene shifts to a different reality. It was all a dream. Our hero was working so hard he fell asleep sitting upright. He hasn't taken a single day of rest for 6 long, grueling years. Despite his cursed body at age 20, he awakened magic and even blackmailed the Tower Masters. He threatened to vanish forever if they didn't grant him his rightful title immediately. Through epic adventures and elite networking, he finally clawed his way into the Silver Mages. The plan was moving, but a 5th circle was still insufficient to slay the Demon King. That monster was far stronger, and Lepenhart had no idea how much mana he had recovered. He desperately needed his old crew. To kill a god, he required legendary allies by his side. Reunited with Malin, our hero remembered his most loyal subordinate and the mentor he respected most. It has been far too long, High Priest Melon of Alfred Lepenhart said with deep nostalgia. Melon looked puzzled. A sincere greeting, savior. But tell me, have we ever met before? He hadn't left this sanctuary in 50 years. Lepenhart decided to drop the ultimate truth bomb. I met you 10 years in the future, he confessed. Melon panicked. Our savior is insane. How can a lunatic save us? Malon wondered. Lepenhart just sighed and told him to listen closely. He revealed his regression and explained his journey toward the 10th Circle and ancient forbidden racial secrets. He detailed every alliance and every battle fought to protect the world from the greed of humans. He even described his tragic final days as the Emperor of Antares during the Continental Wars. I know it sounds like madness, but it is the truth. Believe me or not, old friend. For Melon, a dwarf who hears the voice of reason, this story was almost impossible to digest. If not for the sacred prophecy of Alfort, he would have surely called the boy a lunatic. Fine, Malin grunted. I must test if you are a timeless sage or just a nutcase. If you truly knew me as a heavenly king, tell me. What color is my beard? Lepenhart burst out laughing. That's your test, old man. You do not even have a beard. You have worn that fake prop for 30 years. Take it off. Malin sighed and removed it. Malin demanded to know why he was beardless. Lepenhart explained it was linked to Alfort's blessing. For dwarves, the beard is the ultimate symbol of manliness. Baldness is fine, but chin hair is mandatory. Yet since his youth, Malin suffered from a bizarre condition where no facial hair would grow. The more his holy power increased, the smoother his chin became. To stay respected, he hid it. Even the dwarf beard masters were fooled, Malin smiled. He finally believed the boy's impossible tale. The problem was guidance. How do you guide a savior who already knows everything that will happen? Malon bowed low, swearing the eternal alliance of the dwarves to the legendary Lepenhart of Antares. Lepenhart wondered if he could ever repay such loyalty. Stand up, Melon. Those words are unnecessary. He needed Melon's wisdom now more than ever. After all, he had already failed once before. Once tried to solve everything with raw power and lost everything. He wouldn't repeat that mistake. Looking out at the world, he vowed to liberate all races by introducing them to human knowledge. His plan was to make education and schooling profitable, turning knowledge into a tool for freedom. Melon agreed, noting that this strategy could finally give humans hope in the other races. But such changes take 100 years, Melon warned. We live long, but your human life is short. What will you do when you grow old? Melon asked. Lepenhart knew that was the real hurdle. Slowly but surely, he was reclaiming a level of power he never possessed in his past life. Rebuilding his dark empire would be easy, but he refused to become a terrifying demon king again. Once more, he faced becoming humanity's ultimate foe. Would the rivers of blood flow again? He asked if Mechlin truly grasped his impossible dilemma. Mechlin sighed, claiming the young hero was still naively underestimating the weight of the entire world. Confusion clouded Lepenhart's face. Mechlin corrected him. Your downfall wasn't ruling with power, but ruling with nothing but power. Lepenhart, you assume raw strength failed to save the world, Mechlin noted, so you're searching for a different path. But the world's complexity won't yield to simple fixes. Tell me, Mechlin asked, do you harbor hatred for humanity? The hero blinked in shock. No, he replied. Then do you love them? Mechlin pressed. Not exactly, he admitted. Mechlin nodded. Now it all makes sense. In every tale told, he lacked a single human ally. He honored every other race while cold-shouldering his own kind. Still clueless, Lepenhart listened as Mechlin pointed out the obvious. Not one human served in Antara's empire, not even in the ranks of the military. Lepenhart argued, it made no sense to force humans to fight their own blood. Mechlin countered, asking why they weren't given administrative roles. I couldn't trust them, Lepenhart confessed. Elves and dwarves possess longevity and aren't so easily tainted by corruption. He kept spinning excuses, praising the dwarves for their ability to hear the voice of truth. They were simply too difficult to deceive. Mechlin chuckled. Humans lived within the empire, yet they were barred from the army, the bureaucracy, and even the smallest political circle. They were effectively stripped of all rights. Lepenhart shrugged, claiming everything functioned smoother without humans, so why bother including them? Just lock them out, he said. Mechlin smirked. And there it is. You really did act like a true demon king. Lepenhart froze, repeating the words in disbelief. Me, a demon king. Mechlin explained that being a demon king isn't just about slaughter and maniacal laughter. To the gifted, it's something much more subtle. You were a godlike entity who ignored the world's reality, listening only to your echoes. That, my friend, is the essence of a demon king. Still, Mechlin added with a wink, sitting on that throne with a beautiful elf by your side. You certainly had style. Mechlin acknowledged that while Lepenhart was a kind ruler, he was undeniably a demon king at heart. What baffled Mechlin most was why he hadn't said this in their previous life. Lepenhart noted the atmosphere was far darker back then. He reminded Mechlin that half the empire's legal foundation and political weight actually originated from the advisor himself. Mechlin paused, realizing that if he was the architect, he couldn't exactly throw stones at the king. Hanging his head in contemplation, Lepenhart softly asked for the next step. What should they do now? Mechlin explained the fatal flaw, turning history into a war of humans versus everyone else. Humans thrive on competition and conflict. The other races should have stayed in the shadows. For now, he advised Lepenhart to temper his grand ambitions. It was solid advice, but Lepenhart felt more wounded than helped. He arrived seeking a plan and left with pure emotional damage. Outside, a massive dragon let out a deafening roar. Dozens of dwarves were desperately straining against 50 thick capture ropes. Ruskin leaped into the fray, unleashing his seven-cut destroyer, but the beast barely seemed to notice the strike. Even mimicking his brother's legendary techniques failed. Cyrus launched a shimmering nylon arrow, but the dragon's scale was simply too immense. Despite the thunderous impact, the monster stood tall. Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling for the legendary warrior Catamite. A dwarf wielding a colossal axe soared through the air, cleaving the dragon in two. Apparently, for dwarf size is just a number. Ruskin stood frozen in awe. He never imagined a dwarf could wield such overwhelming aura. Silent pointed out two more aura masters nearby. The humans were stunned. This forge held enough power to topple an entire nation. 1 month had slipped by since they took up residence within the heart of the Great Forge. Despite the jarring cultural shifts, 30 days was plenty of time to adapt to their new underground life. The three Aura Masters remained a shock, while outside the blizzards intensified, making the search for food a grueling struggle. Suddenly, the mood shifted to celebration. Silent was cheering at the top of his lungs. He had finally grown 1 whole centimeter. I'm a legend, he boasted. Meanwhile, a dwarf watched from the shadows, confused why anyone would celebrate becoming taller. What strange creatures, the dwarf muttered. Do they truly believe that height is a virtue? Phil explained that for a dwarf, gaining a centimeter in width was as glorious as a human gaining a centimeter in height. They exchanged awkward glances before turning their attention toward the massive steel tower piercing the center of the forge. Within that tower lay the Eldermar stones, the forge's heartbeat. At its deepest core burned Magram, the artificial sun. Lepenhart stood before the roaring heat, marveling at the lost technology of the Silver Age. It was truly beyond compare. Centuries of war and slavery had erased so much ancient knowledge from the elves and dwarves. Yet this sanctuary stood as a testament to their former glory. And Lepenhart hadn't come here just to admire the view. His hurdle, Tazarin's legendary physique, the Fist King's body, stubbornly rejects mana absorption. Capacity won't budge. The solution, utilizing Magram to forcefully evolve this flesh into a magical vessel. In his previous life, he endured hell to master a power deemed only fit for gods. Through that agony, he birthed the 10-circle ultimate magic, known as the nuclear explosion. He once vaporized the Basal Kingdom. Now Magram serves as his dense mass of concentrated energy. Stripping down is mandatory. Nothing must disturb the delicate resonance of the mana. He's standing there naked, thanking heavens for privacy, totally oblivious to the hidden cameras. Dwarf women are losing it, thirsty for his chiseled back and steel glutes. These ladies are blushing deep crimson. Despite appearances, they've been married for decades. Seriously, where did they learn this? They think they're dodging the law with these loopholes. No officer, she's 176. 40 days later, the forge fire still burns bright. Mystic purple energy floods the room. Our hero is transcending his former limits. He's chanting about the will of the north and icy mists. It's basically gibberish, honestly. Summoning absolute cold atop a sun, he's finally mastered a complex 5-circle spell. Next phase, mana refinement. It's almost time to hunt the legendary Four Gods artifacts. Spring's arrival is looming. Perhaps a quick detour to Chatham is in order first. Melon suggests the Cobrand's kingdom. Plus, exploring some ancient ruins sounds like a perfect vacation. While he trains poor, Cylon is struggling. He blushes hard when the protagonist notices his gains. Lepen checked the gains. Lepen admits the kid is actually getting pretty buff. Donning his cloak, he wonders why Lepen's early. Turns out the work is finally complete. Cylon is lingering. Our hero asks if he's grown that fond of dwarf life. Cylon denies it, but he's determined to ensure Finanz's legacy truly takes root here. Meanwhile, Resgon is in deep seclusion, focused on 1 week of intense, isolated training. He just awakened his aura, and he is already having an epiphany. Talk about a prodigy. Dwarf kids play with axes nearby, while Cirrus watches with a quiet, distant gaze. She looks serene, momentarily lost in memories of her distant elven companions. He snaps out of it, frustrated. He asks what is up, and she plays it cool. These children seem so happy, unaware of the brutal hardships the future holds. Only a fraction will survive to adulthood. Cirrus's heart grows heavy with the thought. It is nothing she lies, though her mind is still back in her lost village. The eastern region of Grime, a desolate desert where the Darheim clan once struggled. He views her as family, or maybe a future wife. Her home is his home. He needs to see her roots. Cirrus, why do we not visit your homeland? She is thrilled, then hesitates. 2 months of travel, are you sure? The forge is fine. Just the two of them on a romantic air, dangerous scouting mission. Let's go. Boom. Instant teleportation. With portals this fast, he could start a travel agency. The land of lamentation. She is shocked. Using Damon's portal made the journey a breeze. She is confused. High-level mages are usually required to activate these ancient Silver Age relics. A 6-circle mage can manage if they are smart. He makes it sound so easy. Master of Fists taught you. Turns out her master was a legendary mage's friend. He learned those high-tier spells from him. Suddenly a Tyrannosaurus charges and gets punched out. Okay, it is just a massive lizard, but it is basically a dinosaur. Science is on my side. The AI probably thinks I have issues. Fun fact, birds are the only real dinosaur descendants. Crocodiles are just cousins. Wait, what am I even doing? Back to the action. Dinner is served. He conjures a darkness barrier to block the sun and roasts it. Lizard prepares blood and water for survival while Sir readies the meat. A grim, quick feast. Eat, she commands. He asks of her home. By sunset, she says we reach our destination. Another elf city greed follows her, kind like a shadow, even with one elf already in hand. Lepan warns Sir against false hope. These sands often guard nothing but empty, silent ruins. Life is unpredictable yet, Sir snaps back. Are you insane? What nonsense are you even spewing? Darkness falls as they arrive. The city is a ghost town. No souls left to be found. Wandering the ruins, Cyrus hears her mother's voice, orders to grow to lead to master the blade. A fool's errand. Nobody is here. She struggles to recall her family's faces or their voices. A forgotten name from a lost life. Everyone used to call her. She simply cannot remember. She yearns to weep, but her tears dried up 50 years ago, parched like this cursed desert. The protagonist senses a shift. In his past life, this clan should still be thriving right now. Why did they vanish? He wonders if his own actions ripple through time, altering this sacred place. Fate hasn't changed that much. Isn't this place strange? He asks. She scoffs. It's just ruins. No, he insists, eyes narrowing. Something is terribly wrong here. This isn't just decay. Destroyed 50 years ago. Impossible. Everything looks cleaned and repaired, as if done 2 weeks ago. A scream shatters the air. Sir Cirrus turns to see elves being dragged away by savage riders. Do not show them your weakness, the mother cries out, shielding her terrified children. The mercenaries curse their luck. All this way for this, we're going to lose a fortune. It's him, the hunter, who crossed the protagonist before. That same arrogant face from the ogre hunt. Mage Clonto, a voice shouts. Use your magic, this heat is absolute hell. Magic isn't a miracle cure, he snaps. The air is thick with irritation and sweltering heat. Only 3 captives after bringing 56 men. The leader fumes at the pathetic, meager harvest. A man is among them. Suddenly a scout screams. An elf is charging out of nowhere. The scene shifts. A knock at the door. Someone seeks entry to speak with Tessin. Tessin faces Felina. We already have an agreement regarding these matters, he states firmly. His childhood friend, a church devotee, wears her cloak while revealing a stunning, bold grace. She has been his lifeline since his soul returned to this body, his constant loyal shadow. Without her, the Magic Tower's laws would have prevented him from ever awakening his aura. In another life, she served the Demon King. Tesserin, that smile. It reminds me of him. The old days, he asks. Yes, she whispers back, when you were called Lepenhart. He presents a scroll. As expected, the King of Fists legend is spreading across the land. A strange coincidence that legendary warrior shares the very name he held as a young child. I am no longer Lepenhart, he says. She smiles. Destiny is funny. He doesn't laugh. He focuses. The Golden Knight was humiliated by an aura user, fueling the king's rising fame. The legend grows. Felina admits she cannot fathom why he is becoming such a massive icon. Your strength, he explains, coldly as a magnet that pulls the entire world toward you. The Golden Knight surrendered, vowing to follow the King of Fists. A powerful pawn is gained. Lena found a candidate, Stefan von Alchen, a second son from the distant kingdom of Basel. Tessin is unimpressed by the unknown name. To him, the man is currently a nobody, no matter. If he has potential, Tessin will forge him. He pulls Felina into a fierce embrace. He smiles like a true villain. Lepenhart. I will reclaim every single thing you stole. Back to the chaos. Cirrus tears through the mercenaries. They draw axes, but she is relentless. Stay sharp, the men scream. This isn't a normal elf. She's a monster in disguise. A graceful, deadly leap. Her eyes glow sapphire. The men stare in awe before being slaughtered. Panic erupts in the ranks. Where did this bastard come from? He's moving too fast. The mage unleashes a torrent of flame, incinerating everything. That massive magic circle is no joke. It's a total bloodbath. As the smoke clears, Lepenhart stands there, scolding her for being reckless. Listen, my job is to protect, you got it. He warns the survivors to freeze or face death. While they tremble, he flashes a chilling smile. Long time no see, right? Now you're playing slave hunters. They instantly recall the day Lepan smashed their spines. One thug vows he'll never forget that pain. Lepan sighs, annoyed at remembering such literal trash. But since they're here, he decides to play a little game of interrogation. He demands to know if these are the final elven survivors. The leader snaps back. Why the hell should I tell you? Lepan's eyes turn cold. Answer if you want a quick death. Terrified, the man stammers. Yes, that's all of them. Lepan asks for the body count, but the hunter just looks baffled. To him, lives were just numbers he didn't track. Lepan's fury hits a boiling point. 40 lives extinguished. Just like that. His muscles bulge as he prepares a bloody toll. Desperate, the hunters scramble to stack shields, spells, and every barrier they have. It's a futile struggle for survival. The mage is losing it. How can a meathead possess such monstrous mana? Lepan begins an incantation from a forbidden language. A purple dragon of pure light chains erupts, consuming them. When the dust settles, only charred remains litter the earth. The broken leader offers Lepan the elves as a bribe. Lepan just scoffs, noting the mage's pathetic mana finally tapped out. Grabbing Lepan's hand, the man begs for his life. Take the slaves, just let me live. It's a pathetic sight. Lepan winds up a fist, declaring it's far too late. The mage cries out, at least tell me why I'm dying. You're drenched in elven blood. That's your death warrant. The man is genuinely confused. What? Over mere elves. I didn't kill a single human, he protests. Lepan stops mid-motion, his expression unreadable as the man continues his nonsense. Wait, were these elves your property? The hunter asks. I thought they were wild. I didn't know they belonged to anyone. Lepan's knuckles whiten as he growls through gritted teeth. I told you. I'm here to collect the price of blood. The hunter can't wrap his head around it. Dying for elves, he thinks Lepan's logic is absolutely insane and completely unfair. That response was the wrong choice. Lepan asks if he truly feels innocent. The bandit screams that Lepan is a lunatic. Nothing you say makes sense. Lepan counters by asking what defines a human versus a mindless savage beast. The bandit recites that a person possesses independent thought and seeks values beyond mere survival instincts. A textbook answer. Then why Lepen asks, do you treat these thinking, feeling elves like common livestock? The air turns heavy with tension. The bandit scoffs. It's not his opinion. It's just how the world works. No human sees an elf as an equal. They were born for chains, he shouts. Are you really going to deny the reality of the world? You're just one man. Think you're wiser than everyone, Lepan recalls Milan's warning about underestimating this world's cruelty. It's time for a real lesson. He declares that since he refuses to be a slave, he must grant that same dignity to others. It's that simple. The bandit calls him arrogant. To think differently from all of humanity isn't noble. It's pure delusional pride in his eyes. Lepan closes the distance, a dark aura surrounding him. Yeah, maybe I am being extreme. But I don't care. This world is rotten to the core and I refuse to be part of its filth. His resolve is absolute. Boom, he crushes the man's throat, declaring he'd rather be an arrogant god than a compliant dog in this society. The elven family is paralyzed in shock. Suddenly, Cirrus approaches with a gentle smile, breaking their chains with ease. She asks the young girl if her name is Xion. The girl freezes, whispering back a name from the past, Serendi. It's a name buried under layers of trauma. Memories of other children calling out to her begin to flood back. That was her true identity before the chains. Serendi El Arafiana. A name carrying the weight of a lost legacy. Serendi reaches out for her friend beaming, but she's met with a stinging slap. Cirrus stands there, completely stunned and hurt. The elven boy demands to know who they are, while the mother warns him not to speak to that thing. To them, Serendi is a disgrace. An elf who became a human's plaything is worse than a corpse in their eyes. As Cirrus cowers, Lepan steps forward like a shadow. She is my companion, he booms, and she is no one's slave. Xion is floored. How can this massive, terrifying human speak the ancient tongue of the elves so fluently? Lepan declares he won't tolerate such insults, even from her own blood. He turns to Cirrus, demanding she stand tall. Cirrus looks up, her eyes wide and trembling. I am not a slave, she whispers, questioning her entire reality. He holds her gaze firmly. Have I ever treated you like property? Have I ever forced you to obey me? She softly says no. Then stop humiliating yourself, he commands. You are free. Start acting like it. Serendi drops a truth bomb. Lepenhart never actually said she wasn't property. Our hero looks away, sweating bullets in pure awkwardness. He finally relents, declaring that she is no slave. From this day forward, they are absolute equals as free elves. But the vibe remains incredibly tense. Even after his grand speech, she avoids his gaze, knowing his kindness is genuine. It is clear now. He truly views every race as equal. She saw that spark of sincerity in him long ago, yet a chilling realization hits her. When he looks at her, he is actually talking to a ghost from his past. Lepenhart is completely floored. He honestly believed he was doing his absolute best to be her noble savior. She admits that his efforts were wasted. In her own heart, she has only ever known the life of property. If he is just seeing someone else, then perhaps he should just treat her like a tool. That emotional blow hits Lepenhart hard. He was so proud of changing her fate, but it was all a hollow illusion based on memories of another life. To the current Serendi, he is just the mysterious man who bought her with gold. Nothing more has happened yet. He is a total stranger who spent a fortune on her, showing a kindness that makes absolutely no sense to her. She bows her head, refusing to accept a sincerity that was never truly meant for the woman standing before him. And then, Lepenhart declares that Serendi Aureliana is officially free. She can stay or vanish into the wind right now. He promises to respect whatever path she chooses. Serendi is stunned, wondering if she is actually being kicked out already. Lepenhart panics, desperately trying to explain that he just wants her to feel zero pressure. He is fighting for his life here. She goes full drama queen, demanding time to think. Our protagonist then asks the local women to help reunite the child. He reiterates that she is not his property and vows never to reveal this hidden village to the greedy human world. He prepares to wait outside, but Xion is already bouncing with excitement, insisting that the hero joins them inside. It would be a stain on the clan's honor if they failed to reward the man who saved their entire family. He checks if it is truly all right, and she confirms. They never would have survived the desert without his divine strength. He praises her logical thinking, while Charlene apologizes to Serendi, admitting she would have made the exact same desperate choice. Serendi agrees with a heavy heart, while her friend mentions how lucky she was to stumble upon such a decent human. Serendi realizes he is a good man because he used her real name immediately. Wait, how did he know her secret name? He wonders how he knew her full title when even she had forgotten it. Someone literally just told her, though. Meanwhile, deep in the desert caves, a worried elf warns their leader that their precious water supply is finally drying up. The elder asks for a scouting report. The humans have finally retreated, and their warriors now rest beneath the shifting sands. Their fallen brothers are now at peace. Their physical forms are gone, sleeping forever under the brutal desert sun. Elder Reilhard, a young soul of only 343 years, prays for the great spirits to embrace their lost souls. His lieutenant insists they cannot linger. They need to muster their remaining strength to reclaim their ancestral home safely. It is time to move while they still have a few drops of water. Reilhard orders everyone to prepare for departure. He feels utterly defeated. Their sanctuary is compromised and doom is following close behind. Then he sees something impossible. The children have returned. They immediately recognize Shaylin, the granddaughter, along with the brave little boy who went missing. Panic erupts when he spots a human. He screams for his warriors to keep the monster back as slingshots are drawn. The elves open fire, but it is useless. The stones thud harmlessly against the ground as Lepenhart stands there completely unfazed. He examines a projectile, noting it is enchanted glass. Without the world tree, these elves must rely on magical fire artifacts. Generations in the scorching wasteland have forced them to bond with fire spirits just to survive the harsh environment. Serendi carries that same desert blood, which explains why her sun-kissed tan never fades even after years in captivity. She is suspicious again, asking if he learned all of this classified information from his mysterious master. He nods, claiming his master had an elf companion. He knows everything there is to know about elves and dwarves. Suddenly, his face shifts. He shouts to the hostile elves, trying to prove his innocence while being pelted with rocks. The elves are terrified, realizing their magical attacks are doing zero damage to this absolute monster of a man. He calls out to the descendants of the great spirits, promising he is a friend who respects their ancient, sacred history. The tribe is stunned into silence. He is speaking their tongue and using perfect high elf etiquette. Who is this guy? An elf from above admits his words are pretty smooth, but words aren't enough for trust. Lepenhart knew this would happen. As the elves freak out, Serendi watches in horror as he slowly raises the legendary Horn of Calamity. Lepen understands the intricate clockwork of an elven mind. While humans scent a trap, elves are far more logical. They know a man this powerful wouldn't stumble into an ambush, he'd simply seize what he wanted. Their leader admits their snares were useless against him. He came of his own free will. Lepen signals Serendi that the deal is sealed. Within the shelter of the tents, Charlene presents the girl as the long-lost daughter of Payoff and Piana. Rehard's eyes widen in shock. She is the child who vanished during that horrific nightmare. A miracle has returned a piece of their legacy. Lepen, you've truly done a noble deed, he praises. With hearts full, the elves guide them home to Darrow El. Music swells and spirits soar as they dance around a roaring fire. Yes, even in the desert's heart, a massive bonfire blazes. It's a necessity. People forget the desert turns into an icy tomb at night. The only issue, these desert dwellers look remarkably identical. As names are exchanged, the faces start to blur. To me, every single one of them looks exactly like Shaylin. Our hero lingers in the shadows, observing the joy. Seeing Saren's radiant smile, he wonders if she'll choose to stay behind. Regardless, unfinished business remains. He approaches the elder with a bold request. He seeks to witness the true peak of elven strength. Rehard knows he's asking for a glimpse into spirit magic. My own spirit magic is a mere flicker compared to yours, the protagonist admits, summoning a spark. You must also guide Ciri's path. Rehard conjures a flame, but his expression darkens as it flickers out. Without the world tree, their ancient duty is a hollow shell. Their once mighty arts are now reduced to lighting campfires, utterly useless on a real battlefield. He confesses it would be wiser for her to study magic under someone of the main character's caliber. I'll teach her everything he promises, but an elf severed from the spirits is a tragedy. The leader nods in somber agreement. If she stays and if you desire it, you are welcome here, the elder says. Our tribe's gates are open to you. He is welcomed as a brother of the sands. 4 days pass in the quiet embrace of Desduru. He waits patiently for Sarah's heart to decide. Nearby, she struggles through a spirit communication lesson looking completely overwhelmed. Cheyenne watches her struggle, sighing that it usually takes decades for an elf to master these subtle whispers. But Sarah is no ordinary soul. In a sudden flash, a brilliant light explodes and spirits begin dancing around her in a frantic whirl. Her instructor is speechless. Such a terrifyingly high affinity is unheard of. No elf should ever learn this fast. The secret lies in her harsh past. Surviving the human world means you either adapt instantly or perish. You learn to race against time. Her mindset is forged in human urgency, tempered by a natural talent that defies elven logic. The protagonist approaches with a knowing smile. Are you enjoying yourself? Will you be staying here with your kin? The weight of the question hangs in the air. Finally, she speaks, yes. I want to stay and help them. His heart sinks until she continues. Staying now won't fix their fate. Only by following him can she truly save her people. And it shall be so, he vows. I swear on my life I will change their future. He chooses to walk his path for the sake of the clan. He laughs, emboldened by the woman who placed her destiny in his hands. Now let me show you what the future looks like. They stand atop a desolate mountain as Rehard questions their return. Lepen gestures to the ruins. You called this an old shelter. From this moment on, it is your new capital. That's impossible, Rehard cries. There is no water here. No life can survive in this wasteland. Our hero tells Sarah to draw the neon bow, reminding her that she awakened her spirit affinity in a mere 4 days. I did, but what does that change? She asks. He explains that the bow chose her as its one true master. By wielding it, she has formed a soul contract. She doesn't just hold the weapon, she carries its ancient dormant power. He thrusts the bow into the jagged rock and begins an incantation in a tongue forgotten by time. He summons the seed of the world tree. Suddenly, a sprout pierces the stone and gale-force winds whip through the air as it erupts. Before Rehard's disbelieving eyes, a massive tree towers toward the heavens. Water begins gushing from beneath its roots like a sacred fountain. While the elder stands frozen, the protagonist tells him to feel the warmth radiating from the bark. An overwhelming aura of abundance floods the area, a divine sensation capable of reawakening any weary soul. Rehard collapses in tears of pure joy. His instincts scream the truth. This is the rebirth of Elvenheim, the world tree itself. Lepenhart just resurrected the elven heart, as if it were a simple trick. It was only possible because the bow was carved from the original tree's branch. Once awakened and anchored to the earth, it acts as a massive mana conductor, pulling life energy from the very atmosphere. It is a masterpiece of high-tier elven sorcery, a legendary miracle brought to life by his hand. Rehard's eyes well up. Is Lepen a god-sent savior? Nah, just a friend helping out, Lepen scoffs. He shrugs to Ciri. Sorry about your bow. I'll buy a new one. She's frozen. Who is this guy? His cover is blown for sure. Suddenly we're back at the Great Forge. Stepping through the portal, their biggest fan awaits. Where have you been? Lepen grins, noting Silen's massive gains. Silen flexes proudly, finally noticed. This old man is in peak condition again. Lepen's internal monologue. Wow, he's a total meathead. Manipulating him is way too easy. Desperate dwarves swarm them, crying about missed stories. Lepen cuts the drama. Did you finish your homework? Behold magic-wielding dwarves. They're blasting air shots everywhere. Excellent work, boys, he praises. Perfection. Right then, he founds the legendary dwarven mage unit. He handpicks the top 20 geniuses, drilling the magical basics into their stubborn heads. Incredible progress for 1 month, he cheers. Their mana control is reaching insane levels already. He drops training manuals for discipline. Enter Ruskin. Lepen greets him. Hey, idiot, got any intel? Level up yet? Ruskin nods vaguely, but his eyes widen as he senses something terrifying. Lepen's presence is massive. What the heck? Did you hit a sudden growth spurt? I'm normal, Lepen lies. Ruskin snaps. Don't lie, you don't look 23 at all. He looks like a 1,000-year-old monster. Did this guy reach some crazy sword enlightenment or what? Silen chimes in. Next stop, more ancient ruins. Ruins and riches, Lepen declares. Destination, the Kingdom of Krobans. Wait, is this where that legendary thick elf from the viral clips finally appears? While Lepen wraps up, destiny stirs in the north. Welcome to the ever-frozen land of frozen hell, deep within the dilapidated shacks. A desperate survivor begs for more power. We can barely keep the fires lit, he cries. Mana is scarce. 30 arrived, but only 10 remain. The cold is a ruthless killer. Yet the Sakya ruins yielded a literal mountain of gold. A high-risk, high-reward gamble. We hit the jackpot, his friend gasps. This haul eclipses everything they've ever done, especially that tome. It contains secrets from the legendary Silver Era. This book would break the world's academies, but even the old man can't crack the high-level codes. A blood-curdling scream shatters his thoughts, a monster, or something worse. The color drains from his face. It's Zarin's crew, kill them all, he commands coldly. Check out this squad, a tank, a sleepy blonde, an elf, and a total wild card. Lethal. Oh, I'm totally hyped for this. The slaughter begins. I can't wait for Lepen's squad to clash with these monsters. The old mage begs, take the artifacts, just let us live. Zarin sneers, sorry, we're actually here for you. No mercy, just cold-blooded execution. Lena trembles. Was that necessary, Silver Sage orders? He replies. They opened a forbidden door. The secrets in those books must stay buried to protect humanity's future. Felina nods. The Silver Sages are supposedly our guardians acting for the greater good. They were innocent. Sacrifices must be made for the world to survive, Zarin counters. He turns to Stefan. Is that berserker armor ready for war? Zarin's got that main character energy, Stefan grins. With this, even the strongest aura users will kneel. The blonde lackey asks, so what's the plan for all this loot? Zarin decides keep the legendary stuff, sell the junk for profit. Plus, the Silver Sages want specific relics. These Silver Era items are weapons of mass destruction. To stop the apocalypse, only the worthy should hold such world-shaking power. Translation, they want total control, and they'll kill anyone to keep their iron grip on power. Our blonde hero marvels at the warming necklace. This legendary artifact turns the world's most frozen wasteland into a gentle summer breeze. Essen explains that this wasn't just some trinket. It was a holy relic, exclusive to the ancient sages. Suddenly, his face drops. He senses the voice of illusion. Wait, he stammers, realizing Lepen's gear is beyond logic. The voice of illusion should be a ghost, an artifact hidden from the eyes of all humanity. The Demon King guarded this treasure personally. This isn't just loot, it's a weapon that could reshape history. Tisk. It seems I'm not the only one receiving divine favor from the heavens, he mutters bitterly. Felina, rocking her signature short shorts, asks why the sages would kill to keep this secret. He simply warns her some truths are better left buried. Only sages can handle this weight. With Felina's constant questioning, I smell a betrayal brewing within their own ranks. Back at the Great Forge, the heavy doors groan open. Malene sighs, "What do you want from me this time?" But it isn't a request, it's serious. And she demands everything. She seeks the truth of Lord Lepenhart. She's seen through his mask. He's known her since the very first second. His gaze, his tone, his comfort around her, it felt like a practiced dance to him but a strange mystery to her. He even whispered a name she had forgotten eons ago. Malene suggests he's simply terrified she won't accept his reality. Why would he fear that she asks? Malene counters with a question of his own speaking as a weathered elder. Do you trust him? Cyrus doesn't hesitate. She'd follow him even if he claimed to be a god incarnate. It's not the trust he needs, Malene sighs. Before he can clarify the weight of his question, he vanishes into the shadows. Now look at our boy just standing there in the silence, waiting to see if she uncovered the impossible truth. The tension is thick. She looks him in the eye and admits, "I know." But the story, it's beyond belief. Michelin really spilled the beans. He snitched that Lepenhart is a traveler who defied time itself. This drunkard actually leaked his childhood friend's ultimate secret to every elf in the forest. Unbelievable. Now she knows the truth. Jack is a 10th Circle Archmage, a historical titan, and the former Demon King who sought to save all races. He fell once, but now he's returned from the past. And she was Sir Valencia, the legendary guardian of the Elven continent. Talk about a glow-up. From a simple girl to a mythic warrior, an 8th Circle, Archmage and Master of the 7 Elements. To the world, she was the reincarnation of the legendary Eldia. But to the humans, she was the goddess of madness. Yeah, that title fits her perfectly. In his memories, she was Lepenhart's one true love. Yet he bluntly admits he can't just force those old feelings onto her now. Basically, he says, "I feel nothing for the you that stands here today. At least I understand your actions now." He watches her with a sharp, piercing gaze. "Can you forgive my behavior?" She offers a small nod. "I will follow you." For now, that is the only promise she can give. "I am not the Sarah from your past," she declares, turning away. "Girl, just wait until the rival elves show up. You'll get jealous." She glances back, adding, "But I don't hate you." At that, our cold hero turns red as a blazing bonfire. He's confused by her mixed signals, but hey, it's a lot better than a sword to the throat. Their next stop, the Kingdom of Krobins. A fertile, massive powerhouse that holds the keys to the continent's future. King Goten had a true heir, Telion. But fate was cruel, the prince died before he could claim his crown. Grief-stricken, the king followed his son to the grave, leaving the entire kingdom in a chaotic power vacuum. With no king on the throne, the nobles split into warring factions. The same old political drama, just more violent. Lines are drawn. Under the red banner, they scream for Lord Carus, swearing to crush all usurpers. Across the field, the blue banner vials to rip the tongues from those who oppose the true royal bloodline. Representing the blue side is Yubel, 18 years old and mounted on a pony. Not exactly intimidating. Yubel is the king's biological son, but from a concubine. On the red side stands Duke Fernando Darkus. Darkus isn't the king's son, but his royal lineage is pure and prestigious. He's the legitimate noble choice compared to the low-born prince. This is the civil war our heroes are walking into. Carus is 28, a master of martial purity, and a commander who commands absolute loyalty from his troops. Meanwhile, Prince Yubel is famous for absolutely nothing. Most people think he's just a playboy chasing skirts and wine. 6 months of an empty throne, and the kingdom is bleeding. The war for the crown has only just begun. This power struggle is reaching a boiling point. We shift to the Delphina region, where a frustrated noble sits with his head in his hands, wondering when this nightmare will finally end. That is Yubel, and he is absolutely fuming because his land is currently being torn apart by civil war and a devastating famine. "Who forced this crown on me?" he groans. "I never asked for this throne yet. Look at the disaster I have inherited." From across the room, a sharp-featured woman asks if he truly loathes being king that much, and he gives a resounding yes. She reminds him it is either the throne or the guillotine, so he better stay put. Meet Finia, his mistress and royal concubine. He actually chose a dwarf. It is quite unconventional, but in this world, nobody seems to care about her 101-centimeter height. Honestly, people get with the times. She warns him not to die because if he falls, she goes down too. Right now, they need to focus on feeding their starving soldiers. Yubel admits his time is borrowed. Suddenly, she clings to him, suggesting they just ditch everything and run away together. "You and me escaping on a single horse," he scoffs. She nods, completely serious about their grand exit. He is amused, but Yubel admits he is far too pampered to survive a single night out in the unforgiving wild. She promises to protect him with her wild instincts, but he is not convinced it would ever work. How is a grown man supposed to live off a tiny 101-centimeter woman? She has a sharp retort ready. There is no shame in using a slave's skills for profit, she says. To her, being a slave or a queen changes nothing. He tells Finia there is no corner of this world where society will accept them as legitimate lovers. It is pure drama. Amidst the romantic atmosphere, a knight stands guard. Suddenly a voice echoes. Sounds like you are having fun. Before he can react, she has already snatched the knight's axe and pointed it directly at the newcomer. Then the absolute unit shows up. Lepenhart introduces himself as a humble mage here to assist the future king of Krobans. Yubil is baffled. Why would a powerhouse like this travel all this way just to join his losing side? Finia warns him to be careful but confirms the man is not lying. As a dwarf, her lie detection is top tier. Are you a battle mage? Yubil asks. Our protagonist just gives a confident smirk and confirms the title. He tried hiding his massive shredded physique under a cloak, but it was a total failure. Those gains are impossible to mask. It is a lost cause. Yubil asks if he is truly here to help, or if he just wants to treat this war like a playground. He insists his intentions are pure, and that he is definitely not here for personal entertainment. Dwarf immediately calls him out for lying. Yubil, however, does not care if the guy finds the war fun as long as he helps. The protagonist realizes that having a pint-sized lie detector around is going to make his life very difficult. He claims he is not judging, especially since his own lover is an elf, though in this life she is nowhere near him. Finia thinks his delusional confidence is strangely charming. He seems like a true believer in his own hype. Yubil, with his simple worm brain, decides he likes meeting a fellow weirdo for once. The height difference is comical, like a giant standing next to a pebble. They finally ask what kind of deal he is offering. The protagonist decides to stop being mysterious and get straight to the point. He offers 100,000 gold coins and massive resources. They nearly faint because their army is literally starving to death. That is an insane fortune. It is basically the equivalent of the kingdom's entire annual revenue. With that much gold, they could feed every hungry soul for months. However, the offer is so good, it feels suspicious. He then asks how many aura users Yubil commands. The answer is 0, so the protagonist offers the service of 6 experts. Yubil is stunned. The entire kingdom of Krobans only has 5. How can one man mobilize an entire army of elites? He realizes there is a world out there he knows nothing about. What is the price for all this, he asks. The protagonist says that once Yubil takes the throne, he wants a specific piece of land for a thief. Yubil thinks that is a bargain, but Lepenhart clarifies he wants total autonomy and a completely different set of laws. Wearing a villainous smirk, he reveals he wants a sanctuary where elves, dwarves, and orcs can all live freely. Looking back, Lepenhart really did just barge in while they were cuddling. This man has 0 respect for private moments. He is truly a menace. Back at the base, Cirrus asks if the negotiations went smoothly. Was peaceful enough, he lies. But the real challenge is what comes next. In his past life, he ended this war with a meteor shower. This time, he has to win through politics and strategy. This guy actually asked why people call him the Demon King in Chapter 1. Then you see his body count and realize the title fits perfectly. Lepen admits this path takes longer, but he wants to settle things in a way no human can ever contest. He wonders if he knew Yubil in his past life, but he denies it. Cyrus then asks who sat on the throne back then. He reveals Prince Karus ruled while poor Yubil met the guillotine. Talk about living on borrowed time. Cyrus fears history will repeat itself. Our hero vows that since he's intervened, he'll personally ensure a much better ending this time. It's all for Yubil's sake, a man who just like him considers slaves to be true friends. Friends, yeah, right. Back at base, Riskin asks about the meeting and notes that their grand plan is finally moving forward. It's only been a month since leaving the Great Forge, yet they've already conquered 10 different ruins. No one would believe that insane pace. He's literally bleeding, muttering that finding artifacts is way harder than slaying demons. A buff, Silent laughs, noting the kid's finally grown enough to handle. But he asks Lepen, did we really need to drop 100,000 gold? Lepen explains it wasn't about the gold coins. The real currency they needed was a massive stockpile of grain. Remember that grain from the Talban Union? Normally, without this famine or war, it would only be worth 4,000 gold. But the world's changed. He offered 100,000 just to secure the grain now that prices have skyrocketed. Little dwarf yells, wait, you're actually scamming the king errant, but Lepen calmly says he isn't lying at all. He's paying the full value in grain. Then Riskin points out Lepen promised 6 aura users, but they only have 5. Between the 2 of them and the 3 dwarves, they're still short. So who's the final mystery member? The protagonist smirks, mentioning some aura-wielding elves. He doesn't even count himself in that elite group. He's hesitant to rely on them, though, since elves are notoriously stubborn to persuade. Riskan insists they still need 2 more. It's fine, he replies. The orc champions Kalen and Stala will be the ones filling the gaps. Riskin is baffled. Orcs using aura. He's clearly thinking, aren't those guys just big, dumb, and green? He explains that deep in the Rakiti Mountains lies a hidden land where orcs preserve their true ancient traditions. These aren't your typical weak, domesticated orcs or mindless gladiators from the pits. This is a tribe of noble warriors who balance raw strength with the profound wisdom of the natural world. They are the Blue Bear tribe. Our hero even remembers that Tacid, that beast from the beginning, should be there. Riskin is still skeptical. He's seen gladiator orcs scrap, but he doubts any orc could truly master the power of aura. The protagonist shuts him down, claiming their hand-to-hand skills surpass any human or dwarf alive. That's a bold claim, especially since a human beat you so badly in your past life that you had to reincarnate. The camera shifts to the middle of nowhere, where glowing green triangles suddenly manifest above ancient stones. Magic surges as an old man appears praising someone's effort in handling the messy situation. It's that Adictessum thanking the sage Dawes. The old man praises him for recovering the relics, calling him kid. He claims dangerous knowledge must stay under their lock and key to protect all of humanity. It's always for protection, isn't it? Then poof, he vanishes, leaving a furious Tessum behind to curse these useless summons. Still, he'll play along with this stupidity for now just to climb the ladder of influence. He's dying to warn everyone about the dangerous Demon King, but he knows he'll just look like a lunatic if he speaks too soon. Luckily, he knew Duke Islander was a Silver Sage, all thanks to his secret connection with Jade. That's how he learned that during the Silver Era, humans were actually the bottom of the food chain. The elves were the true masters of the world tree, while dwarves ruled everything that touched the solid earth. A millennium ago, these civilizations bore different names, the Eldras for elves, and the Alatrani for the dwarves. Eldra meant blessing of Eldia, while Impain stood for the grace of Alfort. They literally named their empires after their gods. But the Silver Sages bury the past, replacing truth with a more convenient lie. Srim knows their obsession with preserving human dignity is exactly what's making the race weak and foolish. It's official, Tezram is a hater who doesn't like a single soul in this entire world. He's obsessed with how humans won. The elves were godlike and the dwarves were unstoppable, yet they still fell. We cut to the death desert of Dandy, where Riskin states the obvious, wow, this place is totally dead. No kidding, genius. What exactly did you expect to see in the middle of a literal desert? Lane explains the brutal truth in orc culture: the weak are discarded and elders are banished. For them, leaving the village is the ultimate mark of honor. A savage method of survival, perhaps. The only way to preserve their sacred grounds in such a harsh world. Our little dwarf calls it barbaric, but Lane notes, it is easy to judge when Cyrus still has her great forge to fall back on. He wonders if the dwarves would remain so noble if every last resource was stripped away from them. As the different races start at each other's throats, Lane can only sigh. Everyone just stay cool for 1 second. Silent asks how he intends to sway the orcs. The assumed plan, hey kids, want some free land. Forget starving in the wild, we have food and drink. But Lane just smirks, he wants to see how his real plan unfolds. Cyrus finds it suspicious. He is recycling a strategy from his past life, isn't he? Lane admits it was easier back then with Tacid by his side. Suddenly Reskin shouts, heads up, something is coming. Chaos erupts as red orcs rain from the sky. They are exploding, screaming, and absolutely out for blood. Reskin asks for a translation, and it is not good news. This is orc land. Death to all humans. Lane unleashes his blue heart technique, but they keep coming like a relentless tide of apocalyptic zombies. Reskin grunts, realizing these monsters are not interested in a friendly chat this time. Nax whistles towards Cyrus, but she pulls off a gravity-defying hop and slips away like a shadow. The dwarf holds the line, but Reskin is getting pummeled. He is already eating 3 strikes straight to the chin. Lane moves like a ghost. Boom, 1 down, another down. They really are formidable, he notes calmly. It is terrifying. But what a shame these orcs have one fatal glaring weakness. With a snap of his fingers, he casts Abyss Sand. A mass sleep spell hits and the orcs drop like flies. Silent is stunned. Wait. It worked instantly. Is not sleep magic supposed to be useless in the heat of a real battle? Line explains that this is why humans conquered them. Despite their strength, orcs have pathetic magic resistance. Silent frowns. If they are that vulnerable to magic, does not that make them kind of useless? Normally, yes, Lane says. But what if a mage like you, Silent, provided them with mental protection? Her eyes go wide. And here's the catch. You have not even seen the real warriors yet. These were just the common citizens. The true elites are out hunting. These guys, just the local neighborhood watch. Reskin looks at a sleeping orc looking almost cute. Are you kidding? This guy is not even a combatant. The ones I have been waiting for are finally here, Lane whispers. Reskin tenses up as the real powerhouses arrive. I swear these guys look exactly like the ones from the Blood Lich Cave or those Fire Apocalypse raids. Massive, red, and angry. I mean, they are barbarian orcs. What did you expect? Saying they all look the same is like saying every elf is identical just because they have pointy ears. A cloaked figure steps forward, voice booming. This is our domain. No humans allowed. Lane steps up with a grand speech about the spirit of Oro. I have come to forge a bond. The leader scoffs. A bond. Humans are nothing but liars, Lane nods. I know. That is why I am here to prove our sincerity. The orc narrows his eyes. Impossible. What is the trick this time, human? Lane meets his gaze. A true spirit speaks through the sword. He proposes the ancient combat ritual. It is the ultimate orcish tradition, an alliance forged in the heat of battle. To orcs, strength is everything. The weak cannot lead, and they certainly cannot become strong on their own. You follow the strong because they are the ones who keep you alive. It is simple orc logic. The tricky part was getting them to actually agree to a duel with a mere human. But as soon as the offer is made, the orcs start grinning. Finally, a human who knows our ways. They accept with a roar, dying to see steel clash against steel. Wow, Line mutters, they are way more hype than I thought. The girls are baffled, but Lane reminds them. I told you orcs live for a good brawl. Reskin asks if Cyrus and Silent have to fight too. Lane shrugs. Get ready. There is no gender discrimination in an orc rite. Now even Lane is sweating. Wait, do I have to fight too? The leader just stares. No. Relax. You are not the warrior. Ouch, that burn was more brutal than any axe swing. Leader bellows. Let the combat rite begin. Whoever represents you, step forth and prove your worth. Step aside. Ciri Valencia makes her stunning grand entrance. The beast. Yolkato steps up 15 kilos of muscle. He roars, Yolkato fight you. Total confusion. Since when could these brutish orcs speak the human tongue? Ciri charges. He draws a massive blade and parries. How can she be this strong? Blown back, she smirks. He's strong, but nothing compared to her hellish training. Round 2 steel clashes he blocks, but Ciri's strike sends his guard crashing down. She slips, spins, and boots him in the mouth. He retaliates with an overhead strike. Lepen wasn't kidding. These orcs are the absolute kings of raw physical destruction. He presses the attack. His technique is top tier, but his weapon is just too weak. Suddenly, she strikes his blade. He bellows Saturn Iskabash. The blades ignite, blasting her back. Ciri lands eyes wide. Aura explosion, Yolkato declares. A warrior's weapon is his soul, and a soul never breaks. A spiritual weapon. Our hero warns Ciri. It's just the orc's signature secret technique. She asks for the catch. He replies, it's harder and sharper. That's literally it. Simple enough. It's basically Tila's earth resonance, but custom made for the orcs. She nods, but our hero knows there's a twist. But no time to explain. Blades lock. She aims for his elbow too close. Think again. Ciri doesn't miss. Flexible as a cat, she ducks and delivers a sharp kick behind his knee. Balance broken, her rising kick sends his sword flying. He recovers, she curses her cut, signals his pack. Ciri panics as swords suddenly begin flying through the air. Lepen notes. Sometimes the sword moves by itself. Late warning boom. Through the smoke blades lunge. Did she get hit? No, she's vanished. She flickers in front of the orc. He grunts, you truly are a formidable elf. He never thought he'd need backup. Ciri thinks, fair enough, the odds are even. Of course they'd have more than one trick. It wouldn't be a challenge otherwise. Defeat, no way. Another blast rocks her. I hate losing, she thinks. Orc power hacks. Wait, she has racial perks too. Yolkato is flexing orc roots, so why shouldn't she? Elf power activate, Serene answers her call. A wind spirit, our hero is impressed. Even back then, her spirit manifestation speed was absolutely legendary. Or spirit. She literally steps on its head using it as a high-speed springboard. She soars like a kite. Flying swords pursue, but she flips and drops behind him. Checkmate. With that spirit buff, she moved faster than his eyes could follow. The orcs roar. The foreigner wins. Our hero checks on Ciri, who is fine. Heroic praise. But Tila worries. Is it okay to stomp on a spirit's miserable head? Our hero laughs it off. Don't sweat it. Spirits don't hold grudges like that. He turns away. Ciri is doomed. That spirit is actually pettier than a scorned ex. Next up, Tila and her axe. But wait, she's defeated before she can even start. The chief critiques zero potential. A warrior who holds back is a disgrace. He starts a mini tutorial on the spot. Quitting because you're outmatched. That's underestimating your foe's restraint. You have much to learn. She is utterly baffled. Hero translates, knowing your limits is good, but playing it safe won't make you a legend. He acknowledged you. Now it's Rezin's turn. Our hero warns, don't murder anyone, okay? Enter Cyrus Fontenny. The noble heir is here to prove his worth as a warrior. An orc drops a Karuga and leaps down. Boom, crashing into the earth, Estala Langaretta reveals herself, declaring she will be his next legendary opponent. The crowd roars. They hail the champion as the divine mother of the gods herself. It is confirmed. She is a powerhouse female warrior and the reigning Karuga champion. She uses 3 different names. Our hero notes that Karuga are the elite mana-wielding masters among all orcs. They have dubbed Reskin as Karuga number 2, since his mana is already surging with intense power. Resin wonders, if they are shocked by me, how will they react when Lepen finally enters the fray? A deadly woman stands before him. The Blue Bear matriarch is ready for war. Reskin senses her might. Their massive auras collide like a supernova. He strikes, but she rushes in for a brutal exchange. She dives in, pulling daggers from her back. Now he must fight for his life. Instantly, he knows she is superior to any orc. Estala mocks him, calling him a talented youth lacking true experience. She taunts him further, claiming her years of combat outweigh his raw skill. Reskin is baffled by her chatter. Is this some psychological ploy to make him drop his guard? Suddenly she lunges. Dropping her blades, she summons each by name, sending them flying toward Ruckin like homing missiles. He conjures a stone wall, but blades swarm from every angle. It is the legendary spiritual weapon technique. Controlling weapons like that is a nightmare. While he is distracted by the blades, she closes in and lands a heavy blow. Ruskin has to brace with both arms just to survive that impact. She is tough, but he has survived Lepen's fists before. However, while he is pinned, the enchanted knives suddenly shred his arm. Watching closely, the protagonist sees his friend is skilled but unprepared for high-level aura combat. Fixating on Estala means certain death from the daggers. How can he possibly turn this around? Estala confidently claims the win, but he retorts that it is far from over. He has not tested this in battle yet, but he will risk it. Mana surges, his eye glows blue, and killing intent explodes. Estala is stunned. The human activates Phantom Division, creating a swarm of spectral flying blades. He charges. Estala realizes these are mystical phantom swords. She senses 3 real ones and shatters the illusions, shouting that this boy actually possesses incredible potential. But then a blade bites her stomach. He moved through her like a vengeful ghost. Lepen is impressed by that insane aura control, a technique that splits presence from reality itself. Estella warns him it won't work twice. He scoffs, asking if she truly thought that was a fluke. She charges again and he reactivates the phantom art. She weaves through the steel, confident that tracking the real blade makes these illusions easy to evade. Suddenly, he teleports to her side from thin air. A fake. That one shatters and he strikes from below. Before she can blink, his blade draws blood. He cheers for his success. She realizes he swapped the presence of the real sword with an illusion instantly. The protagonist is floored. He has already mastered the essence of the void sword. No wonder he is a legend. I forgot. That iconic Cyrus technique creates a confusing labyrinth of countless spectral blades. But that is just the start. The true power lies in teleporting through the illusions by perfectly synchronizing your aura. This is the heart of the Void Sword, and it was once Cyrus's ultimate signature move. Lepen feels a chill, remembering the mountain of corpses this technique created in his previous life. Risan clearly did not slack off at the forge. Estella spots Lepen and senses a giant, blessed by the battle spirit. If she must fight him next, she has to finish this duel right now. Unleashes a horde of daggers. It is over. She draws the 12 sisters and coats them in lethal aura. Reskin is paralyzed as the storm of steel descends, but the blades only strike around him. After the metallic hurricane, he raises his hand. I surrender, I am done. Let us just get out of here. Stella cheers, declaring another victory for the Blue Bear tribe. Lepen then asks Rukin to use that technique on him. Ruskin argues it is useless because Lepen never even bothers to dodge anything in the first place. The protagonist insists it is the perfect chance for practice anyway. He simply wants to feel the technique firsthand. He steps up. It is his turn. The Gigachad enters the ring, and the ladies are already screaming with excitement. Duda is blushing like a schoolgirl. She says skipping the rite is fine since she's so smitten. Stella snaps. Listen, ladies, skipping the rite is absolutely not an option. The hero bellows, I am laughing heart of Antares, and I shall join this rite. A man looms behind Stella, asking his wife for permission to duel this new friend. The hero is stunned. This guy was just hiding behind a rock because it looked fun. With legendary vision, he watched everything from 300 meters away without any effort. Stella asks about the Snake King. He shrugs, already caught it, sliced it, and returned. Drops his cloak, revealing the village's greatest champion, the mighty Kalen. The protagonist braces himself. This is his first massive opponent since his master's training. Perfect, just what I wanted. Kalen roars, charging forward with his blade drawn. The hero casts Sleep Drop. Mid-charge, Kalen's brain shuts off and he face plants. Kalen looks cozy while the crowd groans. Stella screams. That is not the hero way. The protagonist says to wake him. Using magic and muscle makes this duel fairer. Kalen wakes up confused. Stella sighs, honey, you just took a magic spell to the head. That buff guy is a mage, Kalen gasps. The hero confirms magic is his weapon too. Fair point. It's dishonorable to hold back, Kalen laughs, thanking the human champion. The orcs start whispering. Wait, maybe magic isn't actually a bad thing. Magic is strange, but holding back a weapon is worse. That disrespects our leader. He agrees, though it feels like a trick. The hero settles it. Enough duel properly. They trade explosive blows. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Tacity out hunting a beast. Tacity secures a kill. Here, little black king, and you gray kid, eat this meat. A flash erupts on the horizon. Tacity wonders about the light and heads back now. Back at the fight, both warriors charge. A sword strike aims for the protagonist's wrist. Lepine is direct. He throws a punch straight into the path of the swinging sword. Kalen deflects the punch with his great sword. Lepin is impressed by the orc's strength. The hero unleashes explosive linked punches, but Kalen bats them all away with ease. Having proven his warrior spirit, Lepin finishes the job with advanced sleep magic again. Kalen drifts off, but a golden aura explodes as he punches the protagonist while asleep. The spell worked, yet Colin is fighting with his eyes shut. It is pure instinct. Sylvan is baffled by this sleep fighting. Riken watches closely, absorbing every detail. Kalen used artificial aura manipulation. Rucken realizes he must master this technique soon. The protagonist rains down spells, shocked. He never saw this technique in his past life. Back then, he used talismans. Now he casts Hard as Stone, a total paralysis spell. A magic circle traps Kalen's feet. The orc has absolutely zero resistance to magic, but his body enters automatic combat mode. Aura control shields his mental weakness. He strikes with a roar. The protagonist praises him. Truly, your technique is impressive. Magic could end this, but the hero wants to show his value as a warrior. They trade blows with wide grins. Whip-like strikes crack the ground as they fight. The orcs watch in silence. Kalen roars that it is time to finish this duel. The hero winds up. They lock eyes and he unleashes the quadruple calamity punch. Kalen counters with a thunder explosion. Smoke plumes as fist meets steel once more. The calamity blast shoots into the sky, clearing every cloud from the entire horizon. Later, Sylvan heals the warrior. Lepin groans. Why does this healing crap hurt so much? Stella declares a draw. You two fought like brothers born from the same soul. Seeing Lepin's agony, Tila asks if Flynn's healing spells are always this painful. Sylvan reveals the truth. Lepin's aura is a chaotic mess because the opponent's energy is still lurking inside. Since Lepin is already a walking mana factory, these conflicting natures just aren't playing nice. Red Sylvan offers to patch up the chief, but the big guy refuses. According to him, orc wounds heal naturally through the power of nature itself. They officially recognize Lepin as a true warrior. From now on, they are sworn brothers. Finding someone like him is truly a happy occasion. That means it is time to drink. Soon tents are up and everyone is chugging wine from horns around a massive bonfire. Sylvan watches the madness, admitting everyone is having fun, but it looks a little too wild. Kalen roars, "Drink with me, brother Lepenhart." The protagonist is bracing for the worst. Sure, it tastes like swamp water and smells even worse. He takes a sip and wait, he actually likes it. He wonders if his new body has different taste buds while Kalen laughs at his shocked face. I thought humans would hate it. Kalen beams, unable to believe he found a human brother who shares his love for this brew. He bellows for a whole barrel. His wife knows it is just a convenient excuse for him to get hammered. Downs the whole barrel like a legend. Meanwhile, some orc girls whisper that Cirrus is a really fat elf. Cirrus is confused, but Lepin explains, their logic orcs have zero fat, so her muscles look like pure blubber to them. No one can believe Sela is a man. They are absolutely shocked to find out he is actually a boy. They think he is too skinny to survive, but Sila is already getting chubby from eating his fill at the feast. That is the situation. Meanwhile, RCA watches as Kalen announces the hunters are back from the Green Hand. A miracle occurs. Lepin recognizes the newcomer as that skinny guy with the 6-meter spine he met once before. Now the guy is absolutely ripped. Tacit is floored that Lepin recognized him since he looks like a completely different person now. Kalen is beyond confused, asking, "Wait, how do you actually know Tacit?" Tacit explains, this is the hero who saved him and guided his path. Kalen calls it a crazy coincidence and asks what brought him here. Lepin tells the honest truth. He is seeking better land for the Blue Bear tribe and needs their strength. Colin realizes, so if we fight, we get the land. Lepin says it is a bit more complex, but basically yes. He wants the lands of Geophane near the great mountain of Glatten. Kalen asks Tacid for his opinion, since he grew up around humans. Tacid trusts no human, except Lepenhart. He knows the man who saved his life would never lie about this. Kalen knows Lepenhart is honest, but the problem is, the safety of his tribe is at stake. Tacid suggests seeking advice from the Mother of the Earth, Mukiabi, because they desperately need that ancient wisdom. The scene shifts to a hut where we meet Grata Mukiab. Looking at Sela, it is already hard to tell who is a man or woman. Now, with these orcs, the gender confusion is reaching a whole new level. It is getting seriously complicated to tell them apart. Finally, a man named Grata introduces himself. Kalen claims fate brought them a new brother with a true warrior's spirit. Now they must make a wise decision for the tribe. By the next day, Ruskin knows everything worked out. The tribe will relocate to a safer place, and 100 fierce orc warriors will join their cause. Why is Tacid coming? Lepin explains. They need him as a messenger for when the other orcs eventually find them. Ruskin clears his throat, amazed. Wow, we already have an elf, a dwarf, and an orc in the party. Imagine if a troll joined too, he jokes. Lepin just smirks now, that would be a crazy coincidence. Days later, they reach the Terminia region, a major trade route in the kingdom of Krobans that is absolutely packed with merchants. Meanwhile, a mysterious group watches from the forest. A hooded man notes only about 100 soldiers are guarding the goods. Prince Hubel might be an idiot obsessed with women, but he is not completely stupid. He knows this food is vital, yet his companion points out they are strangely short on defensive forces right now. What is weirder is they aren't even resisting the mage sight skill. The old man with the mustache knows this is far too strange. Way too much food and far too little defense. Plus, the soldiers look as tiny as a gang of kids. The leader scoffs. I get it. They are using kids in cloaks to pretend they have an army. It is a total bluff. Looks like Prince Hubel's situation is even more pathetic than they first thought. He orders the cavalry to charge, convinced they are just scaring off children. Take everything, he yells, full of confidence. Suddenly, the hooded figures rush forward and the hoods fly back. Panic erupts. Those are definitely not kids. Surprise, it is a dwarf army. The bandits scream in terror. Where did all these dwarves come from? Too late. The first dwarf already descended from the heavens. While they hesitated, the short king went completely all in. Total shock. He did not even see the strike coming. It was over instantly, because these dwarves are all aura users. A one-sided slaughter begins. The captain screams to rally his men, claiming the fallen were just decoys to keep pushing. The dwarves face a massive wall of infantry with 8 times their own numbers. Hold back. They must suppress their aura for now. Lepen's orders were clear. We are here to stall for time. They charge in for what should be a fair fight, but this is anything but fair. Dwarves are absolutely carving through soldiers. Watching from afar, the protagonist knows high morale cannot save these doomed knights. Sylvan is stunned. He never expected this dwarf crew to dominate so ruthlessly. It was a perfect trap. They got distracted while the dwarves predicted every single move. 3. Aura-using dwarves versus 800 humans. No contest, the captain howls. What kind of pathetic disgrace is this? Knights falling to such foul creatures. The dwarves shrug it off. There is no use hating someone without manners. Suddenly, an orc roars into battle. Talca is here to claim his life. The leader charges to slay the filthy orc, but boom. One devastating sword slash, and he is completely shredded. Lord Lepen. The enemy is dead, and his head is ours. The protagonist shudders. Being called my lord feels incredibly bizarre. He is still the same guy from his slave days, but the plan is working. Now, to the barony of Delphina. Hubel's grandfather is thankful for the aid, but the current request absolutely unacceptable. He cannot believe the audacity. Lepen stands firm. They must recognize the dwarves and orcs as official soldiers of the army. They want to say no, but the protagonist stares them down. Let me repeat myself once more. Their recognition was in the contract for those supplies. The old man sighs. Arguing with stubborn mages is a losing battle. Always so stubborn. The mustache guy scoffs, calling the request nothing but unrealistic idealism. How dare he ask for the impossible? Even if they can fight, what can a mere 100 soldiers accomplish? It is 126, actually. Plus, the Blue Bear tribe is joining. Lepen speaks as their official representative. They keep mocking them. Primitive elves, dumb orcs, and lowly dwarves. Every race is being insulted. The protagonist asks, so you do not trust them? The old man snaps back, obviously not. The protagonist smirks. Fine. We will prove it by taking Fort Sinai with our own strength alone. F-Man stands up, scratching his beard in shock. Wait. Fort Sinai. Lepen nods firmly. Yes, he is delusional. Does he think it is some bandit hideout? One victory does not make him a legendary commander. Fort Sinai is guarded by Lord Techvalt, the realm's strongest knight and a master aura user. Numbers are not everything. Lepen has a strategy to bring victory to Prince Hub. The knights mutter, what absolute idiots. These mages have no clue how war works. Suddenly the dwarf-loving noble interjects and yells, that is enough. He knows tensions are high, but what exactly is the issue with this generous offer? Lord Hubel, you are sending valuable slaves to their deaths. But Hubel counters, the priority here is supplies, not slaves. He turns to Lepen. Are you leaving the precious supplies behind with us? Naturally, we only need 1 week of provisions for the battle. Hubel beams. Perfect, then we lose absolutely nothing. We keep the food while they fight. None of our people have to face any risk. Everyone is floored. Lord Hubel is a genius. This deal is incredible. As the heir, he commands them to take Fort Sinai. Lepen salutes with a fist to his chest. Your order will be obeyed. Back at the forest camp, the protagonist arrives. Is Tacit ready to move? The answer is a resounding yes. He just departed with his little black dog. It seems the meeting was a massive success. The protagonist smirks. Everything is moving according to plan. But Rin is still not quite convinced yet. To conquer a fort, you need triple the defenders' numbers. They are going in dangerously outnumbered. Korriban's people are no weaklings. They march alongside the great Forge Masters and the fierce Blue Bear tribe. With elite warriors from 2 legendary races, victory is certain. Suddenly, Rukin's eyes ignite with excitement. I agree. Plus, they have a squad of aura users. A force this terrifying is rarely seen on this continent. Salon is acting all cute, trying to work her charm. She says the status of orcs will soon skyrocket everywhere. New challenger appears. Elford declares the elves won't be sitting this one out either. Thanks to Lepen, Elvenheim has risen again. No more weak race labels here. Hellard conjures a fire spirit. And this thing is massive, forget tiny sparks. He straight up summoned a walking inferno. He claims that as time flows, the elven bond with nature will turn Eldenheim into an absolute powerhouse. His wife isn't impressed though. She tells him to put it away before he roasts the neighborhood. Suddenly, the dwarf-obsessed Yubel arrives with his tiny lady. Prince Welbel explains Finea wanted to meet her own kind. While she's making friends, Yubel pulls our hero aside to ask what are our actual odds of victory. Lepen's feeling confident. He knows they're ready for war even if he's always expecting the unexpected. Seeing Finea's radiant smile is all the motivation Yubel needs to keep fighting today. He trusts Lepen more than anyone in that royal viper's nest as long as their goals stay aligned. I'm in your debt forever for her smile, he says. Lepen smirks. Don't sweat it. The old man delivers. A few days later, at Fort Sinai, the spring breeze carries the scent of flowers and impending slaughter. Alarms blare. An army is approaching. Commander Tadizva looks down from the walls, completely baffled by the sight. His subordinate confirms the obvious. Sir, that is definitely the enemy. Tadizva sees orcs, elves, and dwarves, but no humans. He thinks he is being raided by pathetic slaves. Something is fishy, though. That flag waving in the wind definitely belongs to Prince Hubel. He cannot fathom why they would send valuable slaves to die. It is like literally burning piles of gold. He orders 50 men and some mages to clean up. His men think 50 is total overkill. Safety first, Tadizva mutters. The plan: massacre the males and keep the females as spoils of war, especially those rare sword-wielding elf women. They will fetch a legendary price on the market. The soldiers march out laughing about how pathetic this siege is. Oh, they have no idea. Their smiles vanish instantly when the lead rider is vaporized, sending his horse into low orbit. A colossal hammer dripping with lethal aura slams down. Is it okay to go all out now? The orc ignites his own aura with a grin. Today we have permission. The dwarf boss charges in. The soldiers freeze. This is no slave mob. It is an entire army of elite aura masters. The dwarves are cheering. It has been ages since they used aura for something besides pest control. A green hammer wielder leaps toward the walls. Tedesvald is losing his mind since when do dwarves possess such power? A panicked mage whispers, Sir, if those guys are all aura users, we are absolutely screwed. Tedesvald can only nod in grim realization. Activate the defensive protocols. Now, the mage chants, sealing the fort behind a massive barrier. Lepen watches unimpressed by their strong defenses. His companion asks, We are at a disadvantage now, aren't we? What is the move, boss? Stick to the plan, Lepen says coolly. On cue, the elves awaken, summoning 70 blazing fire spirits. The defenders rain down arrows, but wood and iron just melt against the spirits' bodies. The soldiers stare in awe like a fairy tale coming to life. Their commander refuses to believe it. While they bicker the fire, spirits continue their relentless assault until the barrier starts to spiderweb. Boom! A dwarf infiltrator shatters the main gate with a single aura-infused axe swing. Pure chaos erupts. The castle is being stormed from both ground and sky. It is a nightmare. Dwarves riding fire spirits. It is absolute madness. Tedesvald screams for his men to charge, showing real guts. Give him credit for bravery. A dwarf leaps at him, calling for some malleoid protection. Tedesvald scoffs, calling their aura filthy trash compared to his noble human power. But as their weapons collide, the shockwaves ripple. Tedesvald's eyes widen in total shock. He might have better technique, but this young dwarf is a literal beast of raw power. Humans are supposed to be masters of evolution, yet he is being pushed back by a demi-human. Outside the walls, Lepenhart watches the clock. Where is the kid he should have joined by now? He knows they awakened, but the elves are burning through energy way too fast. They need help. Rassen grumbles, asking if they're really just going to stand around. Our hero insists this battle is a racial showcase. No interfering allowed. Rassen sighs. If they lose now, the humiliation will be legendary. He wonders why the orcs are so slow. Finally, Tacit arrives. Our hero skips the small talk. The castle's right there. Attack. Tacit gives a terrifying stare, and the March of Doom begins. Inside, dwarves are wreaking havoc. Then the full warband arrives, crushing everything. The soldiers panic, screaming for everyone to fall back immediately. One brave idiot tries to rally them, eyeing those massive swords. Our main character realizes human isolation was a mistake. Information is gone. It's the usual elven short swords, dwarven axes, and troll bone weapons. But orcs, they bring heavy metal. In close combat, they're unstoppable. Now the spirit swords appear. Blades start flying, slicing through everyone. Silent sighs. This is totally unbalanced. Even Kalen is flexing aura. Meanwhile, Tedesval is struggling to process this chaotic new world order. Lepen asks Sin if he enjoys the carnage. He certainly doesn't. It's a war for survival, no different from any other. Commander's done. It's overtime for cleanup scene shift to the capital Crom. Lord Carus slams the table. What is this stupidity? Is this true? He's in denial. Wait, Teddysvald is dead. The aide confirms it. Carus is reeling. His mentor, the Empire's greatest knight, was actually killed. This means the 12,000 units in Croatam are now in danger. He must contact his family and mobilize every noble for the capital. Losing here means game over. If Jubal claims the capital, it's finished. Then every neutral noble will suddenly crawl back to support him. Concentrate our strength. The others agree. He truly sounds like a king. We'll see about that. It's now one day after Fort Sai fell. Dwarf lover stands atop the wall feeling like he's dreaming. Lepin kept his promise. Jubal calls them true legendary brave warriors. He hopes they're resting. Lepin laughs. They're making themselves quite comfortable. Jubal asks about the local nobles. Lepin says they're mad but powerless. Credit goes to the warriors. Casualties, 17 dwarves and 9 orcs. 0 elven deaths. Those pointy-eared punks are experts at hiding. Jubal is impressed, but for Lepin's small army, it was still brutal. He was just using Jubal, but the guy isn't half bad. Guilt hits. In his past life, he basically nuked Jubal's entire army. Leading Jubal's army now, maybe non-humans finally get some damn respect. A general approaches. Hey kid, sell me some of those amazing slaves. The protagonist snaps. You bastard, they aren't slaves, they're my allies. The guy scoffs. Fine, whatever. Let me know when you're selling. The hero storms off. The guy whines. It's just one little slave. Rumors of non-humans taking Fort Sinai spread. Nobody in the capital believes. A dwarf beat the legendary Tetsville. The nobles are losing their minds. Some accept it, others still see slaves. But the tides are shifting. Cut to an inn where an orc is simply prepping today's firewood. Crowd laughed, calling him a total clown. They insisted those rumors of super strong orcs were just pure fairy tales. Look at this useless brat. Still, they say some bishop from Philanes is a beast at taming orcs and dwarves. Even Scylan was getting roasted now, being branded a master manipulator. The church shouldn't use slaves. But wait, is it the kid's weird power making them all so overpowered? Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall giant woman appeared out of nowhere, eavesdropping with intense interest. The guy nearly jumped out of his skin. Can I help you, miss? She loomed over him like a literal skyscraper, demanding every detail about this mysterious bishop from Philanes. They whispered about a boy leading a non-human legion. Apparently, he commands an entire army of monsters. Word is, he's only 15. A cute little squirt that everyone mistakes for a pretty girl. She immediately started choking on her drink, coughing like a maniac. Rule literally hit the floor. She finally found her darling Scylan. Cut to the plains. War is brewing. 10,000 soldiers faced off against a mere 3,000. The odds were insane. Our hero watched. Carus really had that monarch energy, summoning a massive army with one signal. A soldier barked. Any idiot who denies the true king dies today. Who wants a duel? He was hunting for a challenger, screaming for a one-on-one fight. Are you cowards? Did you really have to use cheap tricks to take down Tetsvold? Whispers of a dishonorable kill filled the air. Meanwhile, the dwarves were literally fighting over who got the kill. The knight's face darkened instantly. Just who the hell are you? Cyrus stepped forward, representing Prince Uel. He was ready to clash with the legendary knight Spirius. Spirius laughed at the child, challenging him. But Cyrus erupted with aura, proving he wasn't playing around. Great swords collided with bone-shaking force. Even the horses seemed to be dancing through the chaos. Everyone froze. 2 aura users. That is impossible. Carus was absolutely fuming. How does a rebel army have more elites than the kingdom? Spirius had to crush their hopes now. The old veteran nodded. Not bad, kid. Your skills are actually decent. Cyrus smiled back, but internally he was calculating victory. He knew his combat instinct was far superior. The brutal training he endured with Lepin was finally paying off in spades. He charged again, eyes locking in a deadly gaze. Boom, a high-speed mounted duel ignited. Lepin watched impressed. His student was a natural. Soon the world would call him the Morning Star. Spirius roared, "I won't lose to a child," and unleashed a massive energy blade. Cyrus countered instantly. He activated his secret technique, the Phantom Blade Division. The air itself split. Spirius blinked, confused by the illusions. Big mistake. He was sliced open before he could even blink. The enemy army gasped. Their champion was face down in the dirt, tasting pure defeat. How was a kid this powerful? As Spirius faded out, Cyrus sighed. Man, I messed up again. With his hero down, Carus panicked and ordered an all-out charge. He still had the numbers. Jubal screamed the order. This wasn't a duel anymore. This was a bloody war. Rosin led the orc warriors like a god of war. Those orcs were hungry for a fight. Knights tried to target the mounts, but these orcs rode giant wolves. You can't cut legs while being bitten. Carus watched in horror. The rumors were true. These guys were actual monsters. The knights crashed into the dwarves only to be obliterated by a wall of pure iron. They couldn't break the muscle wall. Meanwhile, the elves kept summoning massive Ifrit spirits that just kept growing. Harris yelled for his mages to cancel the spells, but their mana was being jammed. Who is this mage? How can one person block an entire army's magic flow? If they are this strong, why haven't they just wiped us all out yet? Our main character chuckled. He didn't have the mana to nuke them, but he could troll every mage present. The battle had barely started, but Karis was already running away like a total coward. The dwarf fanatic was over the moon cheering for their total triumph. A battle for the history books for sure. Prince Yubel's forces didn't just win. They absolutely steamrolled Karis's massive army into the dirt. The Hendrik region erupted. Everyone was screaming, "Long live Prince Yubel," while the man himself just chuckled. Traitors everywhere. Karis's fans switched sides instantly. Fionin warned that Karis was likely turtling up in the capital for a final stand. Suddenly, every count and baron wanted an audience with Yubel to swear their undying loyalty. Talk about timing. Yubo just laughed it off. He knew exactly what they were, a bunch of spineless turncoats. Fionin shrugged. That's just noble life. But the real headache, those neutral aura users still sitting on the fence. Time to use the king's name to reel them in. Before it was a pipe dream, but now we've got the muscle. Yubel wasn't breaking a sweat. We're winning, guys. Let's just keep our cool and finish this. The old-timer nodded. Yeah, that's one way to keep your head in the game. Yubel aimed for the crown, but as a ruler for the people. No point in ruling a graveyard right. Minimal damage was the goal. Flash over to the castle in Hendrik City. 2 dudes with massive axes blocked the path. Hold it right there. What's your business, pal? A soldier noted. Her face was stunning yet terrifying. And guess who? The ultimate nightmare for poor Sen has arrived. Inside, Cylindro was going absolutely beast mode, pushing his limits until his muscles screamed. Our hero told him to give his chest a rest. Time for squats. We can't have him skipping leg day. It seems that after the dust settled, he got stuck with the title of the young saint thanks to Yuval's army. Rumors spread like wildfire about a brave young girl casting heals in a literal field of blood. Talk about an epic image. Cillian was ready for those squats, but Lepen told him to chill. He just wanted to check on the progress of his chip. This thing is evolving way too fast. That's when he spotted her. Wait, what is Cirrus doing here? The main guy saw her chatting with a spirit. Apparently she was socializing after a brush with death. Can't stay mad forever, right? Lepen was all I warned you, she'd be fuming. He really rubbed it in. Cirrus told that liar to zip it. He claimed he'd forget anyway, since he has the memory of a literal goldfish. Our lead was puzzled. In his past life, Cirrus definitely didn't have this chatting with spirits hobby. Was she hiding this talent all along, or did her entire personality just pull a 180? A soldier burst in. Lord Line, a magic girl is outside, demanding to see you. Confused, the soldier added. She said she's looking for the young saint. But I'm pretty sure she means you. The main character was still buffering. Total confusion. In the guest room stood Christina the Paladin, a servant of the gods who was literally 2 meters tall. Her legs were endless. Dude, she's a giant. She's basically the same height as our hero. Since when did Zoe have a massive younger sister? Why would a holy knight want him? She quickly corrected him. I'm not here for you, Lepen. I'm seeking the cleric of feelings, the one called Cillian. Looks like a massive misunderstanding is brewing. Lepen figured everyone assumed she was for him just because of her towering height. Awkward. Lepen switched to protective big brother mode. And what exactly do you want with Cillian mind sharing? Suddenly, Cillian popped in. The crazy one lit up like a Christmas tree, screaming Christina at the top of her lungs. She marched right up to him. How much longer will my beloved try to outrun our shared destiny? He's panicking, shouting it's not love, but she's convinced they're destined to be together for eternity. Lepen stepped in, confused as heck. Hold on, what exactly is your deal with Cillian girl? She turned bright red, practically vibrating with joy. I didn't want to brag, but we're basically husband and wife. Engaged. Maybe joining the church is the secret for short kings. Cillian is barely 120 centimeters, yet he landed a 2-meter giant. Or maybe not, since he's currently packing his bags to escape. Lepen was baffled. Relax, I told her to wait in the other room. Calm down, Cillian, what gives? Are you actually engaged to that giantess? Lepen asked, trying to make sense of the chaos. No way in hell, he screamed. Apparently her name is Christine Silvestana from a fancy family down south. Since she was a kid, everyone knew she'd grow up to be a total knockout. A legendary beauty in the making. She turned out amazing, all right, but she didn't stop growing. Now she's literally 2 meters of pure holy night. The Holy See proclaimed her the daughter of gods, destined to be a living weapon for the Great Mother's divine will. Prophecy foretold her meeting with the Man of Sunday, the one fated to be her eternal companion. After ascending as a paladin and enduring hellish training, she was deployed to Basel, where fate finally threw them together. Those eyes. They sparkled like stars in the head of an absolute giga-chad. Seeing Cillian dance through the slaughter, mending wounds with divine grace convinced her he was the one. It was instant obsessive love at first sight. Returning home, she declared the prophecy fulfilled, but while she celebrated, the order fell into utter chaos. They actually had common sense. Because seriously, who would let her marry a 12-year-old boy? That was Cillian's age. They begged her to reconsider asking how a mere child could be the legendary chosen one, but then a fresh oracle descended, pointing directly at the boy. It was him. Reluctantly, the Phylan order accepted the vision, but only if she could actually win the boy's heart. To Cillian, that's when the nightmare truly began. Lepen realized it was a political union disguised as holy destiny. Cillian agreed, but there was a catch. Christina's love was a terrifying, fanatical obsession. No matter the war zone, hideout, or distant nation he fled to, she would always find him. He only joined Lepen's journey as a pilgrim to vanish from her sight. It was a desperate escape plan. He thought staying mobile would either keep her at bay or finally force her to give up the chase. Lepen wondered if the muscle gain was related. Cillian admitted he hoped getting jacked would somehow make her lose interest. Lepen shrugged, noting that height isn't everything when compared to Christina's towering presence. Just love her back, Lepen urged. But Cillian shivered. It wasn't her looks, it was her terrifying personality. She ignores everyone and does as she pleases. She's already named their kids and planned out his entire life. A boy would be named Stein, destined to become a brutal war paladin. A girl would be Ellen, a priestess of worshippers. But wait, Cillian is a Phylan cleric. None of this adds up. Lepen was horrified. But then a realization struck. Cillian, what exactly did she want to name the daughter again? Cillian hesitated before whispering Helm. Lepen froze. He remembered that name all too well. Helm was the legendary priestess who once laid siege to the throne of Demon King Lepenhart. His previous life, Cillian actually did end up tethered to Christina. Their daughter was the infamous Saint Helm, the woman who forced even the god-hating dwarves onto the path of light. Her power could raise the dead, surpassing even High Priest Mlin, and in the end, Lepen died by her hand. She was the living nightmare that haunted his entire past existence. Beyond her terrifying combat skills, she could buff 10,000 men into an unstoppable god-tier army. Under her blessing, a toddler could decapitate a knight, and now, Lepen learns she's Cillian's potential daughter. This comedy of errors just took a dark, deadly turn. This is no longer a laughing matter. Helm's monstrous power wasn't natural. It was the product of a forbidden ritual, the sinister Holy Grail plan. Brace yourselves. Things are about to get gruesome. The plan creates a sacred vessel. The child consumes the father's life upon conception and the mother's during birth. Yeah. Absolutely not. Hard pass. Stay single, Cillian. 5 seconds of happiness isn't worth a literal death sentence. Lepen looked him in the eye. Silly, if you marry her, you're a dead man. Cillian sobbed, asking if Lepen also saw their union as a sin. Lepen knew for sure Cillian was definitely the father. It finally explained Cillian's godlike healing and Helm's missing origins. Seriously, Lepen insisted for the love of all that is holy, do not marry her. Cillian wept with relief but then slumped. It's over, Lepen. It was a good run. But this is the end. Where are you going? Lepen shouted. The soldiers watched in confusion as their saint prepared to abandon everything. Cillian turned back, his voice trembling. Don't you get it? If I stay, I'm finished. Lepen understood. He couldn't keep treating this poor kid like a mere walking super potion anymore. Lepen truly values him. Fine, let's talk about this, he sighs. Running won't save you. She followed you here, Cillian whimpers. What do I do, Lepen? Will you protect me? Suddenly this feels like a cheesy romance novel. Lepen asks, if I help, will you stay with me? The soldiers are stunned. I hate leaving you, but I can't drag everyone into this mess, Cillian admits. Relax, silly. We'll just explain that love cannot be forced by anyone. If she listened to reason, I wouldn't be a fugitive right now, Cillian cries. The soldiers are just staring, thinking, what kind of bromance is this? Suddenly that creepy woman appears. Oh good, you're already packed for our wedding. Good lord, those thighs are lethal. Cillian jumps back in pure unadulterated terror, ignores his screams, babbling about their future together like a total psycho. One little boy and one little girl are plenty, she chirps. Don't be shy, she giggles. Cillian yells while Lepen realizes she's completely tone deaf. Lepen finally asks, hey, what exactly do you even see in this guy? Our kids will finally be a normal height. Lepen is stunned by her logic. She's tall and wants a short king, so her kids aren't giants. You won't pass your curse to our babies, Cillian snaps. Shortness isn't a curse. He hates being short. She hates being tall. It's a match made in heaven. Our kids will be perfect. It's destiny, so let's get married right now. Lepen, save me, Cillian wails. Lepen wonders how he can even stop this. In a panic, Cillian blurs out, sorry, Christina, but I love someone else. He grabs Lepen's arm, claiming they're in a relationship to escape her grasp. Christina's jaw drops. The soldiers can only stare in absolute silent disbelief. Lepine and I are soulmates bound by the Red Order of Destiny, Cillian declares. Technically, it's not a lie. They are linked by the goddess Parbin's power. It's that weird tracking spell he used to find Lepin in the city. I knew they were close, one soldier whispers. They actually look cute together. Lepin hissed. Why me? Cillian whispered. Ciri's human, she'd never get respect here. What about all those other ladies? The hero asks him. There are no others. I need someone strong from a powerful race. Lepin gives him a supportive hug. Fate really is a wild ride, Cillian. It was a tough secret, Cillian sobs. Christina's eyes narrow. I see now. Cillian hopes she'll quit, but she shouts, true love requires a trial. As a paladin, Christina challenges Lepin to a duel for Cillian's heart. This drama is intense. The soldiers gossip as Ciri arrives, totally confused. Christina draws her blade, pointing it at Lepin. His life is a mess. If you truly love Cillian, you'll fight for him, she screams loudly. A mage versus a knight, Lepin stammers. Cillian cheers, go show our love. Lepin stares at Cillian in shock. Wait, you actually want me to fight? You're overpowered anyway, just save me, Cillian cries. Even Cyrus thinks they're perfect. We are definitely not dating. Lepin screams internally while staying focused. Christina readies her stance. As a paladin, I'll strike first. Prepare yourself, mage. Lepin clenches his fists. No choice now. He summons a massive thunder spell. Christina flinches. She didn't expect a mage of this incredible level. Sorry, but I'm ending this fast. Lepin charges shrouded in lethal lightning. He knows killing her is trouble, so he pulls his strike. Yet she deflects the impact with ease. As the mother of the woman who ended the war, there was zero chance she'd be weak. Soldiers gasp in terror. Not only is she an aura user, she's wielding a divine sword. The main character is stunned. Only 1 in 10 elite paladins can master that blade. She's dangerous. He stacks spells shield windstep barrier. He's playing just like that overpowered skeleton king from the anime. He chains his spells perfectly, but she parries everything. You think this can stop a paladin? Ridiculous. Cillian is screaming at Lepin to get serious. Why are you only using magic, you idiot? Lepin wants to shout, I'm a mage, but Cilli just wants him to use his fists already. Lepin struggles knowing the precise mental control needed to cast all these spells at once. He spams Smoke Prison and Ice Storm until a frozen shard finally snatches her foot. The protagonist realizes it'll take her 30 seconds to break free. In a duel, that's an eternity. He moves to finish it, but she calls out. She must unleash the church's guaranteed power. She snaps her eyes open. Holy crap, she literally smashes through the ice with her bare teeth. The protagonist is floored. She shattered high-level magic ice using nothing but raw, terrifying physical strength. Even Silent is speechless, because she doesn't even possess an ounce of aura. She has no aura blessing, but the Lord gave her a body as strong as any master. The protagonist demands to know where she learned that world-shaking breathing technique. She reveals that as a young girl before her holy vows, she met a mysterious stranger. An old man taught her exercises, promising they would make her grow up big and healthy. That old man was Lepin's master. He's the one who guided her into becoming this titan. It seems the master's secret techniques turn anyone into a 2-meter-tall mountain of muscle. The protagonist is certain the master ruined her marriage prospects by making her a giant. Gerald meant well, but she's clueless. She just tilts her head, asking, is something wrong? He stammers nothing. It's amazing. It's a good thing you learned that technique. She steps forward with a smile. Let's finish this. She reflects his next attack like a fly. He realizes the breathing technique is a growth method meant specifically to maximize height. Judging by her massive stature, she's been practicing this religiously for 10 years. Even Lepin didn't train that hard, having spent most of his life buried in magic books. This isn't some magic trick. It's the result of pure, unmatched dedication. If it were easy, the Indomables Academy would sell it for millions. She has incredible talent. She demands he give up, but he shoots back. Why? We're in a duel. He's convinced Lepin is a silver-tongued devil who seduced the poor, innocent Silent. He tries to explain, but she charges like a bull. Prepare for a lesson in true love. The protagonist wonders about her idea of love. Then boom. A blast hits his chest. The holy maiden goes flying. He sighs. All right, looks like I won this one. She yields, battered and bruised. Forgive me, Salin, I must withdraw for now. Right now, I lack the strength to rescue you from that despicable villain. She weeps for Chelin's delicate body. Chelin screams, stop, our bond is purely spiritual. Lepin, the protagonist deadpans, there's no bond at all. Let's just leave it like that. Silent tells him to follow the plan. He grabs him sobbing, yes, a delicate bond. Christina flees in tears, vowing to return one day and rescue her beloved Syl. The protagonist asks, Sin, how are you going to fix this disaster you started? Chelin claims things solved themselves. They didn't. The next day, Fionon is already gossiping. Lord Lepin and the young saint make such a breathtaking couple, I totally agree. Everyone is smiling. The rumor is working, even the dwarf admires the savior's unique tastes. The knight beside him chuckles. Indeed, my dear Kadamit. This is quite the unexpected turn, wouldn't you say? They both saw the omens. Even the city folk sensed something bizarre was brewing in the air. The orc tilts his head. Do humors trust sunning? Well, it happens more than you'd think. The knight smirks. When a boy has such a delicate body, he basically looks like a girl. It just works. Just look at our young saint. The orc's eyes widen. Oh, now I get it. That's undeniably true. Arwe snaps at him. Cirrus, are you really letting Timur just snatch Silly away? What are you two doing? But Cirrus just nods. Our races finally found common ground. This is a leap toward Lepenhart's grand dream. Meanwhile, the legendary Lepenhart is practically glued to his bed. He's officially out of commission. Cillian asks what's wrong. The rumors. He's spreading lies. Stop whining, Lepen. Complaining solves nothing. Sarah just giggles. Why the worry, Lepen? Those rumors only spread because Silly has such a gorgeous face. A devious plan forms. Fine, we'll make Cillian's body so hyper-masculine that those rumors die forever. Tace watches suspicious. They look way too synchronized. Maybe those rumors actually have some truth. Enough comedy? Back to the carnage, traitor Chorus, pay for your sins against the heaven's will. Kneel before your true king. Throw open the gates and beg for your life. The guard sneers down. Hilarious. Since when do monsters and slaves care about the heaven's will? Jubel, you demon-consorting filth. You're a permanent stain on the glorious history of the Krobben's kingdom. Disband this circus immediately. Go and prostrate yourself before the royal family for your crimes. Lepen yawns. They talk way too much. Just fight. Jubel raises his sword. For the true king. A deluge of arrows falls. Maintain formation. Shields up. Let none of them pass. Jubel commands the advance. Kalen calls for his wife, and they charge like demons alongside their wolves. The dwarves are turning green. Horses. Too fast. Eskim barks back. Quit whining. You're doing fine. High on the walls, terror strikes. It's them, the aura users. They're leading the charge. 7 aura masters are incoming. Might as well pack up. Karis screams. They're going full throttle already. Archers fire 100 gold coins to anyone who takes down one of those monsters. Kalen just raises his blade. His aura flares, vaporizing every arrow before it even gets close. Eskim is a force of nature. He's swatting arrows mid-air, while the spearmen desperately try to thrust. Those tiny spears are useless, I'm calling it now. Cyrus is the true sword of the continent. Cyrus channels his power. His blade suddenly erupts into a magnificent blue flame of destruction. The soldier's hearts stop. That technique. It's the giant sword of Spirius. How did he steal it? Spirius stands paralyzed. How can this brat use my own secret art? Too late for questions. Cyrus strikes the center. The gate shatters into toothpicks as the soldiers flee in absolute terror. Kalkon's wolf ignores gravity itself. It sprints up the wall and delivers a thunderous crash to the head. The gateway is annihilated. The defense has fallen. The walls are taken. Our heroes stand triumphant, while the soldiers realize they're hopelessly outmatched. By aura, Stala steps up praising them. She remembers Lepen's words. Destroy the walls, and their will shall break. There was never a need for a massacre. Just absolute psychological destruction. She unleashes her magic. 78,000 daggers create a vortex of steel, explosions, and shockwaves. Good heavens. She's leveling the whole fortress. Karis cowers behind, that already beaten old man. It's a total failure. Stala is evolving like Kalen. He knew she had this terrifying power. The dwarves are shell-shocked. Demolition mastery, Cyrus just watches. Nice. I'm definitely copying that one. This guy is a literal copycat. Karis trembles. I never dreamed they'd pull a stunt like this. This is exactly why he feared this circus. His soldier stammers, if only there weren't so many. As if you didn't get soloed by Cyrus before, it's over. We can't win this battle. Retreat to the royal palace. But then a soldier screams, Your Majesty, look at them. Jubel's army is pulling back. Karus is utterly baffled. Wait. They're retreating. But the city was already theirs. Jubel's cooking up something big. His soldiers are literally heckling the palace, claiming they could stomp the royals whenever they feel like it. They're playing the hero card, asking why a true king would risk his subjects. If Karis actually cared, he'd wave that white flag already. Karus finally gets it. They're totally painting him as the ultimate villain. It's game over. Who's going to die for a king framed for such a dirty, heartless move? His reputation is officially trashed. Yubel's just standing there with a smug look, knowing Karas definitely felt that burn. Message received loud and clear. Yubel's all like, great job, wise, one victory is calling and Zedron's is finally coming back to us. They flex so hard the enemy's ready to quit. Why waste blood when a little intimidation does the trick so perfectly? Cut to the nightly panic meeting. Everyone's looking at Karus like, so, we're not actually doomed, right? Any bright ideas? Poor Fernando is literally vibrating with fear. The old guy nearby groans. Those monsters are cheating. They've actually got incredible aura power. Fernando's losing it. Where on earth did Yubel find these crazy overpowered freaks in the first place? The buddy on the left shrugs. Well, they're cocky enough to leave. Maybe we can just run away and hide. Run impossible, Karus snaps back. If they bail, Yubel just walks in, grabs the crown, and it's officially long live King Yubel. The second Yubel puts that crown on his head, it's lights out for us. This whole war becomes a total game over. Hey, what if we call the neighbors? Maybe Basil can save our hides? Someone asks with a desperate glimmer of hope. Horace groans bringing in foreigners is political suicide. But his advisor fires back. Staying alone is just regular suicide, man. Seriously, look at those forces. If we don't get some outside backup, we're toast either way. Silence. Not a single soul in the room has the guts to speak up anymore. Karas knows the truth. The kingdom survives, but these corrupt nobles, they're going straight to the unemployment line, or even worse. The real issue, his father and grandfather are too greedy to sacrifice even a single gold coin. They're playing the shoulda-coulda game about killing the prince. Guys, we tried like 100 times already. He's still alive. Then Pops turns to Spirius with a dark idea. Can't you just secretly remove Karas for us? Spirius shuts it down. Royal blood is still royal blood. I'm a knight, not some disloyal assassin. Cue the angry noble glares and fury. But he adds, if we're killing someone, let's aim for that scary mage, Lepenhart. Now that's a real plan. Yeah, good luck with that impossible mission. Meanwhile, Yubel's massive army is chilling in Hendrik, camping out like they own the place. Party time. The victory banquet is already starting. Cheers to everyone building the bright new future of the kingdom of Krobins, someone shouts, making it official. Glasses clink, and Lepenhart just sighs. Nobles really can't live without their fancy parties and ego-rubbing, can they? Yubel mutters. They're useless, but unfortunately we're stuck with them if we want to run a real empire. Lepenhart grins. Exactly. They're here because they sat on the fence waiting to see who'd win without lifting a single finger. They aren't racist, just lazy. They didn't care about the other races. They just wanted to stay on the winning side. Pure bandwagon fans. They just go wherever the power is strongest. Lepenhart starts buttering them up. Only fools look at the fighters. True geniuses recognize the wisdom of those who pick the winning team. The nobles are blushing like schoolgirls. Yubel's thinking, wow, this mage is actually a smooth talker with serious political riz. Turns out Lepenhart isn't just a magic nuke, he's got some talent. Yubel is definitely taking notes from him. Even Fiona's impressed. He's way too good at manipulating people for someone who looks so young. Meanwhile, Kalen gets introduced, and the nobles look like they've seen a ghost. Is he a dwarf? He's hilariously short. To stop the awkward silence, Lepenhart hands out communication necklaces. It's basically magical Bluetooth for everyone. A noble chirps, wow, your orcs aren't as brainless as I thought. Wow, dude, read the room before you speak. That's not a compliment, buddy. You're literally speedrunning your own funeral with that kind of talk. His wife jumps in, we're warriors of honor, not monsters. Cowardice is the only thing we actually hate. The noble asks for her opinion, while Kalen is internally screaming. How does this weakling even call himself a warrior? She whispers, just drink and stay quiet. Remember what Lepenhart said, humans are basically disappointment wrapped in fancy clothes. He's just treating this party as a step toward freeing the oppressed races. Nothing more and nothing less. He watches the chaos thinking, not bad. Things will finally chill out once all the fighting stops. Last time was a total disaster, but this time he's making sure everyone learns to play nice together. Mankind and orcs trade blows and wisdom clashing in battle, yet growing through shared steel. The true carry stays silent. Yo human, meet the dwarf, talk to him shorty. The elves are low-key vibing, blessed with zen-like harmony and high IQ logic. Spirius is being showered with praise by every thirsty noble in the room. Everyone's desperate to know how a youngster attained such monstrous god-tier strength. He just shrugs, claiming he merely swung a sword. The crowd is baffled by his moody silence. Buffet not good enough. Even Lepin is shocked by Spirius, acting like a cold, edgy loner. He knows the real endgame only begins once Yubel finally seizes the crown. Where's Cyrus? That girl's gone. Suddenly he spots a shady swordsman lurking nearby. Zero presence. Either he's a ghost or a master of absolute aura concealment. R.I.P. old man, they sent Spirius to do the dirty work. Apologizing for the kingdom's sake, he lunges, but Lepin instantly identifies his legendary attacker. The boy blocks barehanded. Is this some insane high-level steel-skin fortification? Fast for a mage, Spirius rains down strikes baffled by Lepen's indestructible defense. What monstrous power, Lepen scoffs. The fool doesn't realize this is raw skin. Suddenly, he ignites the flame of destruction, launching a devastating blast of heat. Spirius deflects it effortlessly. As expected of a slave master, you're no ordinary mage. Lepen panics. He's the prime target, should he bolt or scream for help. Spirius closes in. With steel inches from his face, he's cornered like a rat. He counters with a gut punch. Wait. A battle mage Lepen is definitely hiding something. No aura yet. He'll play the role of a physical brawler to protect his secrets. Spirius retreats. Those muscles explain everything. Lepen warns 6 aura masters are closing in. Spirius charges his blade. You'll be a corpse before they even arrive. Lepen chooses violence. He ignites his aura as Spirius lunges for the kill. Lepen's arm seems to shatter, but wait, his shredded physique finally reveals its true power. That oversized jacket was a lie. Nobody knew he was packing such massive heat. Spirius panics, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Is this muscle wizardry or raw strength? Lepen dodges and elbows him hard, yet Spirius tanks the hit, continuing his assault. Forced to block, he catches the next blade with his bicep. Aura erupts. Spirius is stunned. Lepen sighs. Plans never go the way I want. He won't repeat the mistake of holding back against another high-tier aura user. That golden glow, it's impossible. Only Gerald's successor possesses such overwhelming aura. The Fist King's heir is a mage. Life's full of surprises. Buff Lepen grins. Spirius cranks his aura to the absolute limit. No more guilt about a sneaky kill. Now he can slaughter him without hesitation. At me, Lepen roars. Spirius raises his steel, manifesting a colossal energy blade. The roof shatters. Lepen dives headfirst, punching through the flaming blade in an explosion. Atop the ruins, Spirius screams, "This is impossible. It's ridiculous. You faked being a mage," Lepen counters, coming from the coward, hiding in shadows. Enough. Spirius charges to end this battle right now. Lepen triggers his spiral guard. Spirius senses a terrifying shift in the air. A kick bomb impact. He teleports, sending Spirius flying. The soldiers outside are completely clueless. He slams into the wall, vanishing beneath a thick dust cloud. Broken and defeated, he gasps. The last Aura Master of Charis cannot fall here. Lepen towers over him. Game over, buddy. He then proceeds to farm his aura. The soldiers froze as they witnessed it, the legendary golden radiance of Gerald. Rumors of the King of the Fist were true. Even the dwarves were losing their minds. Wait, Lepen is an aura user. Some thought he was just a mountain of meat, but he was hiding god-tier power under those muscles. Even Ubel was shook. Could this man truly be the legendary King of the Fist of this era? The Indomitable Academy's pressure was suffocating. Only a true monster could carry a title that heavy. Our boy realized the secret was out. Suddenly the soldiers began chanting, "King of the Fist, King of the Fist." Word of Spirius's demise traveled fast. Everyone knew the King of the Fist had turned him into a memory. Spirius died in total disgrace right after Ted's vault-keeper got absolutely clapped by a mere dwarf. Cylon noted the lingering prejudice, but Lepen knew they were just terrified to admit the truth. Honestly, everything was moving exactly according to the protagonist's master plan. Croce Castle's barriers were paper after the last brawl. Ubel's troops waltzed in while Kar's army hid. Standing before the Lion Gate, Ubel played the noble prince, reminiscing about his long-awaited homecoming. 3 days of waiting, and still no surrender. Talk about being stubborn to a fault. As far as anyone knew, Karus was not the type to pull a stunt this suicidal. Lepen figured the subordinates were the problem. Without a guaranteed win, the rats were starting to turn. Fionanen was ready to charge, but Lepen hopped off his horse to handle this solo. Cylon was baffled. Didn't he say he wanted to stay low-key? So much for a quiet life. The cute act is over. The world knows his face now, no more hiding in the shadows. As he marched forward, the soldiers whispered in awe. Is that really him? He is going in alone. On the walls, the defenders screamed, "He is just a man," fire, but their arrows bounced off like toothpicks. Not even a scratch. They launched the catapults, and Lepen just shrugged it off like a minor itch. Fire, arrows, useless. Boiling water, nothing. He stood there like an immovable mountain of pure dominance. He wound up a punch that could shatter reality. "If you value your life, get out of my way." That golden aura exploded, blinding everyone. Lepen felt déjà vu, but the world's reaction was totally different. Rewind 2 days earlier, when the humans first realized the mysterious warrior was the King of the Fist. It made sense. Only a legend of that caliber could deliver such a soul-crushing victory. If the King of the Fist chose orcs and dwarves as allies, then those races must be powerful. Suddenly, everyone assumed the orcs and dwarves were his secret disciples. They were elite warriors. People actually became jealous. They wished they could learn directly from the legendary King of the Fist. Lepen noticed the shift. When he was the Demon King, power was seen as a curse. Now it was glory. Cylon explained the difference between a sword and a spell to the curious protagonist. Anyone can swing a blade. Being a warrior is a dream anyone can chase with enough hard work, but magic, that is a freakish gift. To common folk, the Demon King's power felt unnatural and terrifying, but a man who fights with his bare hands, that is strength people can actually understand. Lepen was curious. So they like me more just because I use my muscles instead of magic. Exactly, she replied. Because now you are the legendary king of the fist, Lepenhart. Back at the gate, Lepen realized it. Mana is a rare miracle, but everyone has muscles they can train. This was a level of strength that every common man could dream of reaching one day. He unleashed the 4th level of the Horn of Calamity. This time they watched with admiration, not fear. Inside, some knights were still delusional, shouting about dying as heroes for Karus's long life. Yeah, bad move. They did not become heroes. They just got absolutely obliterated in seconds. The war is over, Lepen thundered. Stop this pointless resistance and choose to live. Deep in the castle, Karus stood alone until our favorite dwarf lover finally cornered him. The villain just smirked. It has been a while since we have been this close, hasn't it? Lepen wondered if he looked this smug in his past life. Yubel asked, wait, where is everyone? Karus claims his kin escaped to preserve their legacy. Fionan warns of a traitor's fate as Karus points toward Exiton. A surviving bloodline is victory enough. Why did he stay? Yubel realizes the truth. Karus stayed so Sedin wouldn't burn. Death over slavery. Yubel is genuinely moved by his resolve. His selfless sacrifice for his people is truly noble. Steel-drawn, Karus wonders if this prince can actually kill. Royal pride demands a duel. Death to the traitor. Fionan mocks the dwarf lover, not a real imperial fighter. Outmatched but brave, Yubel gains confidence from the aura. Lepen strike now. Karus taunts the lucky, useless fool. Steel clashes violently as their epic duel finally ignites. Chasing dwarf girls didn't blunt your edge, it seems. Hidden strength revealed. The battle is a dead heat. Where did this power come from? Everyone is stunned. Karus rages. Fighting with a shield is a warrior's shame. Daily hellish training with Phinia made me this formidable. Phinia blushes. Surviving a dwarf girl's wrath builds insane power. Pure confidence won't save you from a true knight's blade. His dwarf-style movements were forged through Phinea's brutal lessons. For a human body, the balance was completely off. Lepen help, the prince calls for his secret ace. Interrupting a duel. Where is your honor, King of Fist? Honor is useless here. A devastating shoulder slam follows. Golden aura explodes, blinding everyone in the throne room. A massive crater remains. That was absolutely brutal. Only a head remains. The traitor is officially finished. Yubel steadies himself and marches toward the royal throne, crowned and ready. Worship the new dwarf-loving king. King Yubel rises as victory news shakes the continent. No one believed it. The world is in shock. Another legendary name begins to rise. Fist King Lepenhart, the warrior who united races. Tales of non-human soldiers on the field sound like myths. Graham's king erupts in fury as the news hits. The Demon King grows stronger. How did Karus fall? Karus was his most strategic and reliable ally. The opposition is being purged. Terror spreads quickly. Everyone curses the traitors desperate for Cyrus's blood. Tessaram mocks his hypocritical men for their own betrayals. Anyone against Lepenhart is an ally to him now. Stefan, is that berserker armor finally under your control? Perfect. The hunt for those demons begins right now. We march to end Lepenhart's life once and for all. The storm gathers over the capital of Croyne. Too reckless, a noble cries. Sure, they helped, but complete independence. Unthinkable. Others argue victory was impossible without them. Still, most aristocrats despise giving Lepen total control. Yubelsa. Softs. Then what reward is left if we deny them this? Whose land shall we slice off silence? Suddenly, no one wants to donate a single inch. Not my territory, everyone retreats instantly. The greed is real when their own pockets feel the heat. 0 objections remain. Lepen is crowned, Count gaining absolute land and freedom. The deal is sealed. Mark this day, the newly born sovereign territory shall be known as the Empire of Antares. Thus, a nation within a nation was forged inside the kingdom of Krabans. History has changed. We've arrived at the White Palace. Check out that castle, the roads, and even the windows. Who's in the bed? The legendary dwarf girl connoisseur. Wait. The rhyme lied to us. It's Karus waking up. Our main character used a decoy head. That blinding flash was a total ruse. I knew the acting was fishy. Karus is dazed spotting Tila and the protagonist standing nearby. Does a love for dwarves run in the family blood? Are these cousins truly that similar? She identifies as Lepenhart's ally. Karus is baffled. Why is there a dwarf in my room? Aren't I dead? Tila shrugs. He took forever to wake up, nearly worrying her to death. Lepen's strike was no joke. Karus was knocked out for 36 straight hours. Talk about a nap. Why spare him? Karus knows Yubel would never permit such mercy. Something is definitely wrong. Officially, his life is over. His head is currently decorating the capital of Croyne for all to see. They used magic on a look-alike corpse, perfecting every detail from eye color to facial structure. Genius. Even Yubel's inner circle thinks he's gone. How did they pull this off right under their noses? He recalls the golden flash. Stella is impressed. The guy connects the dots faster than a speed reader. She reveals they were lying in wait behind a secret passage, eyeing the signal of light. The wall opened, the fake head was dropped, and Karis was spirited away into the darkness. How did you find the passage? Dwarves are the true gods of architecture, human. It was child's play. Still, the motive haunts him. Why would the King of Fists bother saving a defeated enemy? Is this a coup against Yubel plot to fracture the nobility? Karis's mind is racing. Hila dismisses the drama. He just thought killing a man like you would be a tragic waste. She exits, leaving Karus shouting questions into the void. The poor guy is totally lost. The map of the old Gilfane Empire has been updated. Antares now sits proudly in the center. Elsewhere, Cirrus hails our hero as a king. The protagonist's ego is growing taller than a skyscraper. Cirrus could have been royalty too. I'd just be a minor lord, not a national sovereign, he retorts. Our boy waves it off. Calling it a nation is a stretch. It's just one humble city. Why not demand more land? No noble would have dared to stop you from taking more. Greedy demands would have killed their autonomy. In this game, size matters less than total freedom. With their own laws, they can expand whenever they want. That's what border disputes are for, right? A knock at the door interrupts. The dwarves are here requesting an audience with the new ruler. Former slaves of Viscount Gilfane bow low. Greetings to the White King. The atmosphere is heavy. At ease, he tells them. You're free. Go if you wish or stay and thrive with us. Let's be real. The girls are technically his property now, and they have zero say in the matter. He offers mining rights, essentially leasing the girls' labor. That's just the cold, hard logic of this world. He knows the truth. Genuine freedom is something you must seize with your own two hands. The dwarves are stunned as he outlines a plan for mineral extraction, smithing, and fair taxation. Earn enough, and they can eventually buy a girl's freedom. A capitalistic path to liberty. He even offers 360-month payment plans. He just wants first dibs on their gear. The dwarves bow in gratitude. Their savior is exactly as the legends described. Our hero muses on his domain. Small, maybe. But compared to the Empire's ashes, it is a miracle. Cut to the negotiation table. It is a clash of cultures with dwarves facing off against orcs. Our main character plays realtor carving up the map. From here to here, that is Blue Bear territory now. Wait, is that even within Antares territory? Technically no, but Crobbins does not own it either. The Glen Mountains are a lawless no-man's land, which means the Blue Bears can finally plant their flag and claim it for themselves. Out senses danger. Occupying empty land is fine, but sparking a continent-wide manhunt, that is bad news. But our hero just smirks. They can retreat if needed. Plus, every Blue Bear orc is now officially an Antar citizen. If mountain tribes strike, they get full military backing. They are not just nomads anymore. They carry the Count's name. Grat finally chills. Now their warriors can roam free without fearing for their homes. Hilliard eyes the greenery. The hero promises it all to the elves with plans for massive expansion. He envisions a grand reunion, elves from every corner of the world flocking to their new home. But there is a catch. They cannot just abandon their sacred tree of life. Simple solution, just plant another. The elf scoffs, reminding him the world tree is not some tiny bonsai. Plot twist, you can grow it anywhere if you have a seed of pure essence. Luckily, our boy knows exactly where to find those mythical seeds. In his previous life, he actually fused 7 divine trees into one ultimate titan. Lepin wonders if the dwarves are happy sticking to the depths where they belong. For now, yes. But overpopulation looms in that trek to the Great Forge. It is a total drag. Human red tape makes travel a nightmare, but that is precisely why Lepin picked this spot. Hidden in the Glen Mountains lies a dungeon known as Chloe. The elf's eyes widen. It is a high-tier dungeon housing a legendary spatial portal. If all tribes unite to clear it, that portal will revolutionize travel for everyone. The dwarf is sold. Count him in for some hardcore road construction. Wait, what's that mysterious gap between the elf and orc territories? That is a VIP spot for future allies. Speaking of which, let's check the North Glen peaks. Is that a fluffy ear? Finally, the fans have been waiting 60 chapters for this debut. No stopping now, we are deep in the woods, where a massive troll is lurking. The legendary duo has finally arrived after 60 long chapters of hype. 1 month post-war, the White Palace is shaking. Cyrus and Cassidy are going at it. A rare balanced match, Cyrus strikes hard, but Cassidy's blade dances toward his throat. The poor guy is reeling. Even knowing Cassidy's playbook does not make this fight any easier. The weirdest part, Cassidy drops his sword, claiming he only trusts his one true soul weapon. Cyrus is baffled. Jakar rocks 2 blades, so what is the big deal? Cassidy retorts that Jakar has 2 friends, but he is strictly a one-weapon kind of guy. With his wolf napping, Cyrus realizes orcs are different off the battlefield. Time for another aura demo. Watching the display, he dreams of one day earning that same spirit blessing. Cyrus says it takes decades. Cassidy settles for a 10-year grind. Then it hits him, Tacit is only 9, though in orc years they are basically peers. From the shadows, Cirrus observes their relentless training with a satisfied nod. Scylla is sweating buckets while Tila stays focused. But who is that edgy black-haired warrior nearby? It is just Cyrus, in a disguise. Is the dwarf girl trying to charm him? It sounds like a crazy conspiracy, but it might be true. He must embrace this new life. If Yubel catches wind, both he and Lepenhart are finished. Gazing into the horizon, he remarks on the beautiful weather, jokingly asking if she ever tires of her constant vigil. She admits it, yet reminds him she's actually the most relaxed person in their entire group. Curious, he asks who's lazier. Apparently, it's the idiot hibernating inside who hasn't left his bed since the war ended. Sires storms in to wake the slacker, warning him he'll turn into a total pig at this rate. He quips that a fat-gaining human body sounds nice, but his reality is different. She threatens to blast him with magic. He chuckles, noting that her nagging is the only thing that makes her feel like her old self. She serves breakfast and he's instantly up. He wonders if she cooked it all. She confirms everyone else is drowning in reconstruction. While stuffing his face, our hero ponders if he's truly that lazy or just completely clueless about current events. Eunice declares that once the dust settles, their journey must resume without delay. They must secure the world tree fragments for the elven forest. Their immediate target, the sky staff of Azura Garuding. Cyrus wonders if it's a legendary magic bow similar to the one Neelin carries. He confirms it's an Eldenheim relic, infused with World Tree essence. Seeing her sadness, he promises to craft her a replacement later. Skeptical, she asks if he truly possesses the power to forge such a divine artifact. He gets cocky, claiming it's easy with enough mana. Truth is, he's a secret 10-circle mage. The catch, he needs massive mana reserves, but this body is hilariously incompatible with high-level magic. Despite Magger's modifications, the 7th circle remains an unbreakable wall. He sighs and calls for a meeting to prepare their departure. Since we're ready, let's head out, he shouts. Their destination, the treacherous Settlered Mountains within the Mattis region. The hidden Kelga dungeon awaits where the mythical Garuding staff is said to be entombed. Using Damien's portal, they'll arrive in a week. 3 days later, Tezzeret discovers Lepen has vanished from the capital. Lena reports that merchants saw them leave 3 days ago. They'll likely be gone for at least a full month. Tezzeret is livid. They were finally close to confronting that bastard. Panicked, she asks what their next move is. While Stefan rants about killing that bastard, a nearby patron warns the hothead to watch his mouth. This isn't a man you insult. Your target is no ordinary man. He's the famous King of Fists. A blonde man in the back scoffs, claiming the King of Fists isn't even around to hear them. Man clarifies it's respect, not fear. That man ended a bloody civil war and his subordinates are absolute monsters. They brought peace to the realm and the people practically worship them as heroes. He warns that such reckless talk could spark a riot. The blonde warrior is annoyed. Those rumors are spreading like wildfire. Suddenly, a mysterious figure looms behind them, demanding to know the whereabouts of the legendary King of Fists. It's Paladin Christina. She notes their obvious hostility toward Lepenhart and offers a surprising proposition. Shocked silence fills the room as they eye this towering woman. She claims to know his exact location and offers a trade. What a mess. Her complicated heart is stirring up trouble again. Tessin instantly realizes she's looking for a deal. She confirms it. She's joining the hunt because she has a personal score to settle with his life. Fine, he agrees. Since our targets align, welcome aboard. Meanwhile, Felina privately admits her goal isn't murder at all. 8 days have passed since the group departed from the Antara's empire. Deep within the Kelgi dungeon, they're battling a shackled green monstrosity. Everyone is dodging spells and having a blast. Chelin beams with pride at their flawless team coordination. I laid out the strategy, the hero replies. They'd have to be brain dead to screw it up now. He reminds them to stay sharp. No one gets to slack off while others risk their lives. The creature roars as its chains shatter, signaling the start of its terrifying second phase. Silence marvels at the Lord's perfect intel. It's almost creepy how precisely Lepenhart knows these ruins regardless of his explorer status. Just who is Lord Lepenhart? Right then, our protagonist prepares to channel the raw flow of mana. He begins chanting massive walls of text that culminate in a spectacular explosion of crackling lightning around the beast. Meanwhile, Tacit and Cyrus lunge forward, shredding the monster from every conceivable angle. The creature wails in agony, begging for its life. The protagonist answers with a massive soul-cleansing fireball. He glares at the trash, disgusted that a dimension-hopping tormentor would have the audacity to beg for its life. Sir finally appears, clutching the legendary staff they fought for. She protectively hugs the blue sky sapling the future world tree. Home time, she chirps, but he has one last mystery to solve. It's a farewell map. Is this some Unbreakables Academy hidden treasure? Recalls his master's parting words, a little gift just for you. A mysterious marked location. But the master never explained the secret. Deep south in the Meadows Mountains lies Santera, a truly dilapidated village. Cirrus wonders aloud. Is this some creepy, abandoned night training ground? Treasure here, no chance, but our hero isn't turning back now. We grab the gift and go, he says as tension grips everyone. Why so serious? It's just a friendly gift from my master. The floor vanishes barrier up. Tacit unleashes his sword surfer technique. Scylla prep the heels. They barely survive thanks to a tiny blade. Acid pales as he realizes the ceiling has completely vanished above them. Cyrus points to a wall message. To my disciple, my legendary successor. A gift for leaving the mountains. May it bring you true joy. It looks empty, but another note urges. Keep going, my boy. You'll love this. Then boom. A massive explosion rocks the hidden arena. Scylla gasps in horror. What is that thing? Glowing eyes glare from the darkness. Cirrus recognizes those terrifying silhouettes. Spiritual bodybuilders. Wait. Those are all his martial arts, seniors. This gift feels like a curse, Cyrus strikes, but the spiral guard activates. Confusion reigns as a chi blast obliterates the ground beneath their feet. Cirrus goes combat mode raining spirit blades, but they just bounce off. Just how many masters died during this insane academy training? Dozens, at least. Cirrus bets 100 fell in those brutal trials. Sounds about right. Now they must face 100 restless spirits. Sar declares, save humanity.